All right, welcome everybody. I really appreciate your time here today. So welcome to the Red Team Village CTF during DEF CON 29. I see that a lot of you actually are excited. With me, I have an ops researcher and also Austin. Actually, I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself.
Sure, how's it going? I'm Wes. I also go by an op researcher. So I'm part of the kind of core CTF, running all the quals and finals infrastructure, and then also assist with the Red Team Village kind of organization. I'll turn it over to Gambit here.
Yep, I'm Austin. So I'm System Dumb on Twitter, but I wrote some of the challenges. I've been working with Wes and Barry and them to write some of those and kind of just help out run the CTF. I did mostly like some of the qual stuff. But.
So we're super excited to have you all come out and join. I know you're eager to start here. I think it's about 4 minutes or so until we start here. I'll turn that live here in a moment. But we just kind of want to talk a little bit about, kind of going into this event and the overall structure of it. So once we turn to live at 10 o'clock, we're going to release, a set of challenges. But as the day goes on, we're going to drop challenges throughout the day. So, kind of stay tuned, work on whatever's released, and then you can definitely, maybe take breaks throughout the day. But tomorrow, when it wraps up, the quals piece, the top 20 teams will move on to the finals round. So you're going to have a bit of a break tomorrow in between the quals piece and the finals piece. Not that much time, but from there you'll be able to kind of organize your team, reset a little bit, and then from there we'll move into that finals. With that, we got, if you played last year, we got a very similar kind of scenario, right? You're kind of familiar with that, of actual, full-blown networks. This year, we kind of stepped it up a little bit. We got 2 full-blown Windows Active Domain networks, huge mix of boxes. So we got, a couple varieties of Windows. We got a little variety of some Linux boxes. We even threw in a Mac box there just for fun. So there's quite a bit going on there, all sorts of challenges in there. Some of the themes, obviously this year, supply-side interdiction was huge. So you'll see a bit of that. Some of your other stuff, I'll just say there's, some web, maybe some clonables, but also, this is definitely focused on that real world kind of red team pen test engagement. So with that, it's not just, I'm going to pop a box and get a flag. Flags are there. You'll probably, some you'll see like a user flag and a root flag or administrator flag, for kind of context, but there's a lot more there. There's a lot more hints, a lot more things to kind of dig through to really understand the target networks that you're going after. And with that, if your team's not communicating of all the little tidbits of information that you're picking up along the way, you're going to have some difficulty because there's little pieces here and there. You tie it all together, and with that, you'll be able to kind of push through the scenario. So 2 full-blown networks doing the supply side kind of interdiction, a lot of relevant kind of challenges out there, and tons of fun. So is this theme, definitely a combination of Silicon Valley with the Lunar Fire, so some of that Silicon Valley kind of theme there, and then you'll see you may have already found some of our public websites that are out there, some trace commas out there, maybe some of our tweets. Follow us on Twitter for some additional hints, but either way, they might be deving out something, maybe doing some dev work for another company, and that other company might be vulnerable as well to some things. So from there, think, some Dunder Muffin. I think you've seen some of the coins that we've been posting on Twitter there. So definitely stop by our booth. We'll be doing some giveaways and things like that actually at DEF CON. So if you're live, able to stop through, we'll be having some giveaways throughout the day. We'll be tweeting those out as well. So look, whether it's the DEF CON Discord channel or on some of our Twitters for that. And, we'll be giving away some of our swag and things like that. And then as well, we have tons of prizes, definitely some virtual prizes. And then for the top teams, we'll send out some coins, some things there. So, but definitely a lot of virtual great prizes out there. So with that, I've been talking for quite a bit. So I'm going to turn it over to Austin and kind of talk a little bit about some quals here because it's 10 o'clock and I'm going to make sure some things are opening up. So.
Yeah, so for the overview, we have the qualifier rounds, which are going to be more Jeopardy style, and it has a wide array of topics, right? So you're going to have some reverse engineering challenges, some web challenges. We're going to have some crypto, all across the board. And then from there, we have our finals that are going to be hosted, I think, tomorrow as well as Sunday. And so that one's where, you're going to have the lunar fire scenario. So, right. So it's a play off of that solar winds, breach from, the last like 6 or 7 months. You've probably been hearing it. It's kind of sick of hearing it by now, but it's a supply side attack. It's going to have like an actual network, a storyline. You're going to have, objectives and things. And so that's sort of like the finals. But yeah, for the qualifier, it's definitely more traditional. Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to mention the overall theme for lunar or the Silicon Gully to Dunder Muffin and that relationship or not.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you have Silicon Gully, obviously play on Silicon Valley, and then you have Dunder Muffin, so it's play on Dunder Mifflin. Favorite TV shows, right? And so there was some dev work being done on Silicon Gully, right? So they are writing an application that's being used by Dunder Mifflin, right? And so the idea is that you gain access to the Silicon Gully network so that you can then poison the well, so to speak, and get access to the more hardened network. And so there are going to be some clues and things on social media that are going to kind of help you. So for those people who are kind of more skilled in OSINT and follow kind of some of the tweets and things, you'll be able to find some clues as to how the network might be laid out, or maybe some threats in the network that you might need to work to overcome. In the meantime, though, we do have the quals that are going to be hosted today. It's going to be, I don't know how many challenges we have, but I want to say
over 100 challenges.
Easily over 100. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's triple digits now. But yeah, I mean, everything that you pretty much, if you go to like the NIST roles or the OWASP top 10 or anything like that, those checklists where you have like the wide array of different specializations within InfoSec, I feel like there's a challenge there that's going to meet at least one of those at some point. We have programming. We have some tunneling and stuff like that too. So it's some other skills that you might not necessarily like, use day to day. Are you seeing a traditional CTF? I think the tunneling one's pretty cool. If I'm being honest, just because like I feel like in many Jeopardy style CTFs, you download a binary opponent or something like that and you get it. But then the tunneling one is a little bit over what my expectations were. But definitely good practice.
So definitely, there's a lot of challenges out there. So there's definitely we have a few kind of repeats that you saw last year. Literally about 15 or so. It's a lot of the kind of beginner kind of challenges because we want to make sure that we're capturing everyone out here. We want everyone to come out, have fun, and learn something, right? So like even if you've never CTF before, we got some of those kind of beginner challenges. Get you some of those Linux skills, some of those tunneling skills, things like that. So like
work on your base 64 skills.
Yep, definitely. You need those skills, right? You need to learn it somewhere, right? And we want you to come learn it here. But at the same time, like we have a lot more advanced stuff, right? So we're able to kind of take you to that next level. So we want to welcome you in. A lot of our prizes, kind of a lot of the people that follow us throughout the year, we're able to give out awesome courses, a lot of training materials because we have great sponsors, right? So offensive security, Hack the Box, HackerOne's doing some stuff, the HomSec, offering us some great courses, things like that. So we're able to really provide, not only like a playground to kind of level up your skills, but after the fact, there's a lot of training opportunities, and they don't all just go to, the top 3 teams, right? We have a lot of giveaways throughout the days, right? A lot of swag, people participating in Discord, right? So we have a lot of different contests going on. We have a lot of folks that win a lot of these courses, last year, whatever, and I love it. Like, I don't know, like it just warms my heart when they come back to me like 3 or 4 months later and they're like, hey, I just want to let you know that I won OSCP from you guys, 4 months back. I went and I just, ran hard at it.
And they got lead. Yeah. Now they're lead. So I think there's a lot of people like trying to get into this space. And it's just like a hot topic right now. And I think learning, I might be biased, right? Like obviously I'm biased, but I feel like learning InfoSec and like a lot of these disciplines and stuff, and even just finding your niche within cybersecurity, CTFs are an amazing resource for that. And this one has like a wide variety of stuff that you can do from different skill levels. And I know I got my start to kind of doing that same stuff. Like I learned by doing the best, right? That's the best. That's the way I personally learn. And doing these types of challenges, I felt really helped me out along the way, helped me in my career. And then, if you win some training or if you get some of those vouchers, right? So there's some amazing like Udemy courses out there, Hack the Box. If you ever do their pro labs, you get to go back and do the historic boxes and they have the walkthroughs and stuff like that. And Hack the Box is they have some pretty hard boxes out there. And in the pro labs, especially if you can do the historical ones of the walkthroughs, like having like that sort of like walkthrough to fall back on as you kind of like slam your head against the wall. I know when you're kind of doing the current boxes, you can kind of feel like some brutal sometimes, but yeah, with those walkthroughs, especially with those pro labs, man, it's like night and day. It's good, definitely good training though, especially OCP. I feel like OCP, my time in OCP was very well spent.
So what's also awesome is, name dropping one of our sponsors, Hack the Box. They offer a lot of the Academy cubes and things like that we have this year. So, there's many different opportunities depending on how you learn, right? Whether it's the hands-on CTF, time crunch, learning something, whether it's, the courses that we're able to give away, whether, just the experience, right? Working on the team, person next to you, helping you out with, a challenge because you're both working on it together, right? A lot of different challenge, ways to learn out there. We hope you kind of find one, and we're always looking for different things to kind of hand out. Pen tester labs, right? They offer some great courses. I've taken some pen tester lab stuff myself. Great. Sector 7. That's pretty awesome. I've done. I want to say like their RTO malware course, really great out there. So a lot of opportunities out there. So definitely follow us on Twitter, hit us up on Discord. Definitely on the Discord. Let me pull that up for you. So with that, on the actual channel, just make sure you're following us in CE-Red Team CTF text. So CE Red Team CTF text. Definitely, there's a lot of folks in there. We can provide some support if you kind of get need help with something, right? Obviously, if you're in the top 25, probably not going to be that helpful for you, right? You guys are doing pretty well. And it's going to be pretty cutthroat to see who makes it to finals. But anyone else that's out there, right? If you only got 1 or 2 flags today, like I am here for you, right?
Yeah.
Just reach out to us, right? We want to make sure that you have fun, that you learn something. We'll step you through everything.
You meet some people, right? So doing these CTFs, and you'd be surprised at how many people you run into, and then you go back to work and then you kind of work with somebody else and you run into them that you ran into at the CTF, and it's great networking. And like I said, we're here to help you learn. Obviously, we want you to kind of walk away from it with, had some fun. You did some really good puzzles. You walk out with something that you didn't know before. And we don't want you to necessarily just ram your head against the wall forever, right? We want to help you out if you can, kind of steer you along the path. So, because a lot of these were designed with a lesson in mind. Each challenge has a goal, right? So we're trying it's not just some contrived puzzle just to be hard, right? The idea is that something we ran into at work while we were doing, at our day jobs, whether it be pen testing or bug hunting or what have you, especially for some of my challenges when I was doing some of that bug hunting, I would run into a specific problem, or I was able to find a specific bug, and then I would write a challenge that kind of taught to that, how do you find it? How do you remediate it? Right. So a lot of those challenges have some kind of objective. So, if you keep that in mind, I know sometimes if you're working on it for a couple hours, it can be kind of frustrating, but definitely reach out to us. Like Wes was saying, link in or get in the Discord as well. You'll actually meet a lot of people in there at these kinds of events, and you can kind of sync up and get help. I did one last year where I ran into a couple people that were really, really solid, and they didn't work at the CTF, but they kind of helped me along. I learned some pretty cool RE skills from them. So yeah, definitely be social. I know it can be hard in this space, but.
So I'll definitely tell you, right? As far as leveling up our skills, things like that, I take full advantage of Austin here. So he makes these awesome kind of web challenges, and my web game is kind of weak, right? But basically, I get him to write me a little mini lesson, and then as he deploys it, right, with the walkthrough and everything, solve it. I get to play test it, do the QA of it. Hey, is this going to be fun for people to do, right? So a lot of these, I'm kind of coming into them blind. Hey, I'm not familiar with this challenge. It's kind of amazing to have your own personal CTF challenge maker that I get to play with, have fun with, and then we provide feedback, and our team we all make challenges for each other, and then try to ensure that it's a great challenge, that it plays well, it's solvable, it plays well, it's not gamified, right? It's realistic, and then as well as kind of stands up to the beating of DEF CON. So I'm sure as you've seen the scoreboard, right? She's still, humming along great, but sometimes all the flag submissions, everything else, right? We're right when it opened up, right? So we got to make sure our challenges are hardened, that they can kind of take a beating of DEF CON, 3,000 people poking at the challenges, things like that. So being able to scale that, all that. So
yeah, that is a challenge. Like the scalability of it. I learned a lot about DevOps in the last year, especially with like the virtualization of a lot of these conferences and stuff. And as you kind of pick your cloud provider and that elastic freaking expansion of, like load balancing and automatic deployments. And so that was if there were a CTF challenges to write on those topics, I definitely need to get on that, because like those are awesome skills that I know you learn most of it from just writing that stuff. But like I feel like maybe that's something we can explore. But it's such a useful skill.
That was gonna be one of my questions. So well, first of all, because I'm getting a lot of comments in here. As Wes mentioned, join the conversation at the Discord server from DEF CON. It's actually scrolling in the bottom of your screen. You see the channel, which is CE Red Team CTF -text. As Wes mentioned, a couple of things just to confirm. The CTF is live right now, right? Wes, you just press it. So let's announce it right here. Second one is the scoreboard. It's at the redteamvillage.io/scoreboard. It will actually redirect you. Let me see if it can pop up.
It'll redirect you to ctf.threatsims.com.
Yep.
There you go.
Should be able to actually see it right now. Wow, people are jumping in right now.
Yep. So I want to throw out a huge thank you to Rayhan. You can follow him on Twitter. He made a lot of amazing web challenges. And then once I saw one or two of his web challenges, like what he went into just creating the site, like the look and the feel of the site, we were like, hey, can you theme our scoreboard for us?
Yeah.
And he came back. I don't know. That is a solid Windows 3.1. I don't know.
I got the nostalgia, like that to me, that warms my soul. I see it. It reminds me of those like sub 7 days. Yeah, no, Rayhan he's a beast. I really appreciated some of his web challenges and just the amount of effort that he went into it. So definitely follow that guy for some interesting stuff. But
so I can't brag enough. Just this scoreboard, the look and the feel of it, the listing of the challenges, the way it's all laid out. I love it. And so definitely like dig through there. And again, throughout the day, we'll be releasing more and more challenges. As you can see there are some people jumping up to the top. Don't be intimidated by that, right? They, might be picking off the easy ones that are in their wheelhouse, right? You might be specialized in one area that they aren't, or, you might be having that overall kind of level set of skills across the board.
Like I know I tend to network only with like the offensive types. And so I've made that same mistake where I put a team together of just all offensive people, and we do all the offensive challenges. And then we got to like do literally something like some reverse engineering challenges, something like that. And it's just our score immediately like hits that wall. And then everybody catches up to us and completely demolishes us because we're all like the same, right? So definitely try to have like meet people of different areas of expertise so that you can get that breadth. Because I feel like especially for these qualifier type Jeopardy style CTFs with like a good variety of challenges, it's good to have those.
Definitely, I think like so. A little bit of background on us. We've been CTFing, I would say probably 6-7 years as a group, roughly, of all of us that are building these challenges. Obviously, new folks coming in and out. But yeah, we came up about 6-7 years ago doing CTF challenges. Kind of started at some B-sides events in the East Coast, DEF CON, B-sides LV, a lot of great places. We were kind of hopping around, competition after competition. And we definitely enjoyed it, but at some point, that it kind of piques your curiosity of like, how did they make that challenge? We started trying to really understand the challenge, and then as you're kind of peeling that back, understanding it, you're like, okay, well, let me make one and see how this works, right? Before you know it, you just had like a pile of CTF challenges, and we were like looking at each other, and we're like, hey, why don't we put this together and like actually host a CTF and kind of see where this goes, right? And that just snowballed into kind of what you see today. And a few years ago, we started teaming up with Red Team Village and the awesome team there, and we were able to partner on building a CTF, and then we were able to kind of partner and kind of stepping up with helping organize things and running events, and it's just kind of ballooned out from there, and it's been amazing kind of running these events. But along the way, right, we identified a lot of those issues of not having a reverse engineer. Those are not easy to come by. And they are amazing individuals, and I wish I had those skills.
So yeah, if you're looking to be that that niche role, especially like an RE person, which it takes a special kind of person to be really good at reverse engineering and kind of that security researcher mindset. Because not all of us can handle that level of assembly. But no, I mean, if you can, especially on the quals, folks take the time to go experiment with RE challenges. They start at easy stuff, running basic RE, bin walk and strings and stuff like that, and it evolves into doing more like GDB or pick your favorite Windows debugger and kind of go to town and you can develop your stuff. You do a few of those CTFs, you kind of find out that, hey, maybe it's not so bad, or I like this, and you can get a really good job doing it full time. And then people will always want to slide into your DMs and try to get you on their team. I know, I always do that. I work with a few, and I was always trying to be hey, come be on our CTF team. I definitely need you. They got mad Ghidra skills, and they can just their static analysis games was super strong. They can read all the gross function, be oh yeah, this does that. So definitely a good skill set.
Yeah, no, definitely.
We need more.
Yes, and I know that's how when we're doing our CTFs and everything, I'd be hey, I got this binary. Here's some ROP gadgets. This is as far as I got. Can you take this across the finish line for me? I'm out of my depth here. So
I'm I think ASLR is on. I'm a bow out.
definitely.
Yeah.
No, so either way, building out that great team, right? So people that are stronger in web, people that are stronger, we talked a little bit earlier about some tunneling skills, right? Some Linux skills, Windows skills, definitely, Active Directory, right? So
yeah,
we're gonna have some talks later on today, NahamSec, well, not talks, discussions on some Active Directory. So with that, a lot of, great topics that you'll kind of see with NahamSec as he goes through and doing some of his interviews and some of the, great technology that they talk about. So whatever it is, whatever kind of piques your interest, deep dive into that, and then I don't know, just kind of build out a team.
Yeah, exactly. The I feel also there's not a whole lot of CTFs out there that I wouldn't say a whole lot, but it's nice when you do find them where you can get into those Active Directory environments and kind of play around. I know if you're a red teamer and you're kind of already in one of those production environments or something like that, and you don't want to be super loud and burn your access, right? But if you can come to these CTFs, you can break out your Bloodhound and all your in-packet stuff, and you can just play and go wild. It's a really great way to just pick up on lateral movement techniques and the latest and greatest. You can go and make your golden tickets and do all that stuff that you can't normally do on some of the traditional CTFs. I feel a lot of CTFs are really Nix heavy, or they're just a lot of potables heavy. But I know if you stick around for the finals, that network has had a lot of work put into it. We've had a lot of really amazing folks kind of go into deving out the environment, as well as ensuring that it's kind of locked down, so it's not super trivial. And some of the it's newer Windows, right? So that can be, newer Windows is kind of a tough target. So this is a good opportunity to kind of brush off the dust and break out your favorite rat, and see if you can get it to run. So
no, definitely. So we're a quick little update. Right now, right, we had about around 3,000 people kind of sign up for the CTF. We got about almost 1,000 people playing actively right now. With that, we got about 1,500 flag submissions so far. So a lot of activity on that scoreboard, a lot of movement, in just a short amount of time. Definitely, if you're one of those teams, right, that are blazing through some of these challenges, you're probably going to hit a point where you complete everything, and then you're going to have to wait for that next drop of challenges. But don't worry, they'll be coming. They'll be coming at a regular pace here, and we'll be slowly releasing things. So utilize that time to kind of refresh. Take some bio breaks, eat some food. Don't forget some of the DEF CON rules if you're live at DEF CON, right?
Socialize. If you hear some people over talking and you hear them, their head slamming against the wall and they have 10 points on the board, meet some new folks. That's these events are really great for that. So like I said before.
So if you're looking for us, we'll be out in the contest area on the contest floor. Right as you walk in the contest area, about 200 feet in, kind of make a right, and you'll see us on the right-hand side there. We'll have some projectors up. We got 2 projectors. You'll see our signage up there, Red Team Village, CTF, and all the great things that we got going on. Definitely right there. Look at them. A lot of busy work going on there.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
The red banners.
Yes. I love seeing my face on a projected on a screen out there. That's amazing. I don't know. It's all check marker on my bucket list, I guess, getting presented at DEF CON there.
I don't know if I like that. Seeing myself.
But either way, we have a few tables set up there with power at the tables. So, even if you just need to come out and recharge your phone, whatever, we got some room for you to come out, throw down your laptops, play a little bit, hop on the DEF CON Wi-Fi, throw some flags in at the scoreboard, have some fun. So meet some of our folks out there. Just come out, say hi, and have some fun. Let me check on this scoreboard again.
And as a matter of fact, I was going to mention that. So thank you to Savannah, Pony IP, his name is Barrett, and all the staff. This is actually a significant amount of people actually that make this happen. And this is a picture that they just sent us just a couple of seconds ago from on site at DEF CON, right? So by the way, Wes,
yep,
Austin, they are in Vegas right now. They're just in a separate location because of the stream. And so a lot of the action is actually taking place on site, which is amazing, even though with this pandemic, it's kind of weird nowadays, but it's amazing that we're actually able to get together and, do this in a hybrid approach. So thank you. And by the way, actually, for a little bit of formality, thank you to all our sponsors. Without you, this has not been even possible. You have supported the Red Team Village. A lot of these sponsors have been supporting the Red Team Village for years, not only now. So thank you from the bottom of our heart. So back to you, Wes.
Sure, definitely. Can you throw up those sponsors again?
Absolutely.
So one of the biggest things with those sponsors, right? We talked a little bit about the finals. One of the things that as we played CTFs over the years, we got frustrated sometimes because you'd be doing a shared challenge, right? So in our quals, we have shared challenges where everyone is attacking the same thing, right? It's going to happen. It's going to be a problem. But for our finals, each team gets their own instance of the two Windows domain Active Directory kind of networks, right? With Linux, Windows, Mac OS boxes, everything. They get their own standalone instance. So that team has total control in those two networks. No one's going to step on them, right? And we stand up 20 of those instances each year. While we utilize AWS, they definitely appreciate the business that we give them. My credit card does not like it. And that's where we love our sponsors so much.
Yeah,
because
I think we sent Jeff Bezos into space personally with that AWS bill.
But because of these sponsors, right, they make that possible, right? So that's the feedback that we definitely loved last year is that each team, if something was broken, it's because they broke it, right? They got their own instance. They got in there. They got to explore. They didn't have anyone stepping over them. There was no way that, another team could sabotage them, anything like that. That full kind of standalone immersive experience, right? The only thing you're going to be fighting, is maybe there's things like Windows Defender out there. I don't know.
There could be, yeah. And, be careful who you call ugly in middle school because Windows Defender, while a long time ago was not that threatening, nowadays, I don't know. It's pretty tough. I think I spent an hour yesterday just getting caught after, and I guess that makes me not that elite, but don't sleep on it. It's a good one.
I thought I had some skills, but when you see a number of those little pop-ups during testing, then you realize that maybe some signatures were updated or things like that, and some of the telemetry that Microsoft does. I was kind of taken down.
It was impressive, right? So speaking of that, I remember maybe 4 or 5 months ago, I was messing around with one of the, I can't remember exactly which rat, but I was kind of messing with one of the more open source rats, and I ran it on a new Defender, and it of course shipped it out to build Microsoft or whatever, but for examination, but it still let me run it, and then 2 months later I could have run it again just to test it, and it's sigged, right? So it can be frustrating and challenging, but yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. I know some of the users at Dunder Muffin, they were complaining about it on Twitter. So, or maybe not Twitter, one of the socials. Who knows? I didn't say that. But yeah, also a big thanks to the Red Team Village folks that also helped write a lot of these scenarios, like Pony IP and Savannah and Kyle and all those guys. I don't know if you want to shout out those guys and gals.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So we have a team quite a bit. So if you go to the main page of our actual CTF, at the very bottom, you'll see all the Twitters. I'll just run through them real quick. So there's definitely Pony IP, Rayhan, who did the theme, Laz Slayer. She does a lot with, she's one of the leads on Red Team Village. So, like, I don't know how she does it, helping with Red Team Village as well as, making challenges, things like that. Land HB, Andy, Mike. We got a couple mics out there, Cone Virus, Waldo, System Dome sitting next to me here, Kyle, John.
And talk about reverse engineers that are hard to come by. Waldo is one of those.
Yeah. So that's
The guy's a
also
beast.
not all of our folks are on here, but those the ones with the socials that they wanted to get out there. So yeah, thank you, Omar, for bringing that up.
Thank you.
A lot of our people definitely follow them, and then we're always tweeting between us and then actual Red Team Village, their CTFs, their socials. We're always kind of putting it out there, kind of what we're doing, where we're at, any kind of events coming up. So. Any place Red Team Village is at, pretty much the CTF is there, and we're running something. So, definitely follow us there, as well as we'll be dropping hints throughout quals as well as finals. So just keep on checking, kind of stay up to date on everything. And with that, let me see here. So yeah, definitely a lot of traffic going on, a lot of flag submissions here. Just taking a look at everything. So much activity that's going on.
So once again, if you are on site, we're in the contest area. Please stop by and say hello. And I'm going to try to probably a little bit later get more pictures and probably even video from behind the scenes on site at DEF CON. So stay tuned for that. And just realized that actually I was talking behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'll make sure to, if you see, like I said, if you see some people at the Red Team Village, especially the guys and gals running the our CTF right off the qualifiers, definitely kind of shoot the breeze with them. They're great to talk to and learn from. They've been in the business a while, so like. That's kind of the networking piece that you were talking about earlier. Asking about the challenges, how they made them, and stuff like that after you've kind of like solved it and stuff like, and then obviously if you need help or anything like that, definitely tune in. But I know for a fact that they worked pretty hard to make a lot of that stuff. So if you have any feedback too, let us know. If you have any ideas or something you would like to see in the future, I know we're trying to, at least our goal with the final scenario was to take something real world. So like the SolarWinds breach. And that's supply side theme, right? And kind of make like a scenario or a CTF around that, something that's realistic and not necessarily contrived, right? So like I feel like some challenges that I've done in the past have been like really gamified and just puzzles for the sake of puzzles. But part of the great thing about doing CTFs to learn is that you're constantly like syncing up with like what's going on in the industry, and you're not getting like your tunnel vision, right? So you're using your kit, your tool set in your specific network, maybe for your company or whatever, and you're kind of like hyper focused on your environment. And it's kind of like a really good way to take a step back and experience other environments, learn different tools, kind of like put your ear to the ground and kind of come back to your work center or your buddies, back home. And kind of talk about like some of the stuff you learned, some of the stuff you ran into, some of the things that you see other teams do. Like, oh yeah, like we found like a new AMSI bypass or whatever. Or, hey, this thing bypass defender, a new rat, like, like this, this Golang rat or whatever. Like some of those things, like just learning about the tools, which is why like some of those, some of the folks that I run into, as well as like some of the SANS classes I teach, some of those, the best thing is just like learning about those obscure tools that you really just can't get a hold of easily, right? To make your life easier at home. So definitely do that.
So definitely, like in the picture there, a lot of our folks are working. Big shout out. So like some of our folks, aren't just all Red Team Village, everything like that. Big shout out to we have Reloader and Ghost 305. You might have seen them active in the Red Team Village Discord. So two of our guys out there, they played in events, kind of number of our events over the years. I know Ghost definitely, won some courses, things like that. And then he kind of became one of our volunteers. And, lucky enough, he came with us out to DEF CON. and be able to kind of help up and kind of run things. Ooh, look at all that. Look at everyone we gather around there. That is amazing. I love that shot.
I like the chairs. Those are pretty fancy looking.
I can tell you,
you got like the claw feet.
As a previous DEF CON CTFer, by hour 8, as you're hunched over, your laptop there.
Yeah, remember to stand up every once in a while, get the blood flow going, and not to your lower back will thank you later, maybe.
They look comfy at first, but definitely they will wear on you. So get up, get some water. I know actually right near us, lucky enough there are some bathrooms located nearby us in contest there, as well as a couple of water fountains. So I think we have a prime location for you to kind of hunker down for a while. But can we read any laptop screens? What do we got going on there?
I see some credit card numbers.
Oh no, but that's awesome. Definitely come out, have some fun. A lot of great things happening. So we have definitely some interviews coming up here a little later on with the HomSec. Mm-hmm. So they're gonna discuss quite a few different topics. We've got some great names. If you've been following the HomSec, as he on his socials, what he's pushing out there. So
his if you he's got a GitHub page too. When I was getting started in bug hunting, shameless plug I guess for him, but he has like some pretty great OSINT resources, which part of the challenge with the finals as well relies on a little bit of OSINT. Not in the same, I guess, like scope. That's more of like OSINT in a social media sense, but the HomSec's got some good ones for like enumerating TLS certificates to kind of scrape subdomains like the DNS dumpster stuff, Subfinder, that sort of thing, to like map out your scope and your target. I know I watched some of his stuff when I was kind of starting out, and that was one thing that I was really good. I did my OCP thing about just like, okay, cool, I have a target with these ports and these services running, like how can I break into it, whatever. But just like finding those like low-hanging fruits, like and scoring those bounties on like something trivial like default creds or something. Just finding that stuff. Those resources that he has were great for that. So if you haven't heard of them, NahomSec on Twitter / Twitch, and he's got GitHub and YouTube videos as well. Good for learning that. He's got other stuff there too. He does a lot of web, which obviously if you're in bug hunting, that's your primary domain, right? So, but yeah, just a shout out to like that was something that I picked up on a lot because in my job, like I didn't do a whole lot of OSINT for access purposes. I was just like kind of like more scoped in on the later parts of the kill chain, but yeah, just plugging that. It's good resources, and you don't really find a whole lot of ways to practice that. Well, I guess you do because if you do bug bounty stuff, but yeah, as long as you're within your scope and you read your terms of service and all that, you don't want to be logging in servers on accident. It's bad form.
So definitely right now, NahomSec, he's going to join us in a little bit here. He's right now doing the keynote for Recon Village. So probably about 20 or so minutes, he'll be joining us. And he'll be kind of taking over, doing a lot. But yeah, throughout the day, we'll be dropping more challenges. Got a lot going on as we go through. Just keep an eye on what's out there. Follow the Twitters. We'll be doing some contests throughout the day, whether it's in Discord, on the DEF CON server Discord, or through some of our socials. So definitely follow all of our socials, as well as the Red Team Village itself. We'll be doing multiple kind of giveaways on things. A lot of different variety of prizes. We'll do, some things in person at DEF CON as well. So definitely for that crew that's out there, swarming our tables. That's definitely a lot more chairs and tables than I set up yesterday. So, kind of glad they're really filling that out. So yeah, definitely come out, meet some of our folks there. And then again, we have a great crew, but there's also a ton of volunteers that we've had come out. So if you see Ghost or Reloader, thank them. We appreciate all the hard work, and for them, kind of coming out. And assisting in all this.
And yeah, if you like a specific challenge, or you like you feel like you learned something, let us know. Or if we suck, definitely. Maybe not. Don't let me know, but some of these other guys, you can tell them they suck.
So definitely, at the end of the day, we'll have a survey, and there'll be a question: does Austin suck? Yeah, you can definitely just fill it out.
It's just a one-question survey. It's just, do I personally suck? Yeah.
But no, seriously, we'll have a survey kind of later on. And we appreciate all the feedback. And with that, that's how we kind of shape some of our challenges going forward. Yeah. All right. So if there are challenges that you really like, let us know. We'll make more of those. If there's challenges that you hate, or if something kind of broke or didn't work for you,
or if you make something trivial with some new super awesome tool that some dude wrote on GitHub like 4 years ago that we just now discovered, right? That too. Let us know.
Another huge shout out, right? So we typically do not push any kind of walkthroughs or anything out there. We do workshops events kind of throughout the year at some of the different events, like B-sides, things like that. So during those workshops, we'll definitely walk you through like how to solve challenges and assist you on everything, but we don't actually kind of publish any kind of walkthroughs. Although Nahamsek has been kind of twisting her arm earlier today.
Yeah, he's definitely implying that maybe we should do that.
But obviously, do a walkthrough with him, kind of going through maybe one of our more in-depth scenarios, maybe last year's challenge, things like that. So, kind of look for more material to come kind of later on after DEF CON. So definitely out there. But please, if you want to do a YouTube video, want to do a write up on your website, kind of tweet it out. All we ask is that you tweet us or let us know somehow, DM us, whatever you want, hit us up on Discord, just so that we can also shamelessly plug your write up, because we love seeing them. I love personally like seeing how someone solves my challenge and what their thought process is.
Yeah, there is usually like some unique insight gained there, especially because if you design it with like a lesson in mind, like, hey, I want to teach you about like this tool or this technique, and someone uses a completely different method, or maybe even something in the same realm, like that's just awesome to see. But yeah, like we'll definitely plug you and get that going. And it's it's good to see people do those walkthroughs. And then, you can have other people go in and learn from that for future CTFs, either get better CTF and get better at their work role, learn more about the space. And then that's really what we kind of like, and that's why we make the CTF challenges that we want to teach and kind of reach out and make the space and the environment like better overall.
So yeah, definitely. You'll see some surveys. You'll see that, definitely come out to us at the booth. Let us know what you think of some of the challenges. And then on all of our challenges, we also put in who created it. So it's really easy. We have the support in the actual Discord channel, so we can do some one-on-ones, but, after the event, things like that, if you want to talk about the, walkthrough or do a video of the walkthrough, throw a little shout out to the creator of that challenge, and then, let us know, and we'll definitely, tweet that out there, let everyone know, get some more visibility on that. But you guys are just absolutely killing this, scoreboard here, over 2,600 submissions, a lot going on there, a lot of movement, AI generated. I'll just say that team, may or may not be familiar from last year.
That's a great name.
There's quite neutrino cannon.
Is that Yeet House? That is amazing. God bless that. That's amazing.
So there are some amazing teams. I'm super pumped to see a lot of the girls and guys from last year kind of coming out with their teams. I know I talked to a few of their teams kind of leading up into this. Everyone was kind of digging for hints, trying to understand what was going on, what we had planned, what was in store from them. I think they were just trying to get some free flags. But either way,
social engineering, might be part of it, unofficially. Yeah. So if you manage to social engineer, it's like, can't help that.
But a lot of teams out there, but don't be scared, right? Definitely the top 20 teams. So there is no limit on team size, but all I can say is the larger the team you have, the harder it is to communicate. And you almost need, someone to kind of manage that knowledge. So there's going to be a lot of, once you go into the finals, you might get there quickly because you have 20 people on your team. But at the end of the day, though, 20 people all trying to do finals, you're probably going to suffer if no one, you find a hint on one box. You don't tell, team member number 16 what that hint was. You're gonna be banging your head against that.
Like I thought these were. They said that these were isolated, but I'm seeing like 10 shells. Who are these people? Who are you people?
I'm not gonna. That definitely happened last year. Some people stepping on each other.
I know I've done that. I've accidentally murdered other people's shells on accident on my team. Sorry, if you're watching.
So yeah, we just crossed about 3,000 flags being submitted. So a lot of movement, just in the first 40 minutes here going live. We've got about 1,000 people actively playing right now. 396 teams registered. So awesome. Those are still decent odds, right? Top 20 out of those, almost 400 teams. but a lot going on right now. The most no one has it yet. 1,745 points is possible right now. So we're in the triple digits on challenges. You just can't see them all. So don't worry. There's still a little room there. 1,745 points possible right this second. So as the day goes on and we release more challenges, make them visible.
Yeah, some of these teams are really crushing it already. Like that's out of the 1,700 possible. Like we're already seeing like 4 digits on like some of the top teams. Like that's awesome. There's some elite folks out there.
So like we talked about, right? We do have a handful, about 10 to 20 challenges from last year. But even if you did those last year, you're only going to get about 100 points total from all those repeat challenges because we made them really low value points. All of them are like about 10 points. So if you're brand new to this, right, you haven't done a CTF before, we want you to come out, try to pick off some of those lower point value challenges. And definitely a lot of them that are at that lower point value, they have hints or they have guides. They have certain things, or you can use your Google flu skills. Look up some threat sims and a challenge name. And you may, find a walkthrough for it, but
Google Dork or challenges. It kind of reminds me of if you ever done like the Net Wars, like the intro, like those CTFs where they're designed to like teach you, like ETSCOs will design like those things to just like kind of walk you through a process of like, hey, this is how you go from cradle to grave, like. And whether it be DFIR or whatever, and like some of those lower point ones, like that's kind of what it's designed to do. So like anybody can kind of come in and, even if all you kind of know how to do is CD and LS into some directories, like, dude, don't let your ego get in the way. Go take out some low pointers and just kind of like learn, have a good time, get some energy drinks, and make sure to sit up straight. So you're, or get some Motrin, one or the other, or both.
Yep. So I just want to throw it out there. I'm not going to name names of anyone, but just looking through the logs of what some of our people are submitting. I appreciate you giving me your RSA private key, but it's definitely not a flag. So as you kind of go through this, be mindful of what you're submitting out there. You're
not supposed to be submitting private. I thought your private key. Oh, it's supposed to be private.
Yeah, but no. Either way, a lot of movement, a lot of flags being submitted. So just keep that in mind. A lot of good stuff out there, but let's see here. Yeah, just steady flag submissions. I don't
know when you were coming up and when you were starting to do CTS, what was your like favorite like type of challenges to get after?
All right, so I'd say.
Did you have a preference?
So I'd say when I was very starting out, like very noobish, I was doing a lot of like the over the wire kind of style. I was learning Linux. That's where I very focused on. I was, kind of really interested in there. I don't know if you remember back in the, those sub 7 error kind of days or whatever, where you could get free shells on the internet.
Yeah, free shells.
get the logins right. Yeah. So yeah, I was definitely in those kind of things. Hanging out in some of those Usenet groups.
Oh man, yeah. It wasn't. I can't remember if it was like R shell or something. That was just like if it was just listening, you just connect to it.
Yeah. And no authentication.
Yeah, and it just gives you a shell like that. Like InfoSec was a different time back in the day, back when I was a kid. And like I wish things were like that. Back then I could have scored hella bug bounties just doing an nmap and then netcatting to every port until it got a shell. Or a telnetting, which I don't know if you ever read The Cuckoo's Nest.
Yes.
Yeah, which is a great book, by the way.
And also just recently turned into an audiobook that's available on Audible. So if you know,
they're not a sponsor, but it's still a good book.
If you don't want to pick up that, the last printing of Cuckoo's Nest from like 1984, like you can definitely listen to it, and it's a great listen. I just actually re-listened to it. I read that book probably like 5 or 6 times.
But it's kind of like InfoSec back in like I think this is like the 80s, but essentially somebody, Cliff Stoll, I think it was. Yep. He found a 40-cent discrepancy, which if you're familiar with process accounting, like when you run processes on a mainframe, you would charge money for like the time. So there's I think it was at Berkeley, but they were charging like the physics departments and stuff like that for running sims on their mainframe. And so there was a price discrepancy between like 2 logs, and he was in charge of investigating it. And he was like an astronomer, so he wasn't even like an InfoSec personality or anything like that, or an IT guy. And it turns out he like led into like the discovery of like this entire advanced persistent threat, like back in the day, right? It's like one of the first ones, like this really widespread hacking, sort of like scandal, if you will. And just it kind of walks through his whole process with that. And yeah, it was a really, really interesting read because like it's so different from what we kind of experience now. With what they did then, with even how the network works with like dialing, everything was like phone lines and modems, and he had like physical printers. So like, we think about TTYs and stuff like being attached to actual printing devices, and like he's like printing their bash commands. Well, not bash, but like, I don't know.
Oh man, you're taking me back to the days of when I used to rock a VT120 actual terminal on an actual telephone switch.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think he was working on like VAX. Yeah. So anyways, it's a great book. If you're into InfoSec at all.
So either way, I think that for me is where I am trying to kind of recreate that for everyone, right? That opportunity to have something that is both challenging yet fun, and get that kind of learning environment to then start leveling up your skills and kind of provide this, this nice little playground for you to come in, learn something, in a guided kind of way.
Low threat, right? Because I know the last thing you want to do is like crash something, prod or burn your tool or whatever, right? Especially if that one super elite dude that's kind of holding it all down at your office like made it. But yeah, no, it'll be a good time. So focus on knocking those challenges out, getting those points, and try to slide into the finals. A lot of great prizes and everything like that, and to get even more elite, and kind of bring those skills back to home, and you can impress all your friends with all the stuff you know now.
So even without that, right? I know like we talk about like course giveaways, things like that, right? But a lot of our sponsors that are out there, right? There's a lot of tools that they publish. So like we're talking about C2s. So like Sliver from Bishop Fox, they make some things. Optiv, one of our folks, Talon and Scarecrow.
I learned about that. Yeah, it was interesting. Though it's like we were messing around with Limelighter. Which is it was on their GitHub page from their Scarecrow page, but basically it can generate like little fake signed binaries to try to like circumvent AV detection in those like signatures, right? So I think I was like trying to like my latest thing is I was like working with Merlin. If you've heard of that, it's like a Golang rat that's like multi OS or whatever, and I was trying to sign it and stuff. To see if I could get around some Windows Defender foo. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I like really exploring with the new like techniques and tools out there that you wouldn't necessarily like run across. So
what's amazing though is like not only do they offer like those tools for usage on their GitHubs, right? Typically there's also like blogs, right? So like there's a great so the author of Sliver has a great blog where he kind of walks about using it in different scenarios, like pros and cons. Yeah, I know they did some great improvements on like the compilation of it, so it doesn't take as long to compile.
Yeah, I was surprised. I remember I was like trying to do the symbol obfuscation with Sliver for and then do their evasion stuff, and it would take me like 30 minutes, and my fans would just kick on like really loud, and like my GPU, it sounded like I was like, did I just like download like a crypto miner? Like, did I just get swindled? Like, am I mining Monero right now? Like, what's going on? And then it would spit out a binary like way later. But yeah, the improvements on that, and that's a really nice rat too. If you ever get a chance to use Sliver, like if you don't have like the Cobalt Strike money. Right, it's a nice little, it's cross-compiled for Windows, I think, Linux and Mac, and it's got like it's like the DNS canaries are really cool with it because basically you can set up a fake domain name in the strings of the binary, so that if someone were to strings your implant or your rat, right, on the target, so let's say you had it like you persisted it for whatever reason. It would then tip you off, right? So you have like a Sliver server listening, and you set up your canary. And so you set up as sort of like a bind server type situation, right? So then when they actually go to NS lookup your canary that they found in the strings, that doesn't actually point to anything except for your server, you get tipped off that somebody's looking at your binary, which I thought that was like really interesting. Yeah. Just something that's like a novel technique to kind of like almost like a little trap. Right. Then you know you're burned, right?
So definitely, there's definitely, progression in the tools, from sub 7 to Sliver, right?
Yeah. I don't think Sliver can pop your CD drive, so they need to get working on that. But No, it's the DNS stuff, the UDP. Like some of the rats now are like moving to like HTTP3 and quick. I think Sliver might do HTTP3 comms. It's pretty cool, which can kind of get around some firewall foo, just because like some of the stateful firewalls and the deep packet inspection firewalls, they kind of choke on like the quick stuff a little bit. They don't really have that nailed down yet. I don't speak from a point of expertise on it, but that's what I've been told. So.
Yeah, they got a variety of techniques out there, and it's just obviously you're always trying to use something new, something kind of different,
something novel, right? Like something that's not just like like a beaking back HTTPS to my fake domain or whatever. Something interesting, right?
But definitely
the radar.
Kind of like what we were alluding to earlier is Cuckoo's Nest. Sometimes what is old is new again. If you're doing some IoT stuff, lessons learned were unlearned at some point and re-implemented.
The S in IoT stands for security. Yeah, but some of those it's wild. Like I found like just straight up ports that like link you to a shell or something stupid, or they forget to turn off like protection. Like if you're using like UART or whatever to like attach to like the little
the
CPU.
JTAGs.
Yeah. So if you're doing like that hardware analysis, like they're supposed to turn that stuff off in prod, but then like they'll just forget. And so that you could like tag into it to try to see if you can like read it during boot and dump the firmware. They'll just they forget, and you just get their firmware if you can't do it already through your amazing social engineering skills.
So yeah, definitely some of the other things we kind of talked about here. I know we were like throwing out some tools and some other things out there from some of our folks, but there's also NahamSec and some of our other folks that are going to be on here doing some interviews. So John Hammond, the Cyber Mentor, and a few others, right? They have a lot in their YouTube library that you can kind of go back through as pieced together, right? There's some great ones out there. IPSec is another, friend of ours. Does a lot of great videos that you can watch through Live Overflow.
Yeah, Live Overflow is really great for his binary exploitation series I've been working through while I was bouncing my infant in the middle of the night. And his stuff is, he lays it out so clearly and explains it very well.
I mean, is it weird that I fall asleep to his videos?
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just his voice is kind of soothing, I guess. But no, the NahamSec stuff as well, like some of his workflows for enumerating an attack surface, especially exposing the web. It's really good as well, even if you're like a blue teamer, right? So you can apply that to your own company and figure out maybe where, if you have some assets hanging out there. That was something I noticed when I was like sleuthing through some of the companies on like HackerOne and stuff. They would just have like these really weird like testing or staging servers just hanging out in the ether. And you can look at them and they're like just really old and they look like crap. And it's like some engineer just like put it up there for a second to like do some debugging, and you can tell. And then you're just like querying, and it's like just entire database dumps are just like yeeting at you from the web. And it's like, oh boy, I never would have found that if I wasn't looking at your expired TLS certs that you registered like 2 years ago or something.
Yeah. So one of the things that Austin was kind of hinting at, right, is with a lot of this, right, we talk walkthroughs or watching these YouTube videos, right, it's really easy to hop out there and see a guide, right? Here's Sliver, here's how I use this tool, or like whether it's Burp or whatever common tool, Metasploit, whatever you have, right? It's really easy to learn, like, here's this one technique, right? And then in this one playground, right, with a course or something like that, in this one playground, I know how to use this one tool to do this one technique, but that's it, right? So like as soon as like I'm out on my own, I'm like, well, I'm not in that playground. I have this tool. I only know this one technique.
Yeah.
I don't know how to like pivot that technique or utilize a different technique with the same tool. So kind of with whether it's reading that walkthrough or watching like IPSec explain something, John Hammond, NahamSec, Live Overflow, right? You kind of get some of that mindset so that you can start to piece it together of like, okay, when I'm looking at this web challenge, for example, like this is what I'm seeing. And you can kind of see what they pick out, right? What are they cluing in on? What are they seeing? And then how are they applying, that tool? Like, hey, I learned, how to do these, like use Burp these 10 different ways. But every challenge is like slightly different, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to use repeater on this, but now I need to kind of configure it this way, set these options to hit these fields over here. And, where am I going to get my feedback so I understand, if this is working correctly or not? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of that. That's where I kind of get out of it, especially like
the workflows, right? Yeah. You're getting into their mindset of like, especially, with Burp being as expansive as it is with like a lot of the plugins. Just like learning about some of those plugins, like the scanner ones are, I know HTTP response smuggling was something that kind of got reintroduced recently in the wild with like a lot of the new architecture schemes with like a lot of the backend servers and front end servers and like the different treatments of the content lengths and stuff. Some of those got reintroduced, but I found out there was a scanner on Burp, and you can kind of like do that and try to do this like smuggle probes and stuff. And like I never would have learned that if I wasn't like watching a video that's not like someone hosted, right? I don't know if it was John Hammond or Nahamsik or somebody, but yeah, I definitely remember watching that and being like, cool, let me go try that out. Or just like learning about repeater and stuff in general, because like Burp, it's like a big program, right? It's like this giant monolith, and you get started and you're like, okay, there's a proxy, and I know I'm supposed to catch a request. Like, how do I do anything, right? And so getting an idea of like some easy workflows to make your life a lot easier with scope, whether it be like scoping it down or what have you. So it's really helpful to just watch somebody else do it who's been doing it a while, that we're not like wasting your time.
Yeah, and definitely, let's just say I've written some horrible bash for loops with some curl and like a payload in there, just throwing it at something, until I was just like, I know how to use repeater, but I don't know how to do this one like piece of it. Like I don't know how to repeat like this one particular call, right?
Or you don't know how intruder works, so you're writing like literally a bash for loop with curl, and then you're like, oh wait, I can do this with intruder. Crap, I could do it. Oh man, I just wasted time.
And then when you watch that video of like Nahamsik or something like that, and he does it in like 30 seconds, and you're just like, oh man, that 20 minutes of my life is gone.
It feels terrible, but it feels good at the same time. Especially with like some of the really cool like Go, like a lot of people have been redesigning a lot of tools in Golang, and so there's been like a giant push for like parallelization of like pen testing and like open OSINT intelligence tools, right? And so there's some pretty cool stuff on the GitHubs out there. I know on Twitter, I follow quite a few bug bounty hunters, and like I'll get some ones where you can like literally I can't remember the name of it, and it's going to bug me, but there's like basically a program that you can like pipe bash commands into it, and it will automatically parallelize them, similar to like OpenMP for C. And it'll automatically spin that up on jobs, and like you can actually sync it up with like VPS instances and basically like cluster your bash commands and stuff. Like it's absolutely insane, like some of the tools that they have out there to make like your life really easy. So all you really need to know is like some basic bash foo, and you don't need to necessarily go and write your own like tool, because I feel like that's something that once you kind of get like at an intermediate level, you'll be like, I want to do this thing, and so I just want to write my own tool to do it. But then you because you don't know that somebody else like probably did this in like this other weird language and sitting out there, named something stupid on GitHub, but it works really well. So like,
but no, like if you're looking to like level up your dev skills, right? So definitely like, you don't have to, learn C, right? But if you're interested in some kind of programming, right? Python is one of those pretty common in the InfoSec world. It's one of those great ones to kind of pick up and learn. And I've kind of used that as like my go-to of like, well, how do I do this manually, or how would I just do this in Python? That's how I kind of like, I would say
Python's like pseudocode to me. Like it's really nice to kind of get into, especially if you're like a beginner in the CS space. You don't have to worry about like memory management either. But just like especially like requests, like dealing with like network comms, like the request library made things like so much better. So we're not having to like manually like do like a for while true curl into like greps and like stuff that's just like you want to like look at like how that would even be performant, and it's like it's terrible, right? But if you do it in Python, like you kind of once you get like that basic network framework, that'll help you in a lot of CTF challenges. That's something that like I learned from like early on, was just like how to write like a quick like little boilerplate, like interact with a web application or just a network application in general with requests, or just like socket programming in Python, just because it's like 3 lines and you could just send, receive, and filter for stuff. And so some of the programming challenges are kind of like that too, where you'll get to, you have to read responses and parse it out and kind of automate that, which helps at your job too. So like I've automated a few things at work using that methodology, where you just kind of, okay, I know what I need to do, what requests I need to make. Let me just automate this so that I can go do fun stuff like, pen test and stuff.
So yeah, I've definitely just, learning experience, whatever. I just want to kind of like, dog food some of my own problems. So just making whatever I want in Python, and then just slowly building it out, kind of learning from there. Even though like something better definitely exists, right?
Sure, yeah, but it's good to like at least like I feel like if you're going to learn programming, you have to do something with like a project that you like, right? Because if you just start out doing like FizzBuzz or whatever, like you're just like, why am I doing this? That was like me in college. I was just like writing these calculators and library code, simulations or whatever, and just like hating my life. But if you can somehow like tie learning a coding skill into like something with like bug hunting or something you find interesting, like reverse engineering, writing like plugins for GDB or something like that, or writing Python plugins for Burp too, you can learn a lot, and it's a really good way to kind of like combine two birds with one stone.
So definitely, cutting over that scoreboard, APT kind of just jumped to first place there, 1,705 points. They're almost max points for all the challenges that are visible at this time, right? But don't forget, we'll be dropping more challenges kind of throughout the day. So utilize that, as that opportunity to take that bio break, get some food, make sure you're refreshing. But a lot of great teams kind of in that top 20. So, you're definitely not out of the race. I see a lot of people are very close. Some definitely, EPT, AI-generated neutrino cannon, familiar names maybe from last year, but there's quite a bit as far as new folks out there. We're right now around like 4,500 flag submissions. So with that, I'm just kind of blown away as, the amount of activity on the board, the amount of folks just, tearing through these, throwing things up there. Definitely interesting. Look at all the flag submissions. I love those copy and paste errors.
I also just public announcement to clean up your working directory. If you're like me, it's probably like 50 files that are all named like Bob or something. Bob 1.
So yeah, definitely a lot of different things to kind of work on. Great shots of our folks out there playing live at DEF CON, as well as our volunteers that are out there assisting, and our great team that's manning the booth. So again, follow us on the socials. We'll be having a lot of different giveaways in the DEF CON, CE, RTV, CTF chat there, as well as on the Twitters. So a lot of stuff going on. I think pretty soon here we'll be bringing the HomSec on. You want to join us?
Yes, I'm going to take over.
Tag in.
Come on over. So we got Nahamsek here, and then John Hammond's hanging out in the background.
It's coming up after Stoke, hopefully.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. So tag me in literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. I hope the audio caught that.
So with that, thank you so much for joining us and kind of helping us out and being all this. We've been definitely hyping some of your videos earlier, talking about being able to learn kind of a lot of the web skills.
Yeah.
Austin, myself, definitely learned a lot from you kind of over time there and doing a lot of web stuff.
You guys are being very generous and nice.
Oh, I don't think so. We little plugging of John over there as well.
John's here. We'll show him really quickly, say hi, but he's not coming up for
What's up?
a good minute. We're going to bring him up next once we're done with Stoke. So Stoke should be here any minute. Then we're going to bring him on live. I'm actually going to text him and ask him if he's ready.
So with that, definitely stay in touch on our Discord, on the DEF CON Discord and the channel. A lot of interviews coming up, a lot of great material we'll be talking about, a lot of great discussions. So I'm kind of stoked, looking forward to them, pun intended.
I got to make sure we have the right link for Stoke. I think he's going to join us here in a sec.
All right. Omar, how's it going out there?
Doing well. And we have a lot of activity in Discord and tons of comments. As a matter of fact, thank you to all the volunteers that are definitely helping a lot of people, within the Discord server in DEF CON. So as you see in the bottom of the screen, please carry all the conversation, all your questions in the official DEF CON Discord server. Our channel is also represented in the bottom of the screen, CE-Red Team-CTF-text. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Nahamsek.
Cool. Want to do a quick intro while we wait for Stoke. I think Stoke is in the wrong link. I sent him 2 links. Google Hangouts left to generate links, but he's going to be here. But hi, I'm here. I'm Ben. I'm going to be taking over for the next few hours. So I have John waiting for coming up next. He's actually here in person. Stoke isn't here in person, but he's going to join us from his house. We're going to talk about bug bounties and getting started. He has a really good way of getting people inspired with like whatever your life goal is, to be honest. We're going to catch up for 30 minutes. And I did promise that I was going to make my course accessible for everybody for free. So if you want to get the course for free, I'm actually going to tweet out the code on Twitter right now live. So if you want to go get it for free, you have the chance to do it. We'll make that happen really quickly. And then as soon as we get Stoke in here, we'll get started. It's weird not having a chat. Oh, Stoke isn't here. Perfect. It's weird not having like a stream chat. So I can just hype up the chat instead like I'm used to. But man hours here. We have them.
All right. I'll get that.
Pretty sick.
Thanks a lot.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
Here. How you doing, my friend?
I'm so good. It's Friday, almost night here. And yeah, it's so great to go outside and see people at bars. I love that. And I guess you guys are having the same experience in DEF CON, but it's something that I've been looking forward to for a very long time, to see people outside. And I just experienced that. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy being back in Vegas and seeing everybody in like DEF CON gear, seeing everyone's badges, seeing their vendor shirts that they're wearing or whatever it is. It's just it feels weird being back here. I was texting so I'm talking to my team at HackerOne. No one's here from my work. It's just strange being here without them, to be honest. It's just crazy walking around Vegas. I'm wearing the H1702 t-shirt. It's crazy that this event isn't happening this year. It's making me sad. It's our first shirt we made for the first event. It's one of my favorite shirts. But it's crazy wearing this thing and no one's here, dude. It's sad, but I'm just happy to be back at DEF CON, being back in Vegas for a conference.
You're going to sit alone on the cabanas on the top of the hotel and just sit there and cry. That's what you and the tornado. That's what's going to happen.
So one of the things that we talked about. One of the things that we talked about with my friends that were here was maybe we should go back to the hotel where HackerOne used to host the events and kind of like compare the photos from last year, the last time we were here, to what we did this year. It's crazy, man. It's bittersweet, but I'm just happy. Maybe next year we'll be back in full swing of things.
I hope so too.
I see you dropped a Bounty Thursday today.
I did. Because I know you guys are doing this, and I know you had a keynote, and there's so many bounty-related things happening around DEF CON that I figured that why not pull that out of the hat again and just drop an episode on a Friday just to pay some homage to the awesomeness that's actually happening. I'm having major DEF CON FOMO. Major.
I saw your tweets about missing DEF CON. I saw you posted the video today. But I get to do this. Like, I know it's not the same, but I'm just grateful there is something happening that's DEF CON related. So our session is supposed to be about how to get started with bug bounties. You did a talk for OWASP as a keynote speaker back in May, I believe. And it was more around making your hobby into a job or a gig, pretty much, that you made money from. So people that don't know the story, I like the story that you kind of social engineered your way into a particular event from India. What is that? I want to hear that story for a second, because I know a lot of people that may have probably not heard this before. I want to hear, how did that happen? And for people that are in the chat on Discord, I'm going to pull up our chat here in a sec, so also I can take some questions from there. But tell me, dude, how that story started? What happened?
Well, it's both yes and no. It wasn't really India. It was actually H1702, and back in 2017. I didn't know what bounties were then. And you guys were having this huge party on top of this hotel when everybody was at the cabanas. And I kind of more or less got myself on a list by social engineering and saying that I was very good friends with Franz Rosen and everything. And then I got him to call Franz, and anyway, I got in. So I was happy to be there and get a bunch of free drinks, which was pretty awesome. And then I had a meeting with Ted Kramer. I had made a couple of videos before, and I showed him some of the stuff that I did, and he said, that's pretty awesome. You should do some fun stuff. And then later on in the game, Franz was going to Goa for Nullcom for the first live hacking event in India. And I think it was for Verizon, actually, Paranoids.
Yeah,
And
the one with
the
Verizon.
Yahoo one.
Yeah,
And I tagged, and I was so lucky to, I was supposed to just tag along with France, but then somehow you ended up not being able to go. So they gave me your room instead. So I got your room and all the perks and all the good stuff that you were supposed to have. I ended up with that as some semi-photographer kind of random guy. And then I just fell in. I didn't know shit about web hacking at that time, and because I was doing infrastructure and Active Directory and other stuff. And I ended up hanging out with Franz Jobert in a hotel room, and they showed me Burp for the first time, and I'm like, "Whoa! You can actually interact with shit."
What year was this?
It was now it was early 2018.
It was 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget that was the same year as the NullCon I was supposed to go to.
That's the one.
Missed
and I ended up just learning how Burp worked, and I tried to get Martin Mikos to send me a license. He didn't buy into that, so eventually, I got a trial, and I ended up with just falling in love with using a tool like Burp, and I've been using it almost daily ever since.
So here's my question: like you said, you came in in 3 years almost, a little bit over 3 years now with bug bounties. Yeah. If you could go back in time and give yourself 3 things, let's do 3 things that to do and 3 things not to do early on in your career as a bug hunter. What would it be? Like it doesn't have to be technical.
Okay.
Anything that you could go back and like tell the younger Stoke from 2018, hey, don't do these 3 things and do more of these other 3 things.
I would say try to do some more CTFs. I didn't do CTFs at all, primarily because I didn't have that much amount of time. Right. I wanted to invest my time into something that would be a return on my investment, which means that if I found something, I want to get paid for it. So I would probably tell youngsters, don't do VDPs. Go for things that pay well, and find a program that you can fall in love with over time, so you can invest time in reading the documentation, understanding how their development flow works, and just being really, really good at that instead of just poking a little bit everywhere. Be really good at one and create a really strong, good relationship with that security team, and hopefully the program is not going to churn. It's going to stay around, and it's going to be all good. So you can invest time in that, and you just go deeper and understand better. Some of the hackers that's been millionaires really fast has been focusing on 1 or 2 programs maybe, and just delivering really high understanding on how these things work, and spend a lot of time reading documentation.
So the VDP thing is one thing I would never agree with anybody with not doing VDPs. I get your point about VDPs and like not hacking on them to make your money. But I think at the same time, there is value in doing VDPs where, just like you said, those $1 million hackers aren't looking at them. The top hackers aren't looking at them. So if you're brand new and you don't know anything about bug bounties and you want to practice, would you rather do a VDP or would you rather go look at DVWA and Metasploitable and that kind of stuff? Like, it comes down to that. And I see both sides of it. Like, yeah, if you want to get paid, if you have the skills, go hack on a bug bounty program so you can get paid for sure. But if you're still learning, CTFs are your only way, and then VDPs is another way to learn what you get at and what you're bad at, right?
I agree with you. If you're a total beginner and you have more time, let's say you're studying for a science major, you're doing something else, and you have a lot of time to waste instead of playing Call of Duty the whole night, do a little bit of hacking.
Yeah, it's just the thing that I want to get across is get paid for your time, but also know if you're very new and doing bug bounties, if you're going after Verizon Media, be ready not to get paid. Like, you're going to have a harder time finding a bug on Google, Facebook, Verizon Media, those big programs that people are making a ton of money on if you have no experience with them. So I just want to make sure people understand, don't burn yourself out. If you're not having luck with bug bounties, get another program. Go to a new program or do something else where you can learn. But it all comes down to your goals, right? So you did the 3 things that you will do more. You said 1 was CTF, don't do VDPs. What about non-technical stuff, like things about report writing, interactions with teams, networking, and that sort of stuff?
Well, that comes natural to me. I've been doing it for most part of my life. So I wouldn't tell myself to do that. But I would recommend anyone that's interested in doing this is that, first, no report is ever personal. this is a business transaction between you and another entity. Don't make it personal, and be as professional as you can. Provide as much and easy steps for a triager to complete. If it's even possible for them just to click a link to get a POC to work, combined with a video and a nice write-up where you go through the steps. This is all you need to do. And sometimes provide them with a website or something where you're hosting some kind of payload on. It's going to be way easier for them to triage it. Faster triage means faster decisions and hopefully faster money for you. So I would say do that. Play nice and be professional. And if there is a program that pays out really slow, then just move on. Do another one. Eventually things happen. Don't get in that situation where you're waiting for that one to do something. I've done that mistake. I thought that I would get like this major payout and I was really excited and was triaged, and it ended up being shit and I couldn't pay rent that month. It stressed me out because I kind of thought I had it in the bag. So just diversify your income and play the game and understand that this is a business transaction.
I think the report writing one is a really important one. Mostly, my advice to everybody is when you write your POC of how to reproduce this thing, follow along and forget everything you know about the application. Like, don't assume like I already know how to do this. Just literally read line by line instructions of what you have written. Can you reproduce your own freaking report? And if you can't, then how do you expect somebody else to do it? I even go as far as saying in the first line of my report, when you have to like go into an application, it says, go to the website's application, even though it's already in the scope. Then it says log in. Plain and simple, just log in. Because how do you know if it's, how do you know if it is authenticated or not, right?
And you can create templates for yourself. Create those templates. Have those offline. The normal thing. If you're reporting an XSS or an XXE, a CSRF, SQLi, whatever, have those prepared. Have those ready. That's where some of the other hackers do. We just copy, paste, change some things, and push them in. I
think with all the bug bounty platforms, like I'm not saying go look at the HackerOne or BugCrowd, like all these bug bounty platforms, all the content creators have done something on how to write a good report. The new Google Bug Hunter site they have has some really good stuff. I think Farah did some really cool stuff with them about how to write a good report. The shout outs to her. It's go watch those things, but don't assume that they know how to reproduce this thing because you know how to use the app. Some of these engineers have never used these apps themselves, right? Like they have never. They might be new. Even the triage members, they might be a new hire who has never looked at this website, right? So make sure you put line by line of what you do. How do you select your programs? What do you do to select those programs as a hacker? I know you have a different case because now you work full time, you make content, and you used to do a lot of like live hacking events specifically. But if you were to go and say Stoke wants to go bug hunting for a month for a month full time, how would you select what you hack on, whether it's a private or public program? How would you select, like, this is the one that I want to look at?
Okay. First, I would do a little bit of OSINT around the program, like before I even signed up, like do some recon. What kind of things do they do? Does it seem like they push code often? Is it a technical deep side app? Do they have a paid and non-paid functionality? How deep is it? Is it something that you can even like build your own infrastructure within? Because as soon as you add more pieces to the puzzle, the more complex it's going to be. And the more complex, the more bugs it's going to be, because it's going to be different team writing different things. So I look for things that are complex and not just some kind of landing page. It needs to have preferably different user levels and preferably different tenants, so I can be able to do some authentication IDOR testing. I want to know if I'm able to provide files to them. Let's say something that's going to be parsed. File uploads are always sketchy as fuck. Sorry. So that's a good place to start, and just always poke at those and be good at understanding, because you have SQL injections, you got XXEs, you got path traversers, you got IDORs, all that stuff in just file uploads. So I would look for programs that have that, and also something that I vibe with. I want the company to be a company that I'm interested in. If it's like, for me personally, I'm living a plant-based lifestyle, so I'm vegan. So I wouldn't go and probably hack a meat packing site because I'm not interested in that. And I don't hack porn sites, not because I can't, because I can't focus.
It's
that wouldn't work. I need to disable JPEG deliveries. If I would do that wouldn't happen.
With adult sites, unfortunately, I've hacked a dozen of them on HackerOne. The key to it is you view source everything. You don't go to the site.
Probably not.
You don't look at anything else. And if you need the DOM, the trick is you find whatever CDN they're using, the whatever site they're using for their videos, pictures, whatever. You set up a rule to match and replace it.
Yeah.
It doesn't load any of it. It was really hard. It's just not something I want to do. But when they pay you $15K for an RCE and you're one of the first people to get on it, then you got to figure it out.
You got to figure out how to block that video feed. that needs to go. But like I said, for me personally, it's all about selecting things that I vibe with, because I'm helping this organization. I'm going to do right. Is that maybe I, out of ethical reasons, wouldn't hack on somebody that produced weapons.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to. So it's different when you like a company and you want to hack on their stuff because you use it. Like Airbnb for me was one of the reasons why I did it. Was I love the concept of Airbnb.
Uber too.
We're in an Airbnb right now, right? I love the idea of having. I love having an Airbnb myself and like being able to say, okay, I like this brand, I like this company. It makes it more fun. It's something that you're familiar with, something you believe in, you like the company, and then helping.
And you're going to spend time on that solution anyway. So why not have Burp running, right? And since you're a user of that system, you eventually going to end up seeing they're going to release a new feature. You're interested in that. You poke at that stuff too. So why not?
What about bounty amounts? Does that matter? As long as they
for
pay?
Me, yeah, personally, yeah.
So what do you look for usually? Like, is it a range, or is it like so I'll tell you why. So for me personally, it's like I look at what the medium bugs are paid for. I ask myself, okay, if I spend 10 hours on this site and for a medium bug that I find, because I don't find a lot of low stuff, not that I'm not just I'm that good, but the low payments are things that like open redirects that I don't look for. I look for cross-site scripting, IDORs, and those are usually a medium bug, right? If I could find one in 8 hours of work there, a whole day's of work, if I get $500, that's about $60 an hour. It's not a whole lot, but at least I made $60 an hour. If I find two, it's $20 an hour, right? So I look at it, and that's why I do the whole, return of my time investment. Am I going to get paid enough for the hour that I've put in here? And if I make, $5,000, that's even better. My hourly is at $600 now. But it's just like, if I absolute worst case, I find some medium bug in 8 hours of work, I pay $500. Cool. If I go do a pen test, between $80 to $120 an hour, that's still about the same. And I'm just.
I agree. And if I see a program that, let's say, I have a critical for $2,500, I'm passing on it. It needs to be at least 5 to 10K, depending on how many submissions there's been and what's interesting. If I'm going to go down that route, because the most important thing in my life right at the moment is time. So my research needs to be a return on investment that I'm interested in poking at. Otherwise, I can do something else. Yeah,
that's completely fair. What about like reviewing stuff? Are there any things you look at for the scope? Like when you see a bug bounty program, you get brand new invite. What are some things you look for in the scope?
I don't do any. I don't do any stuff like. I don't do mobile, right? So it needs to be a web app. It needs to have something publicly available on the internet. I primarily don't like VPNs. Because I want to be able to run my VPS boxes or do something when I don't need to sit and monitor it. If something just by accident I lose internet connection or something, and I accidentally drift out of scope just because my VPN disconnected, that's not a situation I want to be in. So I'm careful with those. Other than that, it's just if it's websites, I want to. The broader the scope, the better, of course. Like Star Scope is a dream, but I'm not a heavy recon kind of guy. I enjoy recon. I enjoy OS int because I want to know how things work, but I'm not the one that finds this obscure subdomain that just for 2 hours had this development website on that I got admin access to. I'm not interested in those kind of bugs. I like to go deeper on the main app itself. And because I want to spend time with the application, and those usually is come and go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also more fun to hack on the main application, but definitely the stuff that you said is very important. Like I do a little bit of mobile, but I prioritize web over mobile a lot of times. VPN is a big one, but also VPN is a good thing to have because a lot of people aren't interested in VPN. I don't care. Yeah. That means less people are going to be hacking on it. So when I see VPN, I usually I'll be the first to drop on it, to be honest, because I know a lot of people will pass.
He's giving away the secrets here. These are the secrets, man.
There was a month that I made a crap ton of money on a program with I think 30 hackers. None of them were looking as a VPN. Guess what? I took their entire budget. Me and 2 more hackers, I think, we took the entire budget. And ever since I got VPN, I'm like, yes, give it to me. I want to do it. No one's gonna look at it. And then I mean, I look for out of scope stuff to see because some companies say we don't want to pay for XSS or self XSS, or I don't know, we're aware of IDOR, for example, in our infrastructure. Please disregard it or look for it. So for those, I try to I want to read it and make sure it's not out of scope, so I don't report it and then not get paid for it. I don't want to get excited. There was a time when I got really excited for finding some really good bugs, and then it turned out they knew it was in their policy, and I completely missed it.
And the thing with that is that you get so sad with the whole process when that happens, because you think you're sitting there with a nice bounty, and you end up with nothing. So it's an empty loot.
All right, we have 4 minutes before I gotta join with. I gotta have John Hammond come join us, but I want to hear. So we're doing an intro thing for bug bounties, and we're gonna go talk about CTFs. You brought up CTF, and you said if you could play more CTFs, you have done it in the past. Give me your advice about CTFs, getting started, and why CTFs are important for bug hunters.
I mean, just over the last 3 years, Try Hack Me has really bloomed, right? There was only Hack the Box or some other stuff before, but now there's web challenges, and there's you can even get a burp course over there, and that would and the way Web Application Academy, Portuguese Application Academy, that one has bloomed as well. And you got Pentester's Lab, and there's so many different places where you can train and do stuff. And you got CTF challenges.co.uk, that stuff that didn't exist when I started. Now it's out there. I would, if I was beginning today, I would say, go through all those, do all those, and then just take that skill set to the real world and see what happens.
I agree. I think the stuff you learn from the real CTFs that are out there, transferable. I say the real because there's some unrealistic stuff out there. People still make them, but I think those are very transferable to a bug bounty scene, right? You learn how to do these obscure things, how to chain these bugs, and you can use them in a bug bounty platform, and it's a very, very good place to learn what you're bad at. And also
look at Andre, right? Andre, CTF player. And Corbinix, CTF player. There's seriously, and I bet if Space Raccoon had the possibility to be a part of a CTF group, he would smash that too.
He came from Hacker 101 too. He did a lot of the Hacker 101 CTFs himself.
Yes. So it's all about, you can level up so much faster by doing that, because and I regret that I didn't spend that much time on it, but I didn't have it, so I needed to invest my time in things that actually paid money. So in the beginning, I didn't recommend people do CTFs because I kind of thought that CTFs were all stenography. Because those were the ones that I stumbled upon, were you need to find this image that you need to do this EXIF tool on, blah, blah, blah.
I agree, man.
But that changed.
Well, hey, man, I gotta, unfortunately, as much as I love hanging out with you, I've missed doing this. I'm so glad we got to do it again.
Thank you.
I look forward to hopefully seeing you at some point in person. We're going to take a quick break. I think Omar's going to take over for a quick minute so I can get John situated, move some stuff around. and then we'll be back in just a minute.
Pretty cool. Then I'm out.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
guys.
one. Take care. Bye.
Good to see you, Stock.
I'm going to
Thank
meet
you.
myself and set everything up with John, and we'll be back in like 30 seconds to a minute.
Perfect. We're gonna go in a quick break, as you probably already know by the scrolling thing on the bottom of the screen. Please join the conversation in Discord. We're trying to redirect as many people as possible through our Discord server, but the conversation is actually at the Discord server at DEF CON. And with that, I'm gonna go and we go in a quick break right now, and I'll talk to you in about 5 minutes.
seconds. Yeah, I don't have like host privileges, so I have no idea what's happening. Are we ready?
All right, we're back live.
We're back.
We are back. Take it away.
Thank you. So I'm here with John Hammond. So this is my first time actually meeting John. I've worked with you what 2 years now? Has it been 2 years?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
VersaCon, NahamCon, HacktivityCon, another HacktivityCon.
Now all over again. Yeah.
Now here at Red Team Village. I've never met him in person. I've talked to you on Discord and like Google Hangouts and stuff like that a bunch. But finally, nice to meet you. I'm going to give you a handshake on,
Yeah, man.
on this.
Appreciate it.
I'm so excited to meet you finally. And I'll let you introduce yourself for people that are new in the chat and don't know what we do or what you do at least. And then we'll jump in our interview.
Cool. Well, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm super excited. And thanks for letting me come hang out with y'all. Ben, this is the first time we finally got to meet each other. And I know like, oh, we're going to be 6 inches away. So
this is the closest we've been in like a year and a half.
I don't know if anyone knows it, but downstairs, we got the setup here. There's a bunch of donuts. So if there's donuts on my face, my bad.
Want to make sure you look good and you have something on your face.
You're right.
Just entertain right.
But hey, for those that don't know me, my name is John Hammond. I'm a cybersecurity YouTuber, which sounds so dumb to say.
Really good at it, though.
I work at Huntress Labs. I'm a security researcher there, and just try to do a lot of stuff in cybersecurity, whether it's hyping up bug bounty, whether it's penetration testing, whether it's anything in the field, blue team, red team. I hope to be in the mix. So.
And you, in your YouTube channel, the videos you make are very specific. What are the videos you usually post?
Yeah, so I originally started with programming tutorials, but then kind of focused more into capture the flag. Now, for those that kind of know me, I am a really big proponent of capture the flag. The reason I guess I like to think of myself as a cheesy CTF spokesperson, but I think that's just one of the best ways to learn cybersecurity and hacking and ethical hacking and all of this. I just think that's the best way to get really hands on the keyboard and do it for real.
So I think you said you make content on YouTube. You have what, 1,000 videos or some ridiculous number of videos?
Yeah. So I got to be honest. I've been doing this for like a decade. Not gonna lie. Had a cheesy kid. Like when I was back in the day, I wanted to put out videos on YouTube because that's how I learned.
Yeah.
And so I have, I guess, over 1,000 videos now. We're at 260,000 subscribers. Something totally unreal. Something insane. But it's a lot of fun. It's a great passion. So. And
the 1,000 videos you have are mostly like you walking through CTFs and boxes?
Yeah. So what I like to do, and I realize it isn't the best maybe style for everyone. It's not like the clickbaity thing for a lot of videos on YouTube. Yeah. It's just like a raw screen capture. Maybe you've got my face kind of down in the corner with like a little face cam, but it's showcasing literally a screencast. Like these are the commands I type in. This is what you see from my perspective. And I hope that that's valuable because it's the real stuff, really what's going on the keyboard, on the computer.
Yeah, I think having someone over your the idea of having someone over your shoulder looking at what you do and you explain your thought process the entire time is extremely valuable to people that are learning. But I think like you have so many of them, there's such a variety and range of like content you have on there about hacking, which is great. But on the other side of it, not only you do CTFs yourself, so you play a lot of CTFs, you're playing the Red Team Village CTF today, but you also create CTFs, right?
Yes.
How has that helped you with like your CTF stuff?
Oh, okay. That's a super good question. Especially as we look at like this CTF that we're playing today with the Red Team Village and the guys here. I was downstairs just chatting with all of the challenge developers, with all the authors, everyone that's putting this infrastructure together. When you're trying to host a capture the flag, you really put in perspective a lot of different things that you don't think about when you're a player. Because as a player, you're playing a hacking game. Right. So you're going to go beat up vulnerable systems. You're going to take advantages of exploits and CVEs, et cetera. But when you're trying to host a competition or a game just like this, it's weird where you have to put these players in a secure insecure playground.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want players to vandalize the infrastructure, to
Right.
remove flags, to leave in artifacts. I think we were listening to some of the guys already discuss earlier, like, hey, clean up your working directory, crap like that. You can't trust the player,
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I think the beauty of these CTFs with the secure insecure thing you're just saying is like the unintentional solves.
Exactly.
With like some of the stuff that some even ActivityCon or some of the stuff that we do for HackerOne is like there's always that one person that finds a completely different way, and they ask you a question like, "Hey, I found this thing. Is this like how you're supposed to do it?" And I just have to say yes, even though it's not. Like,
Yeah.
Then I realize like, nope, not what we intended to do. But how does it help you as a player? Like, because you, as a CTF player, you're assuming things. They're giving you assume everything that's given to you on the screen
Yeah.
is a hint or a pointer to something else, or a rabbit hole that's going to mess with you, right? How does that help you as someone that's developed so many levels? Has it given you an advantage in any way?
I think it has, truth be told. And I realized, like, trying to host and put on a capture flag is a very different thing than playing. So it might not be for everyone, but if you do, you got to keep in mind that, okay, you're creating a challenge with those unintentionals in your mind. Like, how can you craft something that will lead you down one specific pathway? Because if you, as the challenge developer, the challenge author, want to leave enough breadcrumbs so that the players can put together the puzzle pieces without guessing, without having any logical leaps of faith, but still pointing them in all the right directions to be able to find the flag or prove that they've done something, that's very, very cool. And you'll have a much deeper understanding of like the technology that you might be showcasing. Like, here's a cheesy Laravel blog application. Hey, just an example, totally theoretical thing. All right, let's think about all the different potential vulnerabilities that Laravel or whatever framework, whatever XYZ thing you want to use has had in the past. And now you're building that, like you're putting that together. So you get much more of a fine-grained understanding than just going to break it as a player, but now build it as a...
Yeah, because you can assume like, okay, this application thing that they're using, they're probably using it for a reason.
Exactly.
And you know what those reasons are because you have done the same thing before.
Totally.
Okay. For a CTF, the people that are watching this, I'm going to see if I can actually pull up a chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's all in there? People in the emotes.
A lot of hype.
Yeah, so we're not using the Twitch chat, unfortunately. Everything's going on Discord chat.
Nice.
Right here. But for people that are watching and they want to do CTFs, like, hey, I'm a new person. I want to get into the whole CTF thing. What is the recommendation of CTFs to play as someone that's new to the industry and they want to figure out what they want to do in InfoSec? Because when you play CTF, there's like a bunch of different categories. Web, there's mobile, there is reversing, there is the Stego stuff, there is crypto, there is like a shit ton of different categories you can play to learn from, right? Yeah. But what do you recommend people like, I'm brand new, I want to just learn. Where do I go?
Okay. So I guess I'll answer it in like two different ways. Because I think a lot of folks have heard me say before, like, if you're absolutely new, if you're totally feeling like a beginner, a newcomer in this thing, I always tell folks, hey, pick up Linux, a really great war game to really get started with that, just to practice, not strictly a capture the flag or a CTF, but an always on CTF. I guess I refer to them as war games. Overthewire.org is a fantastic one for that. Just getting started. Their Bandit war game is great. I always recommend and point people towards Pico CTF. Yep. Again, if you're absolutely new, if you're you really feel like you're a beginner and you're starting from the start here, Pico CTF says it's for middle school and high schools and students, but don't let that sway you. It can get pretty tough as you move on and on.
I think it's like it's like a bunch of levels for each category.
Right.
It gets really hard towards the end.
It does. But that's just one. I know people have heard me say that all the time. If you want to get started, and obviously we have a lot of love for Try Hack Me and Hack the Box and other great like learning and training platforms. That's what I would answer for like the foundation. If you feel like you want to keep moving forward, I'd actually maybe kick the ball to you, Ben, and like a lot of bug bounty reports between HackerOne reports or BugCrowd reports or any other, et cetera, et cetera. They showcase real vulnerabilities, real software flaws, and things that you might genuinely see in a capture the flag. And I think it's really cool when they feed off of each other, because from CTFs that we've tried to host, we'll think like, oh, we'll go maybe see some really cool thing in like a HackerOne report, pour it into what we develop. And then same thing for the player's perspective. If they're maybe doing some bug bounty thing and they think, oh, I've seen this before because I did this in a CTF.
Right.
I think that's cool.
I think so. When you say that, it's funny. So the last CTF, so I've never played CTF at like a competing thing.
Yeah.
I do try hacking once in a while for fun.
Yeah.
On stream, I'm not good at it at all, to be honest, but I enjoyed it. It's a fun thing to learn. The last B-side San Francisco in person back in 2020 or 2019, whatever it was, we were playing. It was me, Donut was there, and ZLZ was there. A bunch of like hackers I was just friends with. We were all there in town. We were bored. We just played a CTF, and we were like going through the web ones. And then one of the web ones was like a CSRF through CSS injection.
Nice.
Right? I can't do that.
That sounds
it's
cool.
Incredibly hard to do. But I look at Donut and I go, why are you struggling with this? This is literally based on the report that you dropped 6 months ago. And he goes, no way, this is the same thing. So we walked over, I can't remember, Aniu, I think is her name. So the lady that was in charge of like organizing the CTF. And we asked her, we were like, hey, are we going down a rabbit hole or did you guys really rip our report? And she goes, you guys should be able to solve this easily. And then drops her own blog post. And
That's
we're like,
awesome.
because we couldn't figure, and then it turned out we were doing the CSS injection wrong in our end. We had a typo in the code, our exploit, but it was literally based on that. And that's when I would just realize, like, literally it was like a glass being shattered in my head of going, why haven't I done this?
That's awesome.
You know, like, why haven't more people done this?
Yeah.
Because you see some really cool research that comes out, and you think about it, and if this is happening to real companies, why we're not teaching people how to do these in the CTS instead of doing unrealistic vaults? I mean, CSS injection is, you know, it's really
Obscure.
weird. It's obscure.
Yeah.
And, doing, extracting a CSRF token through CSS injection was not something we wanted to teach people. But when you think about it, though, it's a real thing. Like, you can really do some damage with that thing. Why are we not teaching them, right? On the topic of learning, how is because this is what I wanted to talk about, which is learning CTF. So I go to a CTF, I learn these things. Do you believe, I'm a big believer of this, but do you believe those skills are transferable?
Yes.
Absolutely. In bug hunting or red teaming or in any aspect?
Yes. my honest opinion, this is just me, right? So I could be wrong. Anyone watching in might have a different opinion. I think it is absolutely transferable. It is absolutely in the same ballpark. It teaches the same things, and all of it is valuable. Like, obviously cybersecurity, and I'm going to use that umbrella term as a ginormous umbrella term. But if you talk about bug bounty, if you talk about pen testing, red teaming or blue teaming, CTF's over there in its own little world. And some folks might say, oh, that's just a game. You know, it's a toy, it's a game, it's a sport, it's a puzzle. Sometimes, you know, maybe sometimes it might feel like a cheesy steganography thing, like Stoke was saying. But in other cases, it's still teaching you the grit, the determination, the troubleshooting mentality and mindset, being stubborn and being willing to debug code or some process over and over and over again. Even those soft skills totally apply. And then the hardcore technical skills, CSS injection and CSRF, all those things, you're going to see them in a very, very distilled and encapsulated way in CTF and capture the flag. And I think once you go out and maybe do that, in the real world, again, kind of oversimplifying that thought, you'll see the same thing. It's all there. I think CTF is that great vessel to really, really teach it to you and anyone else interested in this whole thing, all of cybersecurity. I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, with the thing that you were saying about the cheesy, I think the days of like the cheesy CTFs are done.
Yeah.
I think enough people have complained and said that it's unrealistic.
Yeah.
Teach me things that I'm going to actually use than things that are pretty much not in the real world.
Right.
But on the other hand, what you were saying about learning, I think there's also a cool thing about doing CTFs, trying and knowing like there's an exploit there that you don't know how to exploit.
Yeah.
Then all the solutions drop. And then you start realizing like, I knew the bug that was here, but I wasn't looking at it properly. And this is how this person, everyone approaches it differently. And you can just see all those. I think there's a beauty in people that love to publish a CTF write-ups.
Yes.
I think those itself, outside like the, because you mentioned the HackerOne activity page with the reports, but also like CTF write-ups are where I go, wow, that's actually a thing. Like, never thought about this bypass, or never thought about like leveraging this one thing, right? So they're really good things to learn from CTFs. And my whole thing is like, one of the things that I've told everyone that asked me about CTFs is, it really gives you a chance to get exposed to a lot of different things that are out there.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So I use lockpicking as an example. It's not really something that I can use in my day to day.
Right.
But I genuinely enjoy doing lockpicking. I always thought it was boring because I never tried it.
Yep.
And I guess it's like, I don't want to sit there like just doing this to a freaking lock, right?
Exactly.
And then I learned you can actually pick locks that are combination locks. I loved learning. I was literally sitting there with my phone like propped up like this, watching a video and like literally doing the thing that this guy's telling me to do.
Awesome.
I'm literally like doing this and I'm watching it. And it shows you how to like pick a combination lock. And I was mind blown by it.
That's awesome.
And there was a flag inside the box. It was a physical thing. But it was just like, I never thought I liked lockpicking ever.
So I'm totally going to, I guess, springboard off of that idea, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one awesome talking point for CTFs and how it's applicable in the real world. And even just if we're enumerating the benefits of capture the flag and learning here, right? Like, I say this often, but like, look, you listening in, watching this, you are one person. Mm-hmm. I'm one person. Ben is one person. We all have our own interests. We all have stuff that we use and do on a day-to-day basis. Maybe the tech stack that we're used to at work, or the programs and the utilities that maybe you use in your own workflow, whether it's in the command line or what you do. You're familiar with all of those things. But when someone else other than you hosts a CTF and puts on a game and offers this training, they're going to pour in the stuff that they're interested in, the stuff that they like. And you play more and more CTFs, you expose yourself to different people's workflow, technology, things that they think are cool, and it starts to blend in the stuff that you think is cool and the stuff that you know about and learn and understand. You're just slowly seeing what everyone else is really used to and what they work with. So I think all of the things that you were saying you expose yourself to, you just get acquainted with new technology, yeah. You see new software, you see new hardware, you learn these cool new lock picking techniques. That's totally all in the same vein of sharing, collaboration, the knowledge here, and capture the flag. One great way to do that. So
yeah, and the other thing is like the networking aspect of it.
Totally.
Like,
we're here, you and me together, meet the first time.
If it wasn't for a CTF, I would have never met you, dude.
Yeah.
And that's actually a big thank you to Heath. He's like, do you want John Hammond to do the CTF? And I was like, John Hammond, like,
that was Heath?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He messaged me, he's like, do you have someone for CTF? And I was like, no, I haven't even thought about it. I was like, dude, John, like, trust me, work with John.
That's awesome.
It's like, all right, you got it. And then I reach out to you, and then you just fucking put that thing on blast. Like, one of the funnest things I've done in my life was host a VersaCon CTF with you guys.
Oh, I appreciate that.
If it wasn't for the CTF networking, like, we would have met. But also, like, I know that we're still transitioning from the work from home to being in person finally.
Totally.
I hope so soon. But even if you're not going to a physical event, all these CTFs have, even like TryHack Me, if you're not doing as actual like live CTF, with TryHack Me, there is a ton of people you can collaborate with.
Yeah. I
say that because I've met some really amazing people from Bug Bounties. If it wasn't for Bug Bounties, I wouldn't have met Zayat, who's one of the coolest people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
Sam Curry, I don't talk to him as much, but I have so much respect for him. Like, just seeing him going from who he was to today, like becoming friends with him, playing video games, Donut. Just people that I've met. Even when I was doing the physical CTF at Eastside San Francisco, just doing the lockpicking thing, I met two dudes, like, they hit me up now when I go to San Francisco. It's just you never know who you're going to meet.
Absolutely.
Whether it's in person, whether it's remote, you might meet someone who's looking to hire someone. You click, they see that you're learning on the at a CTF. You're really good at learning things. They may give you a shot at an interview. It's just the networking aspect is insane because you're doing a technical thing. You're showing that you can learn things quick under pressure, and you also make a lot of good friends for it. I think.
I agree. I'll kind of work with that one if I may. I don't consider myself, and I hope no one else does. Like, I'm certainly not the best capture the flag player. I am not the greatest hacker by any means.
Definitely.
That's not true at all. It's genuinely not true.
It's being humble. I've seen them do CTFs.
Like we're here at DEF CON, right? And they've got their Order of the Overflow game and all these other hardcore elite Uber Hacksaw CTFs. And those guys are unreal. They're insane. They're incredible. I would venture that out though, because I'm not the best, but I like to share and showcase a lot of this stuff. That has opened so many other opportunities between meeting you, Ben, hanging out, putting on other CTFs like ActivityCon and other things with NomCon, et cetera. Between the YouTube channel, between showcasing all this stuff, I was like fortunate enough to be invited over to the Google Capture the Flag finals,
awesome,
like in London.
Yeah.
So I get to hang out with Live Overflow, another fantastic, incredible content creator, Jinville Coldwind, other folks
awesome,
that we were just at FuzzCon yesterday, myself and some folks that I've been hanging out with here. And all of these other incredible networking opportunities all stem from just being in the mix here, just hanging out, being in the scene, playing, like pressing buttons on our keyboard, playing Capture the Flag. That's it. And I think that is so cool. So
I think I want to hear this, like, because we're almost at time. Before we go on our break, but I want to kind of hear how has CTF changed your life?
Ooh.
I feel like it has, like, getting involved with the as a player and the creator, like the scene, and it's grown more and more from 10 years ago. Right?
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
Everything's changing and it's evolving, and you being a part of it. I want to know how it has changed your life, just being exposed to this thing.
Oh man.
Think about people you have met, opportunities, career, research, anything.
So okay. I feel like I've shown a lot of those different sides of it. I'm trying to think of a really good one to end on.
The point of it, the point of it is just I want people to understand, like, it's not I play CTF to do X.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There's so many. It's the same thing with bug bounties. But it's if it wasn't for, like I said, if it wasn't for CTF, I would have met you. I'm sure you have met other people that you became good friends with, right?
Yeah.
That you've made some businesses that you couldn't have done, or business deals, or doors that have opened up.
Of course.
That have opened up that you wouldn't have without it.
Okay. So I think I totally see where you're coming from, and that some folks might say, look, I want this pen testing job. I want to do red teaming because it's lucrative. You know, the think of the money bags, think of the what XYZ salary. No, like we do hacking, we do bug bounty. It's not to say, oh, I want to do bug bounty so I can make money. It's because it's fun. It's because we love it. It's because Capture the Flag and learning all this stuff is so cool. And the people that we meet, the events that we get to go to, the things that we get to do, that is where the real love and the passion comes from. It's not so, hey, we make however much. That's not it. It's just being able to hang out with you, being able to hang out with everyone here. I think that is where the real value comes from, and that's how it really changed my life, is setting up and opening all these other incredible opportunities. So,
yeah, there's a lot. Just every community itself, whether you're doing CTF, you're doing hard content, just hacking, whatever you're doing, it's the end goal. There's so much more than just the making money or getting that job, or there's so many other things that happen. Like if you're trying to get a job, as cheesy as it sounds, of like worrying about the destination versus the journey. Right. Yeah. Like thinking back at it, every time I get grumpy with bug bounties in general, I go, dude, 7 years ago, you would just hack on whatever programs you get your hands on. Exactly. You just wanted to hack, right?
Yep.
And thinking of like, okay, I'm doing this for fun now. It makes it easier. And then just looking completely back, it's like I've met so many awesome people through it. And I kind of want to hear if you have same similarities to that.
Can you pitch that one more time to me? If that's
anybody
right?
you've met because of CTFs. Anybody that you talk to regularly now.
Talk to regularly. I mean, so obviously we have a Discord server. Everyone, we're all hanging out virtually. Yeah. There are incredible celebrities and folks that I feel like I've been able to meet and get to know. I could just list off between like Ed Scotus or Dave Kennedy or other folks. So many fantastic and cool people. Obviously, Live Overflow in Jinville. Yes.
There's a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah, I want people to understand. Don't focus on just winning a CTF. Enjoy the process of being at a CTF.
Absolutely.
Meeting people. You never know who you're gonna meet and where they're gonna, how your friendship's gonna go in 3 years. When I met Zaid, we were talking about this before DEF CON. So I never thought 7 years ago when you were spamming me on Twitter, we're just going back and forth messaging each other on Twitter, that I would just play video games on a random Thursday night for 4 hours every day almost.
Heck yeah.
Or just meeting with him and like going out drinking 2 years ago here at DEF CON and making sure he's coming to DEF CON and getting excited about seeing everybody. I want to just echo that out. Like, enjoy the process of doing these CTFs. There's so much more to it, and don't be shy to reach out to people. If it wasn't for me just pushing myself to reach out to you, to Heath, to Stoke, to whoever else, I wouldn't have met these people. And everybody's super fucking nice. Just do it.
Yeah. Not always here to win. Just here to learn, here to play, and have a lot of fun. So
I think that's all we have. Again, this is John Hammond. Go follow him on Twitter. We're going to take a quick hour lunch. I think Omar's going to take over again. We'll have the leaderboard up for an hour. We're going to stay live for a little bit longer, but the stream's going to be live. Enjoy the leaderboard and everything else that's happening. We're going to take a quick hour lunch. I'm going to come back with Heath Adams, a.k.a. the Cyber Mentor. We also still have Jason Haddix coming up, ZLZ, Z Shano, a bunch of other things are happening, but we're going to take a quick lunch break. We're going to get to hang out with him for a little bit off camera. And be back.
Awesome. Thank you again, guys. And thank you for joining. Absolutely. So a quick announcement. We're about to list a link in the next few minutes for a few giveaways that we have. And the first one is an AWAE course that Offensive Security, and by the way, thank you, Offensive Security, for sponsoring the Red Team Village this year. We are actually announcing that within the next few minutes. So again, we're going to go in a break. But stay tuned. And for those of you that are asking about the challenges, they're going to be released fairly soon. So there's going to be a new challenges actually being released in the next few minutes. So with that, let's go in a break. Talk to you then.
Knock, knock, who's there? This guy. What's up, Red Teamers? What's up, DEF CON? It's your favorite fake, brilliant billionaire investor. My little birdie's cheap, 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 cheap. I like cheap things. That's why I'm rich. They let me know that Lunar Fire is under fire. But that is a Tres Comas company. And that's got so much smart shit in it. And so it's unhackable. Or is it? No, it isn't. Not even you boy and girl geniuses can do it. You would have to be the human equivalents of cars with doors that open like this or like this. Are you? Can you? Will you? Don't.
Hello, everyone. I'm Barry Darnell from the Red Team Village, and today we are here with Omar Santos from the Red Team Village, as well as our guest Ipsec from Hack the Box.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh,
Ipsec, Hack the Box has been a longtime supporter of the Village. Can you tell me more about the company?
Yeah, Hack the Box is a hands-on security training platform, and our main goal is to make good training readily available to anyone in the world. If you're new to a topic or just the field in general, we have Hack the Box Academy, and it's a guided learning experience, which just means we have written material and hands-on labs. And again, when building this, accessibility was our number one desire. So we created the Pwn box, which allows you to have a whole operating system in your browser. So the machine you're doing this learning on doesn't even have to be powerful. You can do it on like a Chromebook. If for some reason you want to do it on a phone, you can. I wouldn't recommend that. But everything's done within a web browser. If you want to bring your own OS, we also provide a VPN pack for you, so you can join your OS to the VPN and go on learning. In addition to the Academy, we have Unguided Learning, which is what we're most famous for. This is the weekly challenges machines or entire like networks we put out on the platform, and that we ask people not to publicly talk about these challenges until they retire, which is typically 20 weeks. This is my favorite and what I credit most of my success to, because it really enforces building good social relationships that not only help get you the help when you need it, but also when teaching, it often validates your understanding of it, and it's proven to help memory retention. So I have a lot of friends in my social network that include Barry. I met him through another friend who met him at DerbyCon, which is a similar event of Red Team Village. And the funny thing is, both my other friend Kyle and Barry all lived within like 30 miles of each other, but we met like hundreds of miles away. So definitely like important to go view and travel and experience the community, because you'll never know who you find and how close people may be. It's a small world.
Absolutely. I think we've all been cooped up these last few months here. I think a lot of people are excited to go in person to Las Vegas to attend DEF CON. And so we're really excited to see some of our old friends and make some new ones. Speaking of that community, you know, Hack the Box is a very vibrant community, both on their Discord as well as all over Twitter. Can you tell me a little bit more about the people behind Hack the Box, maybe some projects that you might be working on?
Yeah, we have a innovation team that's designed at like pushing what we think is the limit. So typically most of our stuff is either a Docker or a VMware image. And the innovation team is looking into Google Cloud, AWS, and Azure to provide a pro lab called Black Sky, which is just based upon those types of features. So if you want to exploit IAM or do a lot of those unique cloud things, Black Sky Lab is going to be that. We also have, as you said, the Discord community. We have Roadrunner who runs that, and they help provide a lot of good support and just learning to anyone, in addition to a bunch of CTFs. I think we run a CTF like every other month or something. It's insane.
well, talking about the CTF and talking about all the activities, you know, throughout the years, you guys have supported the Red Team Village tremendously. So first of all, thank you, and thank you, Hack the Box. So I got a couple of questions, right? So one of the questions is, you know, what will you say that is the best part about sponsoring community efforts like the Red Team Village CTF this year?
I mean, obviously it helps the community grow, and most of my like relationships, I can credit almost all my professional success as to leeching off my friends' knowledge, because no one can know everything. And I can't speak for anyone at Hack the Box, but I know a bunch of my friends at Hack the Box are super excited to play a CTF built by other people. And we've played the Red Team Village CTS for quite a while. I vaguely remember one, I think 2 years ago, that involved exploiting a printer, which was new to all of us. We were all like big binary exploit people, and then it threw a different architecture at us that we never really experimented with. And it was just a lot of fun to play. So super excited to sponsor an event that we can participate in and learn new things to hopefully put out on our platform in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think that you're hitting my next question, which is, why do you think sponsoring the Red Team Village this year is so important for the community?
Yeah, number one, it's important to, like, with COVID and all, we want to increase our socialization and everything. We've been all cooped up. And the Red Team Village incorporates all of Hack the Box's things. The main thing was being accessible. If you can't travel, you can do it online and form a team. And additionally, if you want, it's available for the high cost of $0, which aligns with kind of our methodology and what we want. All our machines are available for free for a time, and then once they retire, then you have to pay a small fee to gain access to it, because hosting 150 images permanently would just be expensive. Can't do that for free. Additionally, I believe InfoSec is a unique profession where team building activities have immeasurable impact. If you look at the non-InfoSec teams, they still do team building activities. Like, you have that gimmicky trust fall and escape room, etc. And they're doing them just to help build that social bond between coworkers. So you know it's valuable, since that's the only thing they care about. In the InfoSec world, we have CTFs that is just like that on steroids. It has all that same social bonding benefits. Like I mentioned earlier, I play CTS with Barry. I've played CTS with OXDF, Mr. Ben, John Hammond, a bunch of people. I just have a lot of fun with playing these CTFs along with coworkers. And in addition to that social bond that you build, it also gives you a lot of techniques that you may be able to immediately provide your work value, because you're joining hands with a bunch of other companies to learn things. It wouldn't surprise me if you do the CTF and then find something that you can immediately turn around to do on your job. I remember doing almost any pro lab. I'll use Optiv as an example, where the foothold involves exploiting Splunk. And I had a pen test that I kept missing this vector on because I just didn't know it, and Mr. Ben put it in that pro lab. So when I did that, it was just like an eye-opening thing of, oh God, what have I been missing? So definitely the big social aspect is huge here.
Awesome. And I couldn't agree more. And once again, thank you. I have one more last question, when it's around the benefits that your team actually will receive by participating at the DEF CON Red Team Village CTF this year.
Yeah, Hack the Box and Red Team Village are almost synonymous in what we provide and our methodologies. So the only unfortunate thing is the Red Team Village CTF is a yearly thing, while Hack the Box produces new things on a weekly basis. It's probably not to the scale that Red Team Village will be doing, just because it's constant. But if you're itching to do more after doing the CTF, definitely check out the platform if you haven't, and go over to Hack the Box, because I'm sure you'll love the challenges we put on the site.
Awesome. So once again, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you, Hack the Box, for sponsoring the Red Team Village. And I hope to see you at DEF CON.
Yeah, take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Savannah Lazara and I am the co-lead of Red Team Village. And today we have Barrett Darnell and Caitlin O'Neill with us from Bishop Fox. And they're going to be one of our sponsors, and we're really thankful for them being a sponsor for our CTF event at DEF CON. And I'll go ahead and let them introduce themselves, and we're going to get them to know them a little bit better today.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm with the recruitment team here at Bishop Fox. I came over here about 3 years ago because of our reputation as one of the largest professional services firms focused on offensive security and security as a service. It's been a wild ride, but part of why I stick around is because I love working with such brilliant people. I love that we go out there and break things, build new things, break more things, and always working with the latest technologies to keep people safe. So it was a really exciting opportunity for us to sponsor the Red Team Village Capture the Flag this year at DEF CON, where we can't wait to meet people virtually and on site, and to hopefully find some new ways to grow our team.
Hi, Savannah. Nice to see you. I'm Barrett Darnell, Managing Senior Operator at Bishop Fox. I'm part of the Continuous Attack Surface Testing Team, also known as CAST.
Well, we're really excited to have you guys on this call today. And I would say the first question that we kind of want to start off with is kind of seeing what you guys would say is the best part of being a sponsor for an event like this.
Well, for Bishop Fox, we're avid participants of the greater InfoSec community, and we feel that sponsorship of conferences and efforts like this provide a real tangible value to the community. This CTF in particular provides a tremendous amount of realistic hands-on experiences for those in the offensive security, particularly red teamers.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I mean, I'm sure you know this, Barrett, with so many resources out there. Why do you think kind of sponsoring something like this is so important?
Well, for one, this resource is free, so that barrier of entry is out of the way. Anybody can participate. Secondly, it's realistic. It mimics real life scenarios that we've seen on our customer engagements. And so it's not very esoteric. It's real tools, real situations you might be in. And it's also beginner friendly. It starts off where everybody can join and get something out of it, but the difficulty ramps up. So there's a lot for experienced red teamers to hone their skills on.
Awesome. And I know we've kind of just talked about the benefits that people who are joining the CTF would get out of it, but can you kind of talk about the benefits Bishop Fox receives out of being a sponsor for the Red Team Village CTF event at DEF CON?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, we always want to give back to the security community. And this is a great way for us to interact with the hundreds, maybe even thousands of attendees and participants, whether they're in person or virtually. It's great from where I sit as a recruiter because it gives us a chance to meet new talent, people who we maybe haven't engaged with before. And that's really important, especially as we continue to grow our two new service lines, the continuous attack service testing team that Barrett is on, and our red team.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody knows in the security community who Bishop Fox is, and I'm sure they would love to know about the recruitment. So I guess what types of people do you guys typically look for the team?
Yeah, so what we need, what we're hiring for can kind of shift month to month. So in the past, if you engaged with us and it wasn't a fit, that might be changing. So always stay in touch. First and foremost, we look for people who are really passionate about security because that's definitely who we are. And, we're always looking for a diversity of thoughts, a diversity of backgrounds. So, we have a lot of people who came from pretty traditional career paths, school, work, but we definitely have folks who are self-taught, who are coming from non-traditional backgrounds. We love our folks from the military as well. So there's a lot of different paths that can lead you to working at Bishop Fox, and we're really open to exploring all of them. You can always find me on LinkedIn, Caitlin O'Neill, but you can also engage with Bishop Fox on Twitter. We have an awesome social media gal. We have a really fun Twitter account. We're going to be on site in Las Vegas, and we're going to be using Twitter to kind of help people find us and also find us for some cool giveaways as well. So definitely check us out there.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to kind of seeing Bishop Fox at DEF CON. Did you guys have anything else that you kind of wanted to mention on this call before we end it today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I just get to show up as a recruiter and a sponsor. I know that all of you guys with the CTF have done so much work. So, thank you for everything you did. I'm really excited to see it all come together. And thanks to the Red Team Village for this opportunity. We're really excited to meet everyone.
And I just want to say, after months of being on lockdown, I think everyone's itching to get out. This might be the first in-person conference for a lot of people. And if you haven't registered yet for DEF CON, I highly recommend it. The staff at DEF CON is really going above and beyond to make sure that it's a safe environment for all attendees, especially with the latest developments. And so vaccinations will be required, and so will masks for everybody at that conference. And so I think it'll be a pretty safe event. We're looking forward to seeing old friends and making new ones. So we hope to see everybody at DEF CON this year.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for the event as well. So thank you guys so much for hopping on the call today. And thank you again for Bishop Fox being a sponsor. And we just really appreciate all the help.
Thank you.
All right. We are back, and basically, I'm here to announce the winner for the AWAE giveaway. And by the way, we're actually giving many different things, thanks to our sponsors. And the first one is thank you to Offensive Security for supporting the Red Team Village. And we have this automated system that is picking from the list of all the participants that just fill out the form just a few minutes ago. And the winner to this round is Chaotic. And you should see your your name in the screen. And again, we're going by the Discord ID, and we'll be reaching you via email as well in the next few minutes. And a lot of you actually were asking about different challenges, and of course, when the next challenges will be released. We're releasing them, on a periodic basis. So always, keep in touch through the Discord server. And of course, you already know that all the communication is actually happening at the DEF CON Discord server, and the channel is in the bottom of the screen here for you. And as you can tell from the scoreboard, this is a pretty close competition right now. And AI generated, I love that name, is actually on the top right now, followed by BDE Squad and Neutrino Cannon, which Neutrino Cannon is not a brand new team here. They have actually participated in the Red Team Village CTF for a little while. So I love to see them here represented as well. So with that, we're going to go back in a small break and be in the lookout from time to time of different giveaways that we're going to be announcing here very shortly. So with that, I'll talk to you then.
Knock, knock, who's there? This guy. Knock, knock, who's there? This guy. What's up, Red Teamers? What's up, DEF CON? It's your favorite fake, brilliant billionaire investor. My little birdie's cheap, 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 cheap. I like cheap things, that's why I'm rich. They let me know that Lunar Fire is under fire, but that is a Tres Comas company. And that's got so much smart shit in it. And so it's unhackable. Or is it? No, it isn't. Not even you boy and girl geniuses can do it. You would have to be the human equivalents of cars with doors that open like this or like this. Are you? Can you? Will you? Don't.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Barrett Darnell with the Red Team Village, and I'm here today with Ryan Dory and Matt Eidelberg from Optiv.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. How's it going?
Ryan and Matt, thank you so much for being here today, and I want to thank Optiv for being a sponsor for the Red Team Village CTF this year. Your support really helps, and it goes a long way at allowing us to provide a big event both in person and virtually. Can you tell me a little bit more about Optiv?
Yeah, absolutely. So to put it very simply, Optiv is a pure play cybersecurity partner. And what does that mean? We aim to do all security all the time, right? We can help in ways of advisory, deployment, and even manage operations, right? So ultimately, our goal is very simply to help organizations realize a more effective security program and posture.
And for both of you specifically, what do you do at Optiv?
So I am a senior director inside of threat management, which is a larger umbrella, but I specifically have the privilege of leading our attack and pen team. So my focus is on the direction of success of that team, and I achieve this largely by enabling the great folks around me, such as Mr. Eidelberg here.
And I'm a technical manager under Attack and Pen. My primary role is leading the adversarial simulation services. This is our branch that focuses primarily on red and purple team operations. My role in there is not only executing these types of engagements, but also focusing on helping to innovate the team and grow more operators to perform these types of engagements.
All right, and for that Attack and Pen practice, why do you like working there?
Yeah, so for me, first and foremost, it's the close family atmosphere that we have on the team. And what I mean by that is I've been on the team for almost 9 years now. I've been in Attack and Pen the entire time, and I'm not alone in that. There's several other individuals on the team that have been here for a similar amount of time, such as Matt himself. So what that's yielded is a really good dynamic of folks to work well together while we simultaneously, pursue our passion of offensive security.
And just to add on to that, I would say in a single word, the community. The team itself honestly strives constantly to push the boundaries, to teach each other new things, whether or not it's failures from previous engagements to help educate for future kind of tests, or even success stories. It's all about sharing and kind of bolstering each other through knowledge sharing.
Absolutely, and and a plug for that giving back to the community aspect. I was on your GitHub the other day, and I was looking into Scarecrow, and I know I've got that on my list to do a deep dive on after DEF CON. Love the fact that a lot of big players in information security share that research, share that tooling that they create.
Yep, that's what we strive to do here.
And for your team, what types of people work there? What are their backgrounds?
So it's a good variety of backgrounds, right? So we have folks, from being a good part of us being veterans, to business-minded folks, to engineering folks, et cetera, right? But like I mentioned earlier, there's the ultimate commonality, right, of a shared objective of offensive and passion for offensive security testing. And then what we qualify that success really is helping leave our clients better than we found them at the end of the day. And of course, folks have a very specific or can have a specific subset of interest inside the team. That could be IoT to embedded to wireless to low-level Windows stuff to evasion, et cetera, right? So there's definitely some sub-pockets for people to really go a mile deep on.
Great. And with such a diverse group, what makes somebody a success in A&P?
So aside from technical acumen, which obviously is held, it's an important quality on this specific role, right, is the ability to show ownership and leadership and give back to the team. Really, owning a specific service or an offering, helping others, mentoring, etc. We hold that in incredibly high value. And then, as we mentioned earlier, with regard to like Source Zero and Scarecrow, right, is the public thought leadership to help the team immediately, and then also give back to the community as well.
Yep. And just to add on to that, I would say the eagerness to learn and improve your trade craft. Honestly, the ones we see that excel the most are the ones that not only focus on themselves, but also make sure that they help their fellow teammates or coworkers, whether or not they're struggling with something, or helping to help them also pursue and grow their talents. Those are the ones that I see often have the base success here.
That's great. Absolutely. I mean, this is a team sport, doing what we do.
Yep.
For the Red Team Village, one thing that we really love to do is offer a lot of environments for training. We do workshops. We participate in a lot of different cons. And one thing we want to do is bring as many people into this community as possible. And so I'd like to ask for both of you, what is your advice for people who are interested in cybersecurity as a profession?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I'll speak to the path that I took to get here, and I think it holds true to the question, right? But I think it's very important or imperative for folks to have a deep foundational understanding as to how things work, right? So what I mean by that is, how does Active Directory work? How does networking function? How can you manipulate these things to maybe work outside the bounds it was intended to, right? So that can apply to even development, web applications, etc. Oftentimes I get asked by people that are a bit younger, say in college or whatever, and they're like, hey, should I take this security class and become a pen tester? Well, I would really encourage folks to get a lot of those more foundational understandings to how things work before they move to the stage of trying to, move to that adversarial emulation type part.
Yep, and I would just add to not just focus when you're learning on red team tactics. It's incredibly valuable in the current landscape to focus on both blue and red team. Having that ability to speak both can really augment your skill set. And this is very much a cat and mouse game-based industry, and just knowing both sides, their playbooks, can really help you understand the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. So when you're coming up against, say, a red team or a blue team, you know what they are great at and what their weaknesses are to really help plan out those attacks, or even your knowledge set to improve on.
That is phenomenal advice. This industry is a challenge because there's so much breadth and depth that you can take. Not to mention that it's evolving every single day. So it's impossible to keep up. So you've got to have that thirst for knowledge. And without that foundation, it is quite difficult. I mean, you might throw that exploit and get that shell back, but then the question is, what do you do next, right? And so, great advice. I want to thank both of you for being here today. Thank you again for the sponsorship. Looking forward to meeting you in person, and also with DEF CON right around the corner. Looking to engage with old friends and make some new ones. So thank you again.
Absolutely, thank you for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to seeing some folks out at DEF CON.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, and I forgot to plug. Optiv is actually throwing a party at DEF CON, right? And you've got a
at 1. So 1 more minute. Perfect. I'm glad we were on mute. That's a good intro to our next segment with Heath, the cyber mentor. Also, first time meeting you in person.
Yes,
so we're gonna do one of these just
yeah,
again.
sure.
Today with John.
On camera, it's
John's also here. He's being a little shy and not joining us. We have everybody here from the group. But before we do that, for people that don't know who you are, I think everyone knows who you are already. But give us an intro. Who are you? What do you do? And how long have you been doing it?
Yeah, my name is Keith Adams. I go by the Cyber Mentor online. I am primarily a pen tester. So I know a lot of bug bounty hunters on the stream today. I'm more of a pen test side of things. Run a company called TCM Security. We do penetration testing, cybersecurity consulting, and probably most known for training. So academy courses, started on Udemy, big into education in the hacking space. So.
What got you into pen testing? What was your first exposure to all this?
Genuinely, there was a coworker, a friend who told me, he was like, hey, there's a certification out there called the Certified Ethical Hacker.
Oof.
And I was like, hell yeah, that sounds cool. I didn't know you could get paid to hack. So I always thought hackers were like the bad guys in the hoodies and so I ended up just going literally at night and going on Reddit and just researching all the certifications and the knowledge and things that you would need, and just like literally made a checklist. Like, okay, I want to go get A+, Net+, Security Plus, literally like, here's what I need to do to get the foundational skills in these areas and move into pen testing.
So were certificates your way of like gaining knowledge?
Yeah, I don't think that they're necessary. It's just like the way that I felt like I would keep myself accountable is if I paid $300 for the certification and booked it for this date. Well, then, okay, now you're out $300 and you have to go get the certification and study for this, or, you're losing money. And I was pretty broke back then. So,
I mean, yeah, when you have the money and you spend it to learn, then you're really gonna show up.
Yeah, exactly. So self-motivation that way.
You went to school? No, you didn't go to school.
Accounting. I have degrees, but it's like, it's all business related.
And you just got your PhD?
No, I'm going for.
You're going for
it. Yeah.
But you're teaching something.
Yes.
What are you teaching in the universities right now?
So 3 courses so far. It's ethical hacking, like moderate, and then advanced red teaming stuff. So
nice. That's awesome.
Yeah,
what got you interested in teaching?
I've always been interested in it, and it actually was just like, ended up being INE came out, and they were like, hey, we're looking for somebody to make a course. So I made a course for INE, and I started making YouTube content.
Like security formula, you mean? Before
it was INE before.
Oh, it was INE itself. Yeah. Wow, okay.
So it was INE back when they were like a more networking based. And they're like, hey, we're trying to get into the security side, so we're looking for someone to make a course for us. So I ended up doing that. And that just kind of took off in the sense that, okay, I learned how to like make lesson plans and go out there and do teaching, and just kind of refine that and started doing YouTube and Twitch, and just blew up from there.
Do you enjoy teaching more than like actual hacking?
Yes, 100%.
How?
Yeah. I just like, I don't know, it's rewarding to be able to give back knowledge. And I feel like, especially in hacking space, there's a lack of the people that can, I guess, relay the message to somebody that can explain like I'm 5. Like when I was going out and looking for hacking content, it was a lot of just like, here's a YouTube video with me typing in a notepad or using some voiceover and just like loud EDM music. Yeah. So like I wanted to change that. Now like there's a lot more content creators out there and they're doing it, but like I felt like there was nothing out there that was structured that could relay a complicated message more in an easier format.
So speaking about explaining things like someone's 5, what is Active Directory for someone that doesn't know? I'm 5. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. So
why is it important to hack into it?
Yeah. So when we think of Active Directory, why it's important is it is basically used by any major company. 99% of the like Fortune 500s use it. Any moderate to bigger size company likely uses it. And so it's for internal networks. So if you've ever been a job and you go sign in and you have a credential that you can sign in with, and then you can maybe go to another machine and still sign in with that credential, or maybe that credential ties like your email or other things. You can think about it as like a way to authenticate within a network, and also kind of like a phone book to it as well. Like here's the list of the users and computers and everything that exists, and it's all under one umbrella.
Okay.
So, and why it's bad is that there's features, we call them features, quote unquote, that Microsoft ships out with Active Directory that are inherently vulnerable. So
by design or not by design?
I don't think it's by design. It's just that there's like, well, if you want to fix it, then you should do this because we're not fixing it, kind of thing. Like
so it's like a functionality that's being extremely abused against them. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to being able to capture hashes or man-in-the-middle type attacks if you're on a network. And if your passwords are weak, you're not doing best practice security, these little features that if they're just enabled, then you're going to get abused as a company. You could think of a company with like a 8-character password policy where password 1 is fine, something like that. It's just going to be a walk in the park for somebody with Active Directory skill set.
So do you see those like weak passwords very regularly in your pen test?
Oh yeah, all the time.
You still see password 1?
Oh yeah.
F in the chat. All right.
Depending on how far we make it today in the demonstration, there's some little bit of PowerPoint I've gotten from a presentation I gave last year, but walking through just like how bad passwords are in environments, like a domain controller administrator being welcome 1 as a password. And I mean, it's just, you can have, and you'll see too there, you can spend $1 million of security and still have like shitty passwords. So
that's rough.
It's pretty rough.
So let's bring on your screen. I think Omar's going to bring on your screen here in a sec.
Okay.
What are some things you're going to cover in this live hacking thing we're doing?
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of walk through some just vulnerable pen test stuff. We're going to kind of go through the beginning of how we would operate on a pen test and just kind of go through there, and we'll see where we end up. I've got a bunch of things planned just depending on how long the demo goes for. But we'll cover some man-in-the-middle attacks, some of the very just blatantly bad, obvious attacks and how we can perform them, and kind of just take it there.
Cool. And if anybody wants to follow along, how can they get access to these labs? Is there any way you can get some of these? You have something with...
You can build them out. This one, so most of this lab comes from the Practical Ethical Hacking course.
Okay.
There's a couple additions I made in there, but we've been making some tweaks and adding that into the course as well. So 95% of what you see today, you can go do in the Practical Ethical Hacking course.
Sounds good. So as soon as Omar is ready to bring up your screen, I think we're going to let you do your thing. Whenever you're ready, Omar, there we go. That background every single time. I'm going to let you do your thing because this is a little tight space.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move things around.
Cool.
Here, you're more than welcome to move things. And then I'll come back and check in with you in a little bit. Good luck.
Probably shift this, and I think we'll get started. Okay, let's see if I put the microphone here without being an interference. Okay. So we have what's built out here is a basic Active Directory lab. We've got 3 machines. We've got what's called the domain controller. You can think of this as like the crown jewels. This is what controls your domain in Active Directory. I can kind of log in here and show you what's going on first. And this lab is inherently really bad. But here's kind of the phone book we were talking about. This is kind of how you look and see, hey, here's all the users that are here. This is called LDAP. You see all the users that are here. You see different group, traders, different service accounts, what computers are joined to your network, etc. So this is a very small lab. We have a domain controller, and then we have a couple of machines that we're going to take advantage of and abuse. Other than that, this is pretty much it. We've got a Kali Linux box here. with my beautiful Ben background. And all we're going to do is we're going to assume breach in this situation. So we assume that we sent an email, somehow got on the network, or we went and planted a box on the network, whatever, we ended up on this network. Now, in a real world scenario or situation, well, from a pen test standpoint, it's likely we just ship this laptop and we send it to a client, they plug it in for us, and we kind of just go from there. So I've got a list in my Notion here that I've kind of planned out for internal stuff. I don't know how much we'll be able to cover within an hour, so we'll kind of go through these. I don't have chat or anything up here, so I'm just going to kind of walk through this demonstration. If you have questions and somebody's watching that knows about it, go ahead and feel free to answer their questions. Otherwise, you are welcome to ask questions later in the chat or Discord and get help as well. So from here, we're going to go ahead and just start with some of the pre-compromise attacks. So this is assuming that we just landed in a network and we are have nothing else. We are just a machine in a network. We're not joined to anything. You've got your little terminal here, and this is pretty much it. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And forgive me, I have not done much on a computer from a laptop standpoint or a non-multi-screen standpoint. So we're just going to go ahead and take this as is and kind of go with it and go with the flow. So the first thing that we're going to do is called LMNR poisoning. LMNR stands for Link Local Multicast Name Resolution, and this is like one of the most, if not the most common attacks that exist in Active Directory. And depending on a client, if a client has had a pen test before, good chance that they've turned this off. But this is one of those things that we call quote unquote features that we ship out with Active Directory and are vulnerable that we're worried about. Because what happens is LMNR acts like DNS in a network. So it's basically sitting there and waiting for name resolution to happen. And if DNS fails, then LMNR can take over inside of Active Directory. And a classic example that I've used in the course, but this is not just the only example, is if you were trying to go to a share, for example, and I've got this set up here. If you were trying to go to a share called hackme, this -- or / hackme here, and for some reason you typed in like hackm like this, you went to the wrong drive, what will happen is a broadcast message goes out, and that broadcast message goes out and says, hey, I don't know what hackme is, we're trying to do, or hackm is, we're trying to do name resolution. So it's going to say, does anybody know where I can find this? And what we're going to do is we're going to sit man in the middle position, and we're going to respond with a tool called responder and say, I know where this is at. Go ahead and just kind of give me the info you got. And the info that they've got is a NTLM v2 hash. And that is a domain hash. And that is the hash of the password for the user account that we're abusing. Something that we're going to need to keep in mind for this is we're going to see a couple different kinds of hashes today. One is NTLM v2. Those are domain hashes. The other hash is called NTLM or NTLM v1. Those are local user hashes, local to a machine. We can abuse both of those, but the big difference is, something to keep in mind, is NTLM can be relayed and passed. Well, NTLM can be passed, I'm sorry. NTLM v2 cannot be passed. So you're going to see a pass the hash attack later. That can be passed only with local accounts, not with domain accounts. Now, domain accounts can be relayed, and we'll talk about that as well. But the first thing we need to do is intercept this hash, collect this hash, and collect the password and see if we can crack it. Now, with this attack, if we're doing a real pen test engagement, this is one of the first things that I will do when I start the engagement. I will literally get in here and I will just come and run responder. And we'll set an interface of Ethernet 0 because that's the device or interface I want to listen on. And then it's literally just RDVW. Let me make sure my settings are correct here. They are not. Let me change that really quick. We had it set up for a relay attack. So let's go ahead and Etsy responder, responder.conf. Standby chat. Okay, we'll save this. Now we're going to run this. And we'll talk about what I just did here in a minute. We're basically running Responder, but we want to have our listener and poisoners on for HTTP and for SMB. Okay, I had those off for a different attack. We'll talk about that just in a second. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this listener up and just let this sit here and run. And on the flip side, we're waiting for an event to happen, kind of like the HackM event that we talked about. In a real network, if LM&R is enabled and the network is of a reasonable size, this is pretty much all you have to do. I will spin this up before I do anything else on a pen test because you want to have like authentication happening in the morning. Like if you get there at 8 o'clock and most users are getting in at 8, that's a good time to run this. Around 1 o'clock as well is a good time to run this when people are getting back from lunch. Otherwise, I've seen vulnerability scans like Nessus also trigger this. So what I do is I let this run and then I wait for this to go ahead and run and I wait for events to happen. In our lab environment, we're going to go ahead and just trigger an event to happen. Okay, so our machine here is sitting at 138, 131. I'm going to just speed this along a little bit and trigger this hash to our box. Okay, so I hit enter here, and now you can see that hashes are coming through like crazy for the user fcastle. So we have our domain information. We see Marvel. Our domain user is fcastle, and then we have an NTLM v2 hash. So remember, that is a domain hash. Now, the thing that we can do with this is we can copy this and go crack this hash. Through the magic of saving time in editing, I'm going to go ahead and just use Hashcat on my main machine here. So we don't want to run Hashcat in a VM. We want to be able to use our graphics card in order to speed things up and speed our hash cracking up. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the folder, which is sitting on my desktop. And that's here. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to say hashcat.exe, and I'm going to give it the hash value, which for this is going to be 5600. So this -m stands for module. And we're basically we're saying, hey, this module 5600 is the same thing as telling Hashcat, hey, I want to try to crack an NTLM v2 hash. So there's different modules and different numbers related to them. Over time, you memorize them, or if you want, you can I got a little hash cracking cheat sheet in here in my Notion. You just say, hey, here's the different things that we can crack on. So this one is NTLM v2. We can see 5600. We're going to go ahead and run that. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to give the hashes file, if I could type here, and we're going to give it a password file that we're going to crack again. So I'm going to optimize this. Now I'm going to let this run, and we're going to talk about strategies and things that we can do with this. Now, what we want to do is we want to attempt to crack this, which we have. And you can see now that we've cracked this password as password 1. So if the password is weak in an environment and we're sitting in man-in-the-middle position and just capturing hashes, we have now compromised a domain user, which is a level up than from where we were before. And there's a lot of attacks that we can start using now that we have a domain account. Prior to, we were just a regular machine on a computer with no domain access. Now this kind of changes the game a little bit. So with that in mind, let's kind of go back really quick and talk about the strategy here. In this lab and in this example, I used RockU as the word list. If you've never heard of RockU before, you're new to hacking, this is kind of like the very beginner word list that you ships with Kali Linux. You can run it, use it. It's got quite a bit of words in there, but it's old, it's weak. It will still find password 1. But I have made modifications as I go along. When I'm doing password cracking like this, what I'll do is I'll start with RockU, just because it runs so quick. It runs literally in like 10 seconds. I'll see if it cracks any passwords. If it's really weak, then it'll show up. If it's not, then we can start doing variations. I like to do what's called combinator attacks, where I can run RockU against RockU itself, which means it'll take word 1 and combine it with word 2 in the word list of the password list. We can do creative word lists. Like I will go down and pull specific words off of an organization. Like if we're thinking like a medical company, we were hacking against a hospital, and we just pulled down a bunch of 7+ character words with a tool called Cool, C-E-W-L. You can go pull 7+ character words off of a website and use those. So we ended up cracking one that was just like laboratory 2021 exclamation, or I think respiratory was one as well, where these are longer passwords, but we're still cracking them because we're using words that might be common to the doctors or the nurses within the hospital. So you have to know who your target is as well. Any type of years, 2021, 2000, any type of months, dates, etc. I like to put into a word list on its own. I like to put any sort of things related, like the hospital. You might put the hospital name, any variation of the hospital name in LEET speak, the address as well, the street name, the street numbers. Those all go into your word list, and it can be used creatively to try to crack the hashes that you're up against. My record as of right now, the longest password that I've cracked is 19 characters, and that was a Bible verse. So just because you have a long password doesn't mean that it's a strong password. So you need to make sure that you are making long passwords, but also making them hard to crack, which you can intentionally misspell words. You can use jumbled passwords with password managers. You can do a lot of things. The long passwords are great, but if it's just like a dictionary word with 2021 after it, chances are we're still going to find it. So this is a way to go through and crack it. And there are some advanced strategies, especially using rule sets. I have a rule set in here called one rule to rule them all. And that's great too, because it'll go through and take the word list that it sees and start doing some of that leet speak or start adding some exclamations and things after like password one, and really try to look for different variations of words that already exist in a list. So with this, your graphics cards are important. The better graphics cards you have, or if you can stack it, or you can use the cloud now. They've got graphics cards in the cloud or cracking rigs in the cloud, makes this a lot better. So you are a lot of times as good as your cracking rig for your first foothold. But this is definitely something to invest in, or at least if you're running an assessment, hopefully your organization has a decent cracking rig as well. So we've gone in and now we've captured the user of Frank Castle and the password of password one. So we have a valid user in this environment. And we can move now into what's called post-compromise attacks. But I'm going to wait there. We're going to stop there. We're going to do another one, and then we'll talk about that. I'll skip ahead to post-compromise, and then we'll go back. And if we've got time, I'll go through some of these other cooler attacks that are also features of Active Directory. So we've got, depending on the time we have left, we can maybe run through like Zero Logon or Print Nightmare, things like that too, just because they're more recent. But I do want to cover some of the really common attacks that you're going to see in the network. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about SMB relay attacks. So SMB relay is very similar to the fact, or to what LMNR is. We're basically abusing LMNR, and then we're chaining that with another vulnerability that ships out of the box with Windows Active Directory. And that is looking for hosts with what's called signing disabled. Now in Windows environments, the SMB signing being disabled, it ships by default on all workstations. Now servers do not have this. So we're not likely going to be able to attack a domain controller or a server in an environment, but we can attack other user machines, and we'll see what that looks like. We can run a script in Nmap to scan for that and see. Maybe, who knows, there is a domain controller out there. For some reason, they turned off SMB signing. Who knows? But basically, the scenario that we're up against is we need LMNR to be enabled in the network. We need SMB signing to be disabled. These are two things that come by default. And then we need a user to be a local administrator on that machine. So the hash that we capture, like Frank Castle, needs to be a local administrator on the machine that we relay it to. That sounds like a lot, but that happens quite a bit on pen tests as well. And when we get through this, I'll walk you through an engagement that we utilized this and took down a hospital in a pretty creative way. So with this in mind, we don't have to be a local administrator, by the way. I know some people might be watching and be like, he's not right. It just helps significantly if you're a local administrator on that box. Otherwise, you're really limited in what you can do. So ideally, we're targeting someone that has local admin privileges here. So you saw me go back and turn some things on. I'm going to go turn these back off in Responder. And what we're going to do is we're going to run Responder and listen for events to happen. But instead of capturing the hash, this time we're going to relay that hash to another machine. And what SMB signing does is it validates that you are that person making that request. When it's disabled, there is no validation. So we can basically take a hash, not knowing the password, and relay it to a machine. So in this instance, you can have the world's best passwords, but if LMNR is enabled and SMB signing is disabled and that user is a local admin, you can take that, relay that account to another machine and gain access to that machine. So here, password strength doesn't matter. It's the ability to actually relay a hash in a network. So let's go ahead and run this attack and kind of see how scary this is. So the situation here, let me go ahead and run a quick edit on responder and turn these things off. Okay, so we're going to run responder now. And now we scroll up, we can see that, okay, the HTTP server is disabled, SMB server is disabled, because we don't want to capture that hash anymore. We want to relay this hash. Okay, so we don't care about the hash anymore. What we're going to do is we've got these two machines in this network. We've got Frank Castle's machine here, the Punisher. We've also got Spider-Man machine here, which is not even, I'm not even logged in or anything. Frank Castle, the user, the domain user, is a local administrator on this Spider-Man machine here. I'm going to have an event triggered from his machine, utilize that to relay a hash to this machine and gain access to this machine here. Okay, so we're going to abuse this feature. So what I need to do now is open up one other tab. See if I can generate a new tab from here. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to set up a targets file, which I should already have set up, but we'll see. Okay, in the targets file, I'm going to have the IP address of the machine we're attacking. So here you could have a list of IP addresses you want to attack in the network. Say you ran Nmap and you got a bunch of SMB signing disabled. Okay, you can put that in your targets list and target those devices and just wait for any sort of events to happen. Wait for users to come through and just start relaying those across. So with that in mind, what we're going to do here now is we're going to just set up NTLM Relay is the tool we're going to use. Okay, and then we're going to set a targets file with a -t and just call it targets.txt. And I'm going to cheat a little bit and go to my notes because I don't remember everything. It's actually a TF, so I lied to you. And then we're going to do a -smb2 support. So let me put this in here. We'll do smb2 support, just like that. Okay, now this will be running. So here now what's happening is we're waiting for events to happen. When this event happens, it's going to get pushed over to NTLM Relay. NTLM Relay is going to do the rest of the work for us. All right, so what I'm going to do is just go along and push an event again, just like we did last time with Responder. Okay, and I'm going to push that. Hopefully this works. Magic of being live lab environment. Okay, the attack succeeded. Let me make this full screen. We might have had, let's see, why can't I scroll here? There we go. So what happens is the attack succeeded. All right, and then you can see what happens is it dumps out the local SAM hashes. These are your NTLM hashes, NTLM, remember that. Okay, so now we've got NTLM hashes for administrator, for a local user called Peter Parker, for a local user called Help Desk. Okay, so now we've got multiple accounts that are local to this machine only. The cool thing about NTLM is we can do what's called pass the hash, meaning we can copy this hash here and pass it around. We can take this and try to crack this and see if we can find the password on this. There's a few things that we can do and see where these accounts land. But now we've got accounts on a machine. Here we can look at the password hashes too and see if any are identical, which we don't have any identical hashes, thankfully. It looks like this default account and this administrator account have the same hash, so they might be disabled. There's not a way to tell without trying to access it. But we have a Peter Parker account here and we have a Help Desk account too. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want to show you one other thing. There's a few ways or things that we can do with this attack. One of the things is we can get an interactive session, which is basically getting a shell on a machine. We can also actually upload a payload or execute a command. We can do like a -c here and run a command on that machine. We can run malware on this machine with this attack as well. But usually for me, dumping the SAM is good enough. I don't necessarily need the shell, but if we want the shell, we can do a -i, let this run here, and then I would literally just come back to the this machine and trigger another event. So you can just come in here and do a //192, trigger that event, and let me minimize this because my RDP session is getting in the way. Come back, and you can see that there is saying, hey, we started an interactive shell session here on 127.0.0.1 11,000, meaning all we have to do is new tab, netcat 127.0.0.1, 11,000. All right, you can type help for a list of commands, and we are on this machine. We can change the password of the user if we want to. We can add directories, remove directories, put files, get files. We can log into this machine. There's a lot of stuff that we can do within this little interactive session. So I just want to show you that there's beyond just dumping the SAM in here, we can do quite a bit more. And this attack is very real, very dangerous within an environment. So I'm going to show you some more stuff, and then I want to kind of walk you through an attack scenario from a real world situation, and we'll kind of talk about what we can do. So let me take a drink of this Red Bull so I can keep this energy level up. All right. So a few things that we can do. We can use PS exec or WMI exec or SMB exec to get shells in this network if we want to. We can also use a hash with pass the hash to get a shell in this network. So one example here, and I already have the hash saved, so I'm just going to kind of copy this and show you just to save us time, if I can. Life is a lot more difficult on a laptop chat. All right, so I'm going to kill this session. So what we're doing is we're going to run PS exec. It might auto run because I copy here. Let's see. Let me hit enter. Okay. So what we did is we found a help desk account, right? We found that account over here. And we see that that account exists. We don't know if that account is an administrator on a machine. But if it is, we can take that and try to log in here. In this situation, I'm actually logging into the domain controller because what's happening is this user is not only this hash work here on this machine, it also works on other machines within the network, which is very, very common, unfortunately, a lot of times. So we're literally using a hash without knowing the password of this account to go ahead and get a shell on a machine. So we're doing that with PS exec. We can do that with WMI exec. We can do that with SMB exec. We can also use this hash to dump out passwords on a machine. So instead, we can use a tool called secrets dump. So I'm just going to tab up here, and I'm going to hopefully go home. And we'll just do secretsdump.py on this. We can use this account again to dump hashes on a machine if that user is a local administrator. And here we're dumping all the hashes, all the juicy information on this machine. In this situation, this user is dumping local SAM hashes. I think we also dumped out the ntds.dit, which is the secrets of the domain controller. And we're getting all kinds of juicy accounts here, like all the accounts. fcastle, tstark, Parker, SQL Service, like accounts we haven't even seen because this account or this user was a domain administrator on a domain controller, or was a local user, local admin on a domain controller. So this might not make a ton of sense. I'm trying to show you just like how, at this point, beginner level stuff, how we can utilize a hash to not only get access to a machine, how we can also use a hash to dump out all the secrets and hash information on a machine as well. So really, really nasty stuff. We can also use, in this situation, instead of using a hash, we can use somebody's password to do that and get access. Like with fcastle, we could use password 1 instead, but same situation here with this. We can also do what are called pass attacks. So pass the password, pass the hash. Basically, we can run this around, and I'm going to copy this and show you. We'll walk through it. We can use a tool called crackmap exec. I'm going to paste this. And here's the situation in mind, and this is kind of the thing that I would do. If I got LMNR in a network, I went and cracked the password. My next steps are, where does that password work, and where can I dump secrets out of? So what I want to know is, if I pass this around the network, will it own any other machines in that network? Is this user a local administrator on any machines in that network? And we can use this tool called crackmap exec to try that. We're going to try to log in via SMB across this entire /24 here, this entire subnet, okay? We're going to use our user, provide the domain, provide the password, and see if it logs in anywhere else. And it should just take a second to run here. We can also do this same scenario with a pass the hash attack. And I'll show you that as well. So you could see he is correctly actually not even a local administrator on his machine. So Frank Castle on the Punisher, not a local administrator, but he is a local administrator on Spider-Man, which we found out earlier through the relay attack, but we didn't know that. Okay, we just happened to succeed. Here with this password, we can see, okay, password 1, here we go. Now we can use psexec with this password on this IP address specifically. We can use secrets dump on this IP address specifically with this password and go dump out the secrets as well. So these are attacks that we can utilize and run now that we know where this user exists and where he has permissions and settings at. Same thing can be done here with a local hash. So we have crack map exec, local auth. We can just use a SMB local auth here, pass this help desk account around with the hash that we had. And it's a very similar situation where we can just log in all over the place. So very, very scary, very easy to do. So I want to walk you through a scenario, and then we'll come back and do some more attacks as well. Okay. So you may have seen a blog post on this before. You may have seen me talk at HacktivityCon about this last year, but this is still, from taking it from a beginner perspective, this is something that I think would be important here. So let's talk about some of the stuff you just saw and how it applies to a real world situation. So this is a pen test situation. We were attacking a hospital. The hospital had a lot of protection mechanisms in place. They had CyberArk, which is called PAM, or Privileged Access Management. CyberArk, what it does is a check-in, check-out process, essentially. You take domain accounts and you say, hey, I want to check into my domain account. And what it'll do is it'll say, okay, for 8 hours, here's your password for that domain account. And it's like a 15-character password, maybe a 30-character password. And it'll give you that password in that account, in that hash even, for 8 hours, basically. That is incredibly difficult to crack. It's just a jumbled password. We're not cracking that. It's a great protection mechanism if default settings are turned off in an environment. They also had intrusion detection, intrusion prevention. They had antivirus. I think it was Symantec on all devices. And we still took them down. They had great security, but you're going to see what happened and how this works. Okay, so first of all, we performed SMB relay on them. Let's go ahead and talk through that first. So here is the slide share. Same thing you saw earlier. We got in with the account. The account had admin privileges. We were able to go ahead and just dump all the SAM hashes within an environment. Let me try to move this a little bit and just kind of show you. So anywhere, if you're looking at these NTLM hashes, these are just local accounts. We relayed a NTLM v2 hash from one machine to another through our attack. And because we couldn't crack those passwords, that was the strategy in this instance. Since you can't crack them, you try relaying them. Here, we were able to dump these out. Anything where you see like 15379, 15379, these are all literally the same password. So we don't have to crack this, but we did. But we don't have to. We can go through and just pass those hashes around because these are local account hashes. So these tech support accounts had the same credentials here. User accounts had the same credentials for themselves. And then there was also this admin account. So with this strategy, yes, we can dump these hashes into Hashcat or John the Ripper, and we can sit there and try to crack these passwords. You don't need to, but it can become beneficial. In this instance, we did crack these passwords. The password here was the password of power 10. The interesting thing about this password in particular for this tech support account was that it was also the same password that was able to disable any of the antivirus and protection mechanisms that were on a machine. So we identified that it was Symantec running. We were able to go in and run a command and disable using that password. So cracking the password did work there because the hash obviously would not have worked for using that to disable antivirus. With that in mind, this tech support account, you can see all the different IP addresses that are here. That tech support account owned the majority of those machines, meaning that they were local administrators on this machine. And this is a local account. During this entire engagement, we never captured an actual domain credential or domain account because they had protection mechanisms in place. CyberArk was preventing that. But they were reusing the same tech support account and password on every single machine practically in the network. So we're able to get around there. And within a few minutes, we were able to own the domain controller. Basically what we do is we go through and we come in here and we take this password, say it works on this machine. You just go through and you run secrets dump and you dump all the SAM file out of there and you run it on every single machine here. You're looking for as much data and intel that you can. You never know which one of these machines is going to be like a server where somebody logged into, or perhaps something like wdigest, which we haven't covered or talked about yet, is enabled, which on Windows 7 or older or Server 2012 or older, that will show your password in clear text. So it doesn't matter if you have a 15-character password, it's still going to show that in clear text, and we're going to be able to capture it and utilize that in the environment. So there's some times where there's older servers running and a domain administrator had logged into it. The credentials were sitting there in clear text because we used this account to dump out the secrets and get them. So basically at this point, once you've compromised an account, you're just moving machine to machine to see what credentials or what you can harvest that can be utilized to move vertically. So we have what's called lateral movement and vertical movement. Here in this instance, we are moving laterally in an attempt to move vertically and get higher up in the domain and eventually own the domain controller or own the entire domain and forest, etc. So we ended up on this machine here with this hash. I don't know if I have another slide in here. So on this one in particular, I remember this is the one I was telling Ben was the password was welcome1 anyway. We ended up going and cracking this password hash for this administrator. And this account ended up being just welcome1 and a local domain admin on this machine. So we own the domain controller without ever cracking a domain account in that environment. It was pretty cool pen test. Okay, so we got about 20 minutes left. I'm gonna take another hit of juice here, and then we'll go through some of these other attacks as well. All right, so let's talk about Kerberoasting, and then we'll talk about another relay attack if we get the time here. So for Kerberoasting, this is an attack that we can perform when we have post-compromise. All we need is a valid domain account. And I'm going to kind of walk you through this, but basically we need to think about the interaction between a user and a domain controller, and then we also need to think about the interaction and how that applies to a service account. Okay, so we're going to use a tool called Get SPNs or Get User SPNs. We're looking for service principal names. So think of any service you might have in an environment. That could be like a SQL service, which is what we're presenting here as an example. That could be like Sophos or antivirus. It could be anything that's running as a service in an environment. What happens is we are able to pull down hashes of that service account that's running. So we'll get a little technical here for a second, and then we'll talk about why it works and what we're doing, and then we'll actually run the attack and see how it works. So what we're doing is we are using Kerberos, which is an authentication method. So when you go and you say, hey, I am Frank Castle, my password is password1. You present that to the domain controller or the KDC, the key distribution center. You say, here is my credentials, or here are my credentials. I need a ticket. Okay, and that's how Kerberos works. It works off ticket. It'll say, okay, I validated you. You now have a ticket. That is called a TGT, or a ticket granting ticket. Now, with that TGT, which any user gets once they have provided their valid authentication, we can request what's called a TGS, and I just call these service tickets. So imagine that we have a service account that we want to access. What we do first is go to the key distribution center, or the KDC. We go to that and we say, hey, I want to access this account. Here's my TGT. Can you go ahead and give me a TGS? Or this service ticket. And it says, okay, you've got a valid TGT. I will go ahead and give you this TGS. And what's special about that TGS is it is encrypted with the password hash of the service account. Then you take that TGS and you take it and present it to the service itself, and it will say, it'll decrypt it on its end and say, yes, you can have access to this, or no, you don't have access to this. So we don't ever present it to the service. We literally just get that service ticket because it's encrypted with that hash. All we need is a user account. Remember, all we need is a valid ticket in order to get that TGS. All we need is a valid user account. Doesn't matter if they're an administrator, a local user, or a low-level user on a domain. All it matters is we have that account. So we're going to run this tool. We're going to take a look at what that looks like and request a ticket here. So let's go ahead and go back into our Kali machine. I'm just going to paste this from our notes. Okay, so we are using get user SPNs. We're calling out Marvel because that's our domain. Fcastle is our user. Password 1, which we cracked earlier through LMNR. And now we have the domain controller, and we're sending a dash request. We're just making this request here. So I'm going to hit enter. Hopefully that works, and it works. Okay. So this in itself is a feature of Active Directory. This is something where now we have a hash here that we've captured, and we have a hash of this user SQL service. Now, depending on what this user is or what they are in the environment, this could be really good or bad. This could provide, if we can go take this password hash and go crack it, this could provide access to other machines in the network. Maybe this, for some reason, this machine or this account is a local administrator somewhere in that network. Perhaps a lot of times we have seen the situation where service accounts are domain administrators. For what reason, I'm not sure, but organizations will slap them with domain administrator privileges and let them run with weak passwords, and there you go. So again, through the power of quick editing, we're just going to go ahead and utilize the hash that I've saved in here, and I guess I'll just type in exe because it doesn't want to cooperate. Okay, so hashcat.exe, make this full screen. This time the module for this is 13100. This is just under curve.txt, which is where the hash is stored. RockU again, and then a -o again for optimizing. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, let that run. It should take just a second, and we're going to see something interesting about passwords again. We've already talked about the 19-character password, but you're going to see that we can crack a bad password pretty quick as well, or what would be considered a good password in an environment. Let's see if we can actually see it. So I've got my screen really blown up. I'm sorry, but this password is capital MY, lowercase password, 123 pound, and I think that's 14 characters, maybe 13 characters. That is what would be considered a strong password in a Active Directory environment, and it adheres to all the things that you want with the special character, the capital letter, lowercase, and a number. But here it is getting cracked because it's weak. So we talked about 19-character passwords. 14-character passwords fall into that too. We've got this account here. We could take this account if we wanted to, go use secrets dump, go use crackmap exec, pass it around the network. We can go and try to log in, see where the permissions are at. In this situation, I actually have this set up to where it is a domain administrator on this machine. So if you were logged into the Windows server, which we are going to use for our next attack, you can see that this is a domain administrator. So we would, in this situation, own the domain controller basically in 2 steps again. And these are, everything I'm showing you is real world examples, or are real world examples of things that I've seen on engagements and pen test and happen quite a bit. So this member is a member of, you can see administrator accounts in here as well. So next, I'm going to show you one more thing, and I think our time's probably going to be out. So I want to talk about another attack that is, yet again, a feature of Active Directory. And these are IPv6 man-in-the-middle attacks. Okay, so if we go into our machine, we'll talk about man-in-the-middle. If you're interested in this tool does not come with Windows by default. But let me see if it's broken in my environment. I think it is. Okay. So let me find it real quick. Okay. If you go and you do a lookup on GitHub for MITM6, that is the tool we're using. So if you think about, let me make sure this is running before I go through this whole thing. Okay, it's running. So if you think about a Windows network, Windows networks were designed to run off of IPv4 and IPv6. And most networks are not using IPv6. most administrators are not thinking about IPv6. And that leads to some potentially dangerous stuff. Because what we can do is we can sit man in the middle and act as a DNS server for IPv6. The DNS server is usually properly set up for IPv4. That's what everybody's thinking about, but usually not set up or disabled for IPv6 because disabling causes some issues there too. So what we do is we say, hey, I'm going to sit man in the middle. I'm going to be your DNS server. And we are able to intercept credentials and relay them through what's called LDAP relaying. So we're going to run this tool, Python. We're going to run with Python man in the middle 6. And we're also going to run a tool that we ran earlier for our SMB relay attack, which is NTLM relay. Okay, let me clear this screen out. And so we're going to set this up here, and we're going to talk about what's happening and why it's working. So we're going to run NTLM relay x.py. We're going to say -6 for IPv6. We're specifying this. I'm going to go use my cheat sheet just to make sure I'm doing all this right. I'm actually going to copy this. This will be easier. No, I'm not. So we'll use a -t for our target. And I'm going to point this to LDAP specifically. 192.168.138.132 is our domain controller IP address. So that's where we're pointing. Okay, I'm going to set up a -L of a folder for loop me, and we'll talk about what that does in a second, why that's scary. And we also need a fake WPAD in here. So I'm going to do WH or wpad.marvel.local. Actually, I'm going to call that fake. Make sure that this is all set up correctly. Okay, now with this attack will take down a network. So you need to be very careful when running this attack that you don't run it for, I would say, more than 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes max, because you are taking over the DNS for IPv6 that can break some stuff. Here, we're going to call out the domain name as marvel.local. So make sure if you're doing this, you go do this on a pen test that you don't just let it run willy-nilly the whole time, because chances are you will take down a network. So here, we're going to run the NTLM relay. And what we're doing now is we're waiting for an event to happen in the network. We are trying to get a hold of devices and become the DNS server for those devices. Here in this situation, we can trigger that along by going ahead and just issuing a reboot on a machine. Possibly the reboot will do it. If not rebooting, logging in the environment will do it. I'm going to show you 2 different ways of things that can happen and how they can be dangerous. First of all, with a low-level user, which is our Frank Castle user. And then I'll show you logging in with an administrator as well. So let's get this up and rebooted. And this should just take a second here. Once this traffic starts generating, we'll pick it up. This will work in the lab if you let it sit running, like your demo lab. It'll run eventually. I think it's holding reservations for 30 minutes or around that amount of time. You can see the reservation for the Punisher just pulled in. So now make sure nothing has happened. Okay, nothing has happened yet. So now what we're going to do is you can see it's starting to work. It's pulling IPv6. We're saying, hey, we're your DNS server. Let's go ahead and log in with Frank Castle. And this is literally just somebody logging in the network. Okay, that's all that's happening right now. This is a pre-compromised attack. No compromisation has happened. We're just sitting here waiting for this to happen. Let's see if this actually works or loads. Let's see if the demo gods want to play ball with us today or not. Okay, let's log out. We'll try logging in one more time. If that doesn't work, then no demo gods on this one, chat. We'll log in as the administrator. Let's see if it changes it up for us. All right, demo gods did not work for us. Let's there's PowerPoint for this because we have to know when they won't work for us. So let's take a look at what this looks like and just kind of go from there. So we got it set up. In theory, logging in and rebooting should have caused an event. For some reason, it didn't. What happens is if we have a low-level user, we can pull data down. Again, we can just relay that low-level user. We never have to grab any information, and we can pull a loot directory down, which dumps out, if you can see here, it dumps out all kinds of information, domain computers, domain groups, policies, trust, and users. And something that's interesting that I like to look at, especially the domain users, is that this might be a little hard to see, but you could see, okay, who are the administrators in here? Who are the domain admins? Who are the enterprise admins? These are the people that we know we want to target now. We can find accounts that we want to target. The other thing in here is we could see account descriptions, which I think a lot of domain administrators don't know that you can do, but I would say maybe 15% of the time we do a pen test and we pull down descriptions, there's passwords sitting in there because we're in here, and let's take a look real quick. Like if we're in a domain controller, like in here, when somebody goes in here and sets up a password, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to set up this SQL service. I'm going to give it a strong password, and I'm going to put the password in the description because I'll remember what that is. I'm just going to go back and do it that way. But the issue is we can see that password as long as we compromise an account and pull down information. Once we compromise an account, we have access to all this information anyway. But this is a way of showing a compromise without ever getting an account password or credential. So here you can see the description, you can see who your targets could be, all that jazz. The difference though is when an administrator logs in inside the network. So imagine now, instead of Frank Castle logging in, an administrator account logged in, which you can see here's an authentication request for Marvel administrator. So if a domain user is going, or domain admin's logging in somewhere in the network, it triggers this event. What happens is it adds a new user for us, okay, and a password for us. It sets this user as a enterprise admin in the network. It abuses the privileges of this user here to set this user up and become an enterprise admin in the network. Super quick. Takes 5 minutes to run this. You get the right event at the right time, the domain network goes down. Here's an example of a true pen test. We got hospital domain administrator, again, a hospital, domain administrator in 5 minutes with this attack. All we did was set this up, listen, you see the account succeeded. Here's adding a new user with that username, password. We take that username, password, we go log in, we get corp, we get all of it. So there's a bunch of different things that you can do with this attack, and it's incredible how you can use this. You can also use this, sometimes a computer account will trigger this, not even a user account will trigger this. You can generate Kerberos tickets with this and use Kerberos without any password to authenticate to different systems. It's pretty wicked what it can do, and is one of those things that, again, ships out of the box by default without another Windows feature. So let's see if there's anything else I haven't covered. We got 4 minutes left. I think Ben went downstairs. I don't have access to the chat. I'd chat with you guys. Joe's here. You want to come sit for a second?
Sure.
Amber's here. Amber, you want to say hi?
Amber, you want to come say hi?
Amber doesn't want to say hi. Mayor's here. Joe in the flesh. Oh, we're done. Hi, welcome back. No, you're good.
What's up, everybody?
Got 3 minutes to kill.
Want to let you guys do a little pre-show? You want me to jump in?
No, you jump in.
You can come sit on our lap.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good seat in this house. All right.
Hey.
This. All right. We've done this before.
You know, not bad. One lab failure in the whole thing.
You had that problem the other day, didn't
I
you?
did. Yeah. We ended up getting to work though.
Listen, man, I need nothing but perfection next
You
time.
know, listen, I'll work on it.
We're
sorry.
here for work, not to have fun, all right?
Please don't hit me again.
We'll talk about this after we'll talk about it downstairs.
All right.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks
This
for
is
having me,
awesome. So for people that want to learn more about like Active Directory hacking, where can are there labs that they can get download for free if someone wants to, on a budget, they want to learn? What are some basic? I can do some basic stuff that I can get better at this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so for us, we have the PEH, which is free a lot of the time. If not, you can get it for usually as low as $10, $15 for practical ethical hacking. Some people
that's on your academy, right?
At the academy, exactly. There are some people who put resources out based on that course
Cool.
that you can see. There's somebody who did. His name's Cameron. He did a really good Azure lab build with it, and you get $200 free on Azure. So as long as you have a credit card and you don't go over your limit, you can go and build this whole lab that I had set up here in Azure in the cloud. So if you don't have the computer resources or something along those lines, you can do that as well.
Those are all free on GitHub, so you can download it and just deploy it on Azure.
You have to walk through the process, but it's good. It's good experience anyway to get cloud experience and hands-on with that kind of administration as well.
I feel like it wouldn't be that expensive. $200 would go a long way. I feel like
for this, this would last.
It lasted me about a month.
Yeah, I'd say last a month.
Well, that's not bad.
You get a month for it too. Is how that discount works.
So yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great.
So you did a lot of education stuff. If you don't mind, we have a little bit of extra time.
Yeah.
As far as like people that want to get into red teaming, offensive security, whether it's pen test, bug bounty, red team, I think a lot of people that watch the streams are very new and they still want to figure out what the next steps are.
Sure.
Let's say I'm an IT person. I understand basics of internet. I understand sub-web stuff. I want to learn and just get into hacking in general. What is let's talk about free resources, just because I feel like a lot of people want to start with free to just understand what they're good at and then go and spend the money to learn. Like I want to build up to also talking about certificates at some point.
Sure.
But for free stuff, I want to learn. I want to spend maybe $20 a month. That's my budget, or $20 every few months. Where do I go?
So depending on your background, the thing I stress the most is building a foundation. So it's like a house. You want to have a strong foundation before you build upon it, or it could crumble, or you're just set yourself up for failure. So making sure you have things like A+, Net+, not certifications, just those type of study details, like basic computer, how to build a computer, how to troubleshoot a computer, how to do basic networking, like CIDR notation, subnetting.
I still struggle with subnetting.
We all do.
Yeah,
it's good to know I'm not alone.
Basic programming, like picking up Python or something like that. And there's resources for all that. YouTube is great. Codecademy is great. Free Code Camp is great. And once you build that foundation, you want to go and learn some stuff. If you're talking like absolutely free, try Hackney's free.
I have a lot of free stuff.
Hack the Box has free as well. I'd say try Hackney's more beginner friendly. And then it's only $10 a month. If you have a $20 a month budget, it's $10 a month, and you get access to like your own VPN, and it's a lot more stable, and you get access to more machines and networks as well. So
they have those paths that you can learn like specific things. Right?
Exactly.
Like a network fundamental.
Yeah.
And so you can learn all this stuff. I think a lot of them are free anyways.
Yes.
I'll try Hack.
The paths you have to pay for, those are subscription based, but
is
a
it?
lot of the rooms that are inside of those paths, like I've got a couple of rooms in the offensive pen testing path.
Okay.
The rooms are free, but the guided path is part of the subscription.
Yeah, I've done a
plan.
few of the guided paths. I think the way that I've done it, the structure of it is really great, just because like I want to learn fundamentals, just click on this thing instead of just saying the goal to learn the fundamentals. But I didn't know how they do free. I've had an account forever. I've never seen the free versions of it, to be honest.
We started implementing them in the college classes.
Really?
Yeah, so we're like one of the college classes, it requires them to go through the whole offensive path and some of the extra like the Empire Path wreath that's on there, like the Active Directory stuff. And so
So your homework is to go do those.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Man.
No,
That's
it's
really
great.
cool.
It's great. And so it's just a fantastic resource that they built their platform on the desire to educate more than just gamify.
Yeah.
And even though there's some gamification, CTF-y stuff in there, a lot of it was like, hey, how do we teach people to do this more than just like, hey, this is competition, go get first blood, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's more like, here's a step-by-step walkthrough on a lot of these machines and education platform, more so than CTF platform.
Honestly, like one of the things for me personally was I was really like web focused and going through some of those. I did the OSCP path for like a day or two of it.
Yeah.
I just was like, nope, no, I don't. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time.
It is.
You want to actually do it, but I learned a lot of like Privet stuff. Like I know a little bit at least. I can figure out how to do it. Like, I know the basics of it now because I did the try hacking stuff. But so you were saying do try hack me, do the free versions of it. There's Hack the Box that's free.
Yep.
What's next? Okay, so I've done some of these labs.
PTS is free. That's right.
Yeah. PTS from INE is a free offering. It's really a good dive into professional labs that are provided from a platform. So all you need to do is sign up for the Cyber Starter Pass over at INE.com.
Cool. Okay.
Go ahead.
I would say no. It's 100% free. If you want the certification, it's $200 for cert in the exam.
And that's where I started my pen testing experience, was with the PTS.
Oh, you started with the PTS?
Yeah, that was the first.
Wow.
That was the first offensive focus certification I had. It's still the first one and only one I've actually failed.
Wow. You have to do a test to do the certification.
Yeah, back then you had 3 tries with it, and I was brand new, and I just got frustrated, and I just kind of multiple choiced it, and then came back and.
I mean, you did finally, right?
Yeah, I passed it, but it was a great, good foundational pen testing course.
Okay. What about so now that we're talking about certificates, Do you have your OSCP? Obviously, you guys both have OSCP. What else do you guys have from offensive security?
We don't have anything.
Oh, I have OSWP.
Yeah, OSWP.
Yeah.
Would you recommend people going down that route if they have the money? I know
Not OSWP. I think it's so outdated. Like it needs an update.
And it's getting updated.
The OSCP is gotten really updated.
The OSCP has. The OSWP was like when I went there was like 90% WEP, which I don't remember last time I've seen a WEP network.
Yeah.
Like it just needs like some really good updates. Which if it's getting updated,
yeah, they posted something about taking it down, and then they'll have something new coming soon.
That's good.
So certificate wise,
we have some e-learn stuff.
We do have e-learn stuff.
What would be the choice of like someone that's new? Even like besides hacking, like what are some decent? You mentioned Network Plus,
Security Plus.
Security
to
Plus
me is really, really good. And the foundations taught in that are like ISC Squares, SSCP is great for when you're communicating with clients. When you're talking about risk management and risk assumption, talking about how to handle risks and threats, especially with clients who don't have large budgets, or they might be giving you some pushback on some of the findings.
Yeah.
Just telling them, hey, you can assume the risk if you want. We're just here to give you the information you need or what we found. But for me, the biggest takeaway as a pen tester is some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And really just the basic fundamental, security premises that you'll have to talk to a CISO about, or, a CIO or a CEO, and speak at their level and from their understanding.
It's different when you talk to like technical people versus like executives that used to be technical, or they may not even be technical, to be honest. They know the fundamentals and you have to speak to their language. It's different talking to them. It's not the same as just talking to a hacker or a friend. It's just a completely different language, what they expect.
Sure. I would say CCNA could have some benefits as well from the networking side. Cloud is big too. So AWS certifications, huge right now.
Yeah.
Azure, like everything's moving into the cloud. So being able to understand the architecture and how to abuse some of those features, if you want from a hacker's perspective, or even just like I need something to go out there and learn that would make me relevant in the market, is cloud's definitely booming at the moment. So
what did you personally practice on to get to the level you are to be comfortable with AD, or even anything that you have learned?
I got thrown into the deep end. So I was like, I got my OSCP, and like I thought at that point in time, because just thought like, hey, I'm gonna go get this, just go get a job right now, and it's really not the case. Like you go and you just get beat up in interviews because they're asking questions like Active Directory and web app and stuff you don't really like cover or do. And so eventually I ended up getting a job, and they started me off on just doing external pen tests. Once you kind of build your trust, then they put me into internal pen tests, but there wasn't training for it. It was like, here, you got an internal, and I was like, messaged one of my coworkers, what do I do? He's like, go read some blogs, dude, because that's pretty much it. And so you basically just fumble your way through it. And now like courses are starting to come out that are like way Active Directory focused. And I feel like back just a few years ago, that wasn't even the case. So it's one of those things where thankfully there's more resources now than there were before. But it was really just like, hey, read these blogs, go figure it out, see what you can put together. If this isn't working, then go check for something else. And you go down a rabbit hole, and it was all self-taught.
Yeah, I think I always try to bring this up as much as I can. With how many resources are out there nowadays, there shouldn't be an excuse of I don't know where to start. I think there's too much to confuse people what to do at this point.
Sure.
But there are enough resources to like learn the basics. And they become very affordable. I don't think like with TryHack being $10-15 a month. That's really cheap for what you're going to learn.
And the importance of diversifying your education cannot be overstated. So we see a lot of, you need an OSCP to be a pen tester. You've got to have these resume bullet type certifications and qualifications, but you end up with a lot of people with the same baseline and not much else. So diversifying where you get your knowledge, where you get your training. Heath, I think, just posted that he bought the new CRTO. I've done Rostamouse's previous version, and I just beta tested his new version of his course. It is incredible. There isn't anything like it. Pen Tester Academy, their certifications really aren't, being desired, but the training from like their CRTP course, I learned a ton about, pen testing, Active Directory with PowerShell. And a lot of what I put into my MP&P course, my movement, pivoting, and persistence course, came from things like that. Just knowledge that I'm banking and putting together. So diversifying is huge, and the industry needs to get on board with that. Just because we accept it as a CE after you're in the door doesn't mean that it shouldn't be accepted before you get to the hiring phase. So we really need to rethink some of that and rethink some of those acceptable options. There's a lot of really good stuff.
I think it's just the whole education content on cybersecurity is very young. Like if you think about I go back to Triton because there's 2 years. They've been around for 2 years, maybe 3. They haven't been around for that long. And just thinking like a huge platform like that just came out. And I know Hack the Box has been around for years. There's gonna be more and more coming out. Like Sean, who's coming up in a bit, he has the Bug Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, you can buy memberships on it now.
Yeah, and he's doing like more web stuff, and then his pen tester lab doing all the pen testing stuff. There's so many, I think, more different kinds of labs are gonna come out. It just comes down to like really learning what you like and then going after. How'd you figure out what you like to do with pen testing?
So that's the one thing I encourage people is there's so many different things. Like you like web apps, right? And I love Active Directory, and everybody's a little bit different. And really, you got to get your feet wet in everything, and then chase what it is that you say. I really want to know more about that, and I keep wanting to know more about that. There's things for me where it's just like, holy shit, that's boring. So
that's web app for me.
Yeah, so it's.
Really?
Hey, I just got 2 web app CVs this week.
Will you find it boring?
I don't like web app.
What do you hate most about it? I want to hear this. I want to hear this tangent.
I don't think do I hate anything about web app? It's just
he just complains every time I sign him on.
Which we do a lot of web. But there's always going to be that one thing that that you enjoy less than everything else. And web app is just that thing. I enjoy AD stuff. I enjoy kind of the idea of auditing domains and finding out where those misconfigurations are.
Okay.
There's a ton to web app, and a lot of people you're into the bug bounty thing. A lot of people jump into this stuff and they target one thing because one or two facets of bug bounty because there's just so much.
Right.
So pen tester, you can't. I might enjoy going out and looking for SQL injection. I love SQL injection, but in general, I mean, it's just I don't hate web app.
It's just a tedious fine-tooth comb.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, it gets boring after a while. And there's a few pen tests I've been on. It's like I've seen this app like 8 times.
Right.
What else do I cover?
Right.
And the first thing I go check my old bugs to see if they've been fixed, bypass those.
Right.
But I get it. It's just I want to see like if there was a particular reason or like it's boring or like it's not as fun because of these reasons versus like it's just I enjoy it less and
you're not chasing impact, right?
You're right.
Right.
Web app is very checklisty too.
Yeah,
so it becomes tedious. It becomes I don't want to say monotonous, but kind of we go down OWASP top 10. We go down our internal checklists and look at we're going to check for this, and this. There's not a ton. I mean, there is a ton of creativity. There truly is. With AD, there's a lot of grabbing something and chasing things and.
Yeah, I mean, there's
puzzle pieces. It's puzzle pieces.
It is. But with OWASP top 10 specifically, unless you're getting an A1 injection or server-side request forgery of some sort, the rest of them is pretty copy-pasty fine. I get it. There was a few things like with you send them like, okay, I can with XSS you just put a payload in, maybe you bypass something easy, right? There's only a few things like SSRF is one of those puzzle ones. Like that's why I go after them. It's more of a, can I do this thing? Can I bypass it? Can I trick into doing that? I compare the two in that sense. Not that they're the same level of finding, but it's just more of they're only a particular set of vuln types when it comes to pen testing, at least, that could be escalated to the next thing, or it could become a puzzle of its own.
I think that's what it is, right? Like all hacking is kind of like a puzzle, and you just got to find out what kind of puzzles you like. Is basically the big breakdown of it. So,
how did you figure out what you liked? Like, how did you? Because he said you get your feet wet, whatever. Like, you want to get into it. How did you realize this is the thing I want to specialize in?
Like pen testing, or just what I like in pen? If it's about what I like in pen testing, I attribute it to him. When I was interning with Heath, at that time we just had a ton of internals.
Yeah.
I will say though that professionally, I've had more success on web app. I still get the most excited when I find a really cool web app finding.
Right.
Like I found an LFI in a real application once. I'm like, holy crap, this is actually real, right? I can't believe this is something that is real because you see it in labs, right? And I had a bona fide LFI come out and actually was able to dump files. And I was so excited. And I get the same way as SQL injection.
Yeah.
Really with a domain, the only time if we're talking about like internals, the only time I really get like that is, you find a credential you can pass, or, you've taken over the, the controller completely. Externals, it's when you find, a credential, with externals, there's not a whole lot to it.
It's cut dry.
You bypass MFA, you're like, yes. But I get the most excited with web app, but it's also the thing I least enjoy doing.
Yeah, I think the other thing, my perspective is most like bug bounties, and we just chase random stuff all day.
Yeah.
But with pandas, I can see it becoming boring,
especially
if it's a returning customer. Like, I completely get it. Like, you look at it and you go, oh, I know this thing. Like, I've seen it so many times.
And we're trying to provide value, so we're trying to provide findings. So the things that are, kickback for impact with triage, certificate issues and whatnot. These are things that are bona fide, legitimate findings, and we want to provide value to our clients. So, we might get a web app that's literally only that. And we can't just move to another app and work on that for a while until, an update comes out. We still have to provide that. So from the pen testing side, there's a lot to it.
Yeah. So do you have any advice, just to wrap this up, because I know we went like 15 minutes over, both of you guys. Maybe we start with you, Heath. Any advice for people that want to get into the offensive security, they want to build a career out of it? Anything like you wish you knew 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that you would go back in time and tell yourself?
So the big advice that I give people is that, like, there's a lot of comparison issues I think people put themselves through. And a quote I heard not that long ago that I've stolen now is, comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah.
And you really cannot worry about what other people are doing. And you really can't, like, social media is so bad about, like, putting the best, here's a 50,000 bug from whatever that we just saw recently. Here's that bug. Okay, yeah, that gets upvoted. But what about all the failures that person had looking for that bug? They don't talk about it. It's the same thing. So if you're sitting there worried, this person got a job and they only had these certifications, and you only worry about yourself. Like, you can only run your race. And what I like to say is, like, if somebody runs a race in a mile in 4 minutes and you go run it in 12, you still ran the same race. Yeah. You still ran the same mile. It doesn't matter about how long it took them to get you there. It takes how long it takes to get you there. So, study at your pace, study at the cadence that works for you, and just, you'll get there when you get there, as long as you're willing to put in the effort and keep chugging along.
Yeah, I think to add to what you're saying, I agree. I think the other thing is comparing yourself to yourself from 6 months ago, a year ago. I struggle with the success thing a lot of times. It's like, I look at my, I'm this old, like this many years old. I'm doing this with my life right now, and I see all these other things online, and I would go, "Oh, what was I doing 6 months ago? How was I doing a year ago? How was I doing 3 years ago?" In comparison to that, and just realizing that you're making progress slowly, it's still better than comparing yourself to other people, because everyone has different background, different circumstances, how they've been brought up, your life that you live, the struggles that you have is unique to you, And just doing that comparison is the thing that's been super helpful for me.
And I think that's what people don't realize is, like, they look at us and like, oh, you're famous, popular hackers, and that we don't struggle with the same mental.
We get frustrated all the time.
Worse, man.
And imposter syndrome is huge. Like,
try working for you.
So, like, it's just like, it's like one of those things where it's like, you if you get stuck in that comparison, and, like, it can get really nasty for anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. So
I think the pressure is even worse where you're trying to teach other people, because you have to make sure you make sense. The thing that sometimes I watch my videos and I go, that's not what I was trying to explain. Too late. It's already out on the internet. What about you?
Well, being somebody who's new, I had not held a professional IT job until less than a year ago.
Damn, okay.
And then walked into pen testing. So I think if you ask Heath, anything about me with where I've gotten to where I'm at, he's going to say Joe hustled. We are faced right now with a hiring crisis with cybersecurity, where we have a ton of open jobs. We have a ton of people clamoring for jobs, and there's a disconnect. So you have to find a way to set yourself apart. And this is what I tell everybody I mentor or anybody who asks questions. We have to have a way to set yourself apart. Again, we talked a little bit on OSCP, and the value of certifications in college degrees are resume bullet, value at this point for many hiring managers. And we have to find a way to set apart you from the other 100 people who are applying for the job. So if that means that you need to find a side door into an organization by streaming, by tweeting, you're going to have to do more than 2 years ago, where the blog and the GitHub repo was getting you noticed. Everybody's got a blog now. Everybody's got a GitHub repo. Everybody's, more and more people have OSCP. The value of these face value for hiring managers is starting to diminish, and we have to find ways to set people apart. with their peers, and we are peers, so if that means you have to chase down those other, we're talking about diversifying education, if you have to chase down those other educational opportunities, if you have to create an actual project, if you put up a free code camp video, they're open to submission. If you're contacting those, doing those things and trying to put yourself out there and be noticed. And then finally, don't be afraid to ask for help. It can be hard to cry out for help. And that's what got me my job interviews last year when I finally started being noticed. If you ask anybody, I was frustrated. Nobody would hire me. I'm streaming. I'm, making rooms and whatnot. And I finally said, look, what's going on here? I need some help. Don't be afraid to ask for it. Don't be afraid to use social media. Don't be afraid to leverage your connections in your network. Because going in the front door right now through the HR process isn't working.
Yeah, it's really hard to get through the HR process with like the keywords they look for and everything they expect, because they don't get the technicality of it, right? It's just giving a list, just cross it off.
And then once you're in the door, prop the damn thing open for everybody else after you. Right. Don't forget where you came from in those struggles, because I think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people getting into the industry and they had a one-way mindset. And we need to remember what those struggles were like, and we need to make sure that we're preparing that next generation for entrance, because at some point we're going to be old, crusty guys who are just grumpy.
Old and crusty.
Well, that's because you haven't showered. We're going to be just grumpy at some point, and we're not going to care. But we need to remember, and training is important. We need to train and groom people for those next positions, and we need to take pride in it again. I think the people on this couch do. I think the industry needs to take a hard look at taking pride in training.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that the industry as a whole could do, but also I think with the age of just having social media now, using social media less for the highlight reel, and more for like empowering people. Like if you go down my social media for now, I post more about my struggles now than I do with the things that I've done as a success thing, just because I realize people have this like weird image of you that like overnight woke up and did this. No, just like literally 7 years ago, I was at DEF CON by myself. Didn't know a single person.
This is my first one.
This is your first time at DEF CON?
Yeah. Holy shit. A year ago, I was never in IT.
Damn. Yeah. See, like just coming here and like realizing like, dude, I was here 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody. I literally showed up by myself. I would set the talks and then find happy hours to go to. The year later, I met HackerOne. The year later, I came as a HackerOne employee. Just building on top of that. And just you network with people, and it's hard at first, but networking is really key in this industry, man. It's who you know. It could help you. Like if it wasn't for, so I always talk about this person named Andrew. I worked at Verizon Media at Yahoo back in the day. He helped me with my first resume. Because I was applying for an internship with Yahoo, and he's like, dude, your resume doesn't look good. I know you're better than this. And he spent an hour, 2 hours with me on Twitter just showing me how to do a resume. And that resume got me my next job. I didn't get the job with Yahoo. But my next job, I learned how to do it, like how to get through HR with that resume.
I'm on this couch because of networking. I sent him a LinkedIn message.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. Because we grew up there, at one point during his childhood and mine, we lived 30 minutes apart. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah. You guys didn't know each other at all?
No, I still got the message in my inbox.
Yeah, I should do a video on how you guys met.
We have, I think.
Kind of.
Have we talked about it before?
Yeah, should do a vlog of like how you guys met, showing this message and stuff like that. It's powerful, man. People need to see like one message could change everything. I was telling Stoke earlier, if I wasn't for messaging Zayed on Twitter randomly just for a bug, I would have never talked to him. If it wasn't reaching out to you to host something together, I would have never met you. Sure. Same thing with John. If it wasn't for you introducing us to, I would have never met John Hammond, right? Just the effect of like just meeting people and more people. I would not have met you if it wasn't for him today, right?
You said you were back in the day. You were marketing, right? Like
I did a lot of
cloud marketing,
stuff,
or
I did a lot of just marketing in general.
You're real good at that. That's the thing that you are like good at, just going out. And I think that's where people can learn too. Is like you don't have to be an extrovert. Like
I'm introverted as all hell.
Yes, I'm introverted too. Yeah.
I'm really shy, but I've learned to get over it.
Yeah, you just have to plant as many seeds as possible because you don't know where it's going to grow. It could be 5 years later that you talk to somebody that's like, hey, I got a job for you. So you just gotta put yourself out there, and it's hard at first, but if you keep doing it, like
I was very, very shy at like my 19 and early 20s.
Yeah,
but I had someone show me networking, and it's like, dude, listen, like I have this job because I went to this one meeting, and everything changed. I was like, holy shit, I want to do this.
You never know who's going to be the next opportunity.
And in this industry, it's as big as the community is. The industry
we're still small industry.
Tiny, yeah.
Everyone knows each other. Everyone could vouch for the other person. Words go around really quick.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, good and bad.
Yeah.
It's not just for the good stuff. You can make good and bad impact, but try to make your good impacts.
I agree. Well, thank you guys both. We're not going to quick. I think
Thanks.
Omar's still going to take over for, what do we have, 7 minutes till our next guest. We're going to jump off really quickly, let Omar do his thing. I think you guys have more updates for the CTF, and then we'll be back in like 7 minutes.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks,
for having
everybody.
us.
Thanks.
All right. So we do have a few announcements to make. The first one is we just released a new wave of CTF challenges a few minutes ago. So please hack away, hack the planet. The other thing is that we are giving away another AWAE course. So in order for you to win, go to redteamvillage.io/giveaway, and we will be announcing the next winner. We have 2 more to do today. So this one and one more. So we will announce the winners after the break. So with that, let's go in a quick break, and we'll be live in a few minutes.
Knock, knock, who's there? This guy. What's up, Red Teamers? What's up, DEF CON? It's your favorite fake, brilliant billionaire investor. My little birdie's cheap, 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 cheap. I like cheap things, that's why I'm rich. They let me know that Lunar Fire is under fire, but that is a Tres Comas company. And that's got so much smart shit in it. And so it's unhackable. Or is it? No, it isn't. Not even you boy and girl geniuses can do it. You would have to be the human equivalents of cars with doors that open like this or like this. Are you? Can you? Will you? Don't.
Hello, everyone. I'm Barry Darnell from the Red Team Village, and today we are here with Omar Santos from the Red Team Village, as well as our guest Ipsec from Hack the Box.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh,
Ipsec, Hack the Box has been a longtime supporter of the Village. Can you tell me more about the company?
Yeah, Hack the Box is a hands-on security training platform, and our main goal is to make good training readily available to anyone in the world. If you're new to a topic or just the field in general, we have Hack the Box Academy, and it's a guided learning experience, which just means we have written material and hands-on labs. And again, when building this, accessibility was our number one desire. So we created the Pwn Box, which allows you to have a whole operating system in your browser. So the machine you're doing this learning on doesn't even have to be powerful. You can do it on like a Chromebook. If for some reason you want to do it on a phone, you can. I wouldn't recommend that. But everything's done within a web browser. If you want to bring your own OS, we also provide a VPN pack for you, so you can join your OS to the VPN and go on learning. In addition to the Academy, we have Unguided Learning, which is what we're most famous for. This is the weekly challenges machines or entire like networks we put out on the platform, and that we ask people not to publicly talk about these challenges until they retire, which is typically 20 weeks. This is my favorite and what I credit most of my success to, because it really enforces building good social relationships that not only help get you the help when you need it, but also when teaching, it often validates your understanding of it, and it's proven to help memory retention. So I have a lot of friends in my social network that include Barry. I met him through another friend who met him at DerbyCon, which is a similar event of Red Team Village. And the funny thing is, both my other friend Kyle and Barry all lived within like 30 miles of each other, but we met like hundreds of miles away. So definitely like important to go view and travel and experience the community, because you'll never know who you find and how close people may be. It's a small world.
Absolutely. I think we've all been cooped up these last few months here. I think a lot of people are excited to go in person to Las Vegas to attend DEF CON. And so we're really excited to see some of our old friends and make some new ones. Speaking of that community, you know, Hack the Box is a very vibrant community, both on their Discord as well as all over Twitter. Can you tell me a little bit more about the people behind Hack the Box, maybe some projects that you might be working on?
Yeah, we have a innovation team that's designed at like pushing what we think is the limit. So typically most of our stuff is either a Docker or a VMware image. And the innovation team is looking into Google Cloud, AWS, and Azure to provide a pro lab called Black Sky, which is just based upon those types of features. So if you want to exploit IAM or do a lot of those unique cloud things, Black Sky Lab is going to be that. We also have, as you said, the Discord community. We have Roadrunner who runs that, and they help provide a lot of good support and just learning to anyone, in addition to a bunch of CTFs. I think we run a CTF like every other month or something. It's insane.
Well, talking about the CTF and talking about all the activities, you know, throughout the years, you guys have supported the Red Team Village tremendously. So first of all, thank you, and thank you, Hack the Box. So I got a couple of questions, right? So one of the questions is, you know, what would you say that is the best part about sponsoring community efforts like the Red Team Village CTF this year?
I mean, obviously it helps the community grow, and most of my like relationships, I can credit almost all my professional success as to leeching off my friends' knowledge, because no one can know everything. And I can't speak for anyone at Hack the Box, but I know a bunch of my friends at Hack the Box are super excited to play a CTF built by other people. And we've played the Red Team Village CTS for quite a while. I vaguely remember one, I think 2 years ago, that involved exploiting a printer, which was new to all of us. We were all like big binary exploit people, and then it threw a different architecture at us that we never really experimented with, and it was just a lot of fun to play. So super excited to sponsor an event that we can participate in and learn new things to hopefully put out on our platform in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think that you're hitting my next question, which is, why do you think sponsoring the Red Team Village this year is so important for the community?
Yeah, number one, it's important to, like, with COVID and all, we want to increase our socialization and everything. We've been all cooped up. And the Red Team Village incorporates all of Hack the Box's things. The main thing was being accessible. If you can't travel, you can do it online and form a team. And additionally, if you want, it's available for the high cost of $0, which aligns with kind of our methodology and what we want. All our machines are available for free for a time, and then once they retire, then you have to pay a small fee to gain access to it, because hosting 150 images permanently would just be expensive. Can't do that for free. Additionally, I believe InfoSec is a unique profession where team building activities have immeasurable impact. If you look at the non-InfoSec teams, they still do team building activities. Like, you have that gimmicky trust fall and escape room, etc. And they're doing them just to help build that social bond between coworkers. So you know it's valuable, since that's the only thing they care about. In the InfoSec world, we have CTFs that is just like that on steroids. It has all that same social bonding benefits. Like I mentioned earlier, I play CTFs with Barry. I've played CTFs with OXDF, Mr. Ben, John Hammond, a bunch of people. I just have a lot of fun with playing these CTFs along with coworkers. And in addition to that social bond that you build, it also gives you a lot of techniques that you may be able to immediately provide your work value, because you're joining hands with a bunch of other companies to learn things. It wouldn't surprise me if you do the CTF and then find something that you can immediately turn around to do on your job. I remember doing almost any pro lab. I'll use Offshore as an example, where the foothold involves exploiting Splunk. And I had a pen test that I kept missing this vector on because I just didn't know it, and Mr. Ben put it in that pro lab. So when I did that, it was just like an eye-opening thing of, oh God, what have I been missing? So definitely the big social aspect is huge here.
Awesome. And I couldn't agree more. And once again, thank you. I have one more last question, and it's around the benefits that your team actually will receive by participating at the DEF CON Red Team Village CTF this year.
Yeah, Hack the Box and Red Team Village are almost synonymous in what we provide and our methodologies. So the only unfortunate thing is the Red Team Village CTF is a yearly thing, while Hack the Box produces new things on a weekly basis. It's probably not to the scale that Red Team Village will be doing, just because it's constant. But if you're itching to do more after doing the CTF, definitely check out the platform if you haven't, and go over to Hack the Box, because I'm sure you'll love the challenges we put on the site.
Awesome. So once again, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you, Hack the Box, for sponsoring the Red Team Village. And I hope to see you at DEF CON.
Yeah, take care.
I was not paying attention. I think Sean is doing something with his camera. I was not expecting you to switch back to me so quickly. I got to update Twitter a little bit. But thank you for having me back on here. I'm going to give Sean a few minutes to see if he can get his camera on, hopefully. And if not, we're going to do it without one. I think, Omar, you are on mute. I don't have your audio right now.
Oh, perfect. Now should be back. So we do have an announcement to make, which is congratulations to Cerebro 11. You're the winner of the AWA course that we just gave away. We have another one to give away probably within an hour or so, so stay tuned. Tons and tons of giveaways from today and tomorrow. So all of them we're going to be announced here in the stream. We're not going to be tweeting, the forms, so we're going to be changing, these forms from time to time for you to sign up for these giveaways. And the other thing is, of course, we just released a new wave of CTF challenges. So please take advantage of that, hack your way in. And with that, I'm actually going to be sharing the latest scoreboard. AI generated, still #1. So, but Neutrino Cannon and EPT are not far behind. So tons and tons of activities, tons of flags actually being submitted as we speak. So So it's going pretty well. So thank you for everybody
close.
who's participating. All right, so I'll pass it back to you, Namsek.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think Sean's almost ready. Sean, can you hear me okay? Move myself back. Don't know if I have Sean's audio, but for people that are listening in, thank you for sticking around. I know we're almost at the end of the day. I have Sean, aka Zshano, on here, but before I bring him on, I see a lot of people using emotes. Do I still have any of my homies in the chat? I saw a few people spamming my emotes earlier, but I want to see if anyone's still here. I think Sean's here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for joining, dude. I know it's really late your time.
No, it's only like 11:15. I mean, that's still early for me, if I'm honest.
I know, but I mean, it's a Friday night, and then you giving us your time at 11 p.m., man. I really, really appreciate it. I should have done a better time of having you on earlier, but it's just been we're doing a mobile stream, so things are a little hectic. I'm glad that things are going smooth, but I'm happy to have you on here regardless. But for those of our viewers that are watching this, I know who you are. I'm very familiar with your work, but kind of give us your background. Who are you, and how long have you been doing this stuff?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I messed around with hacking and developing and things a little bit like long before bug bounties came around. But I heard of bug bounties around 2015, and I always had a bit of, I wouldn't say expertise in XSS, but I knew what XSS was and things. So I was a bit like, I'm going to give this a go. Found an XSS and got paid for it. And I was a bit like, okay, wow, this is really cool. So I stopped developing and put a lot of my focus into like web app security and like how to actually break these websites and find more bugs and things like that. So I went basically ham on bug bounties for a good few years and rose up the leaderboards, just focused on one program and kind of learned how to do it as such, because I don't know, the way I looked at bug bounties was, it's no like job interview. There's no way for somebody to tell you how to do your job or anything. It's, you have to figure it out for yourself and work out how things work basically. But where I'm at right now is, I mean, I feel like I can look at any website and begin to uncover vulnerabilities once I learn it. And I really want to help people also replicate that. So that's where I'm at now, helping people hack as well.
What made you want to get into the teaching and helping others get involved with hacking and bug bounties?
Completely honest, the amount of DMs I would receive for the same questions and people asking the same things, and it was at first like, okay, I need to create something where people can just go to and get their questions answered, so I don't have to keep repeating myself.
Right.
And from there, it was kind of like, I actually enjoy what I'm building here. I actually enjoy seeing people progress and things. I mean, I've triaged over 7,000 issues on Bug Bounty Hunter, and watching the progression, like people progress through Barker and actually understand how things work. And it's just been amazing to see. So I really love the feeling of I'm helping people, really.
Yeah, I think just the feeling of being able to like open up doors for a lot of people through like just teaching them is very powerful to like just kind of talk about. But I want to also talk about, you mentioned you can look at a web application now and pretty much find a vulnerability within a few hours, whatever that time frame is. How did you get to that point? What were some things you did to practice and get to a point of how comfortable you are with your bug hunting, and people that want to, that's aspiring people that want to become like you or learn from you? What are some things that they need to practice?
Well, in all honesty, it just comes with experience. I mean, most websites are built pretty much the same. They take information, handle it, reflect it out, store it, do whatever. So it's literally a case of seriously just jump straight in, understand the common vulnerabilities you find on web applications. So XSS, leaking OAuth tokens and things like that. But then you get the extra where you can, when you dive deep, where these developers have created custom code to be able to interact with a certain feature. For example, if they need to make a request to a website, and you can control this parameter, and then you can start making it hit internal things. And you start then getting an understanding as to, okay, well, if you can simply input like a local IP there and start querying internal things, the developer who made this had no idea about how to protect this. Whereas if there is some filtering and they have attempted to patch it, then, do you know what I mean? The hacker in you sort of lights up, and you really want to understand how can I bypass this, or can I bypass it, and things like that. it really does come with experience. I mean, think of yourself like a baby. I mean, when you're born, you don't know how to walk and all this and that. You've got to start at the beginning and just believe in yourself and trust yourself and enjoy the experience and time.
Yeah, I think the learning aspect of it is interesting to like not look at it as just talking to Stoke about the same thing, like not looking at bug bounties for a way to make money in the beginning, which I know eventually everyone wants to make money. That's why they're doing it, right? But it's more of a realizing that you're doing this to learn versus just earn money from it, and then the earnings come later, right? Like it's gonna get there eventually, but it's just gonna take time, and you just have to enjoy what you're doing. Unless if you don't do it, it's gonna be very exhausting and you're gonna get burnt out very quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually why I designed Barker how it is, for example, because there's no disrespect to any other training websites, but a lot of them is like, hey, there's XSS here, or there's SSRF here. Yeah. Can you find it? I mean, go find the flags and do whatever you got to do. Whereas on Barker, I mean, I get a lot of people message me and they're like, well, okay, what do I do here, Sean? I've got the website. Well, what do I do? And it's like, that's exactly what you're going to be asking yourself on a real bug bounty target. What do I do here? What do I look at first? So that's why I designed Barker the way it is, because it forces you to start playing and understand and focus on one target and kind of understand how things work. And like you say, the earning side of things comes later on. But again, that's why I introduced my hack events and things like that on there to motivate them a little bit. But yeah.
So I know we have a little bit of time left, and that's okay if that's okay with you. I was gonna say maybe we can open up like a site. I think Airbnb may be a good one, or we can do like a Snapchat, maybe whatever one you're more comfortable with, and kind of just walking through. I don't want to look for bugs, but I want to kind of pick your brain on like, okay, what would you do? What would you look at first? How would you approach this application if you're okay with it?
Yeah, sure. I'm more than happy to do that. Let's do it.
So we'll have you share your screen. I think Omar, if you're still here, and once Sean shares his screen and we can bring him on, that'll be great. So this way we can walk through it. I don't know if you have an account with Airbnb. We can make a fake one maybe at some point. I think people would get some really good value out of just seeing what your thought process is. We're not going to look for the actual zones, but just saying like, nice, like you were doing it a few months ago with me. Like, I see this thing. This is what I test for. This is what I look for. I think a lot of people would get value out of it.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we was doing on Rockstar Games, basically.
Yeah. Omar, if you don't mind giving us, are you sharing your screen, Sean?
Yeah, it's sharing now.
Let me see if I can get Omar, our producer, to help us out.
Let's have a look at some targets. So I actually have something coming out based on HackerOne's public programs. So I've been logging the public programs, how many hackers thanked and things like that. And I can see that there's a few programs where there's no more like new hackers thanked. However, the reports received is going up. So it says to me that some hackers out there are sticking to some certain programs.
Yeah. So is that being added to the website, or is it added to Barker? How does that look?
Yeah, no. So it's public and free for everyone. I've added a little bit at the moment. So if you actually visit bugbountyhunter.com/disclosed, you can view by vulnerability type. So for example, if you choose cross-site request forgery, you can see that Mail RU has had 20 reports received on that. And you can see who's disclosed the most reports when they were launched. But as well as that, you can start seeing how many hackers have been thanked, how many reports they receive over the 90 days each time we check it, and things like that. It's quite interesting to see, really.
Do you read a lot of the disclosures?
Yeah, all the time, especially if it's a program. I mean, I'll just pull it up right now quickly. I mean, if like, for example, if it's a program that I'm really interested in, I'm focusing on, then I'm going to keep looking at. I'm going to look at disclosure reports to see what everyone's found and things like that. So this is what I got. I mean, you can see here, back in April, 1,300 hackers thanked, whereas now there's been 100 new hackers that have found a bug on Mail RU in the last 2 months. They've resolved around 200 reports. You can see here where people are clearly finding some stuff, because on the 2nd of June, there was 800 reports received, but then on the second day, there was 842. So somebody had some fun over that time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So this is for any program. You can just type in the program name and it'll be shown.
Yes, so I'm currently finishing off a program directory, and for those, I mean, everyone's into cryptocurrency these days. It's a little bit like cryptocurrency, where I mean, if I show you what cryptocurrency looks like, for example, where you can see what the coin is, market cap, and you've got this little chart here. So I've been building something where you can see all of the programs, and the idea behind it and why I'm building it is for those people who like to stick to one vulnerability type, is you can find the programs where your favorite vulnerability type has been found the most on. And you can see basically as well whether a program's receiving any activity, things like that. So let's say, for example, Shopify. I mean, let's have a look at Shopify actually. If I type Shopify. Do you know what I mean? Imagine if they're not receiving many reports now, it could be, okay, well, why is no one interested in this? Maybe I'll actually spend a bit of time here and find some stuff. So,
yeah.
I mean, for example, I mean, in April, they had 1,000 reports received. I mean, it's all the way down to 621. So it says to me that no one's actually really reporting much on Shopify. Maybe there's nothing to find, or maybe I don't know why no one's testing on there. But
I think it's good stats to have, so I can like pick a program based on activity.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, this program hasn't had a lot of reports. Like Shopify, I wouldn't hack on them because it's Shopify. I know that they're not getting reports because their product is pretty locked down. But for some other programs, it would be helpful to be able to see that data in real time and picking and choosing if you want to hack on it or not.
Can I just say one thing actually while we're here, and we will get on some hacking, just because you work for HackerOne, there are so many reports disclosed with no vulnerability type added at all. We should change that. Even though it's clearly obvious what the vulnerability type is. For example, this one, that is apparently some XXE bug. So yeah, it's XXE, however, no weakness.
You know, man, I will bring that up. I'm also going to flag it with CDL and say, you know better, dude.
Yeah, it's just useful for when people are wanting to look for vulnerabilities and things like that. Do you know what I mean? And to sort by vulnerability type, it's just helpful. There's a lot here that could be sorted into the correct places.
Absolutely, I'll definitely bring that up with the team. I think it's good for us to have that data too. But you want to jump in on maybe we could do Airbnb?
Yeah, sure. Let's do some Airbnb. Let me load up.
We'll do like 15-20 minutes of it, just a walkthrough of like what you think you would want to do.
Yeah,
or
sure.
like what you would do as a hacker and kind of talk about it.
All right. Well, I mean, let me just set up. So we've got it all set up. So, something went wrong. What have we done to Bert? What have we done to Airbnb? It's back up.
They're working. All right.
No. What?
Oh.
Is it just me or is it Airbnb? So somebody messing with Airbnb right now.
Let's see. Let me see if I can figure it out. Also on my side. I think it's on your side because things are loading okay on my end. Yeah, things are loading.
Just a second here. All right, seems to be working.
And we're doing a live stream. Things could go wrong and will go wrong. So far as it's been manageable, so we are good.
It's all good. It's all good. So, I mean, first of all, my first thought with Airbnb is, again, it's a big website. So my first thought with big websites is they want to make it easy for users to sign in and things like that. So my first thought is there's probably potentially going to be, okay, this is annoying. There's probably going to be some sort of way, some sort of OAuth type login, for example. So let's actually have a look on Google to see if there is anything disclosed with this. So Airbnb, HackerOne, OAuth. So yeah, we've got one in 2019. There's actually one from one of your streams, believe it or not, and one in 2017. So it says to me that this was actually here on Airbnb at one point. So misconfigured OAuth.
You look at like old reports to see what's been disclosed on that thing that you're looking for.
Yeah, well, it's just giving me an indication as to this is more than likely going to be something on here. Like if they've made this mistake once, what I've learned from experience is these developers don't tend, I mean, a lot of developers do learn, but some developers don't tend to learn from their mistake, or the developer who made this certain feature has actually then left the company, and someone else takes over and they don't have as much knowledge or security knowledge as them, etc., etc.
Right.
So we can see here, this was back in 2017, so it's a while ago. However, Arnie Swinnon, who's an amazing, talented hacker, he found, so we have Airbnb.cat, OAuth Connect. So instantly, for me as a hacker right now, I want to, I mean, this is where I'd start going to do some dorking. What am I on, .co.uk? Yes. So Arnie found his on .cat. First of all, what is .cat? Is that anything different, or... So it's just different language.
Yeah.
So again, it says to me as a hacker, is there different code base being used across all of these? So at first thought, you might, at like first glance, they might look all the same. However, there's a few popular programs out there where if you actually start messing around with what country you're from, then different features actually come up and different ways to log in. For example, in China, it's very popular for people to log in via WeChat. And I've messed around with WeChat, and yeah, I don't want to say something in case it's vulnerable as such, but there's something interesting there. So yeah, anyway, sorry, let's carry on. So my second thing would be to basically, again, I'm not even looked at Airbnb and seen what features are available for me, but I can already sit here and feel like the hacker in me kind of like priming up as such, because I'm now going to basically start looking for if they have any old OAuth things left around, hanging around, and see how they work. Do you know what I mean? Because that's, again, so nothing actually works here at all. I really hate using Firefox for this because it never pretty prints things, does it? Wrap long lines, there we go. So just literally looking around, we don't have anything interesting here, in my opinion. I mean, the URL is actually interesting because there's an action there. However, there's no submit button or anything like that. So, I mean, if, for example, if I was to be able to input my URL there or some sort of JavaScript URI, then, you know what I mean, I might be able to get XSS. However, there's no actual submit button. So it says to me instantly as a hacker that I'm probably not going to actually spend that much time here or anything, because there's no way for me to do anything here at the moment. If that makes sense to people.
Yeah, so you see a parameter, the value for that parameter is being reflected in the source. You mess with it pretty much.
Well, yeah, but I instantly know to not spend like as much time as such, because there's no, I mean, it's, for example, it's reflected here on a form with the action, and I can control this action according to this. So if I was to put /test, it actually doesn't like that. So it says to me that it's probably looking for OAuth Connect, and it doesn't actually care about what's there. And yeah, so for me as a hacker, it says to me that one, Airbnb probably use filtering like this in different places of the website. So they're enforcing that this has to be /OAuth_connect. So if I was going to spend time here trying to bypass this, it would give me a bit of a foothold and understanding as to how they're actually enforcing that value to be that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a pattern recognition, right? You want to recognize this pattern and see if they use it other places, and if they've made a mistake that you can change.
Exactly. And do you know what I mean? Because, for example, are they going to use this parameter URL anywhere else and things like that? And is it going to be coming in handy with what I discover here? Do you know what I mean? So let's say we put a null byte there. So it doesn't care about the null byte. Let's try a different new line. It doesn't like that.
So this is where you see something, you see a pattern, you start fuzzing it to see if there is any way of escaping out of it, tricking into doing something you want.
Yeah, essentially, and just kind of seeing how things work.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I can't see much for .co.uk. I'll try .com. Again, I clicked on that too quick, but for those of you who didn't see that, always, if you're dorking on Google, always go to the last page and click the URL to show all results, because they omit some results. So, like, for example, these ones are exactly the same according to Google, right? However, to you as a hacker, you don't care if they're the same. You want to see what's different. So these URLs are the same. However, the from is different. If you look at the bottom, it says from Facebook sign up. That one's Google sign up, Facebook login. Yeah. So I'm getting a little bit of intel that you can log in via your Google account and Facebook account. And again, let's actually, if I could get Airbnb to work, let's try .com.
Do you look for a lot of OAuth stuff usually? You spend a good amount of time on OAuth?
For me, it's the feature. I mean, like I say, I'm looking for the feature. So I've looked at Airbnb and I've instantly thought to myself, they're a big company, so they're going to want to make it easy as possible to use their website for these users. So they want to sign in and log in. They don't want to have to make them enter loads of information and things like that. So it said to me instantly, there's probably going to be some, here we go, Facebook sign in, Google, Apple, and things like that. So again, I know what that leads to with OAuth and things like that. And I've already, in my opinion, feel like I've got like a foothold and a little bit of understanding. But then that's where, again, you've then got to actually sign up and understand how things work. So I don't have a Google, a Facebook account or things like that. So I'm actually just going to sign up as normal, although, let's go with email.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to do Airbnb specifically was just mostly because they have so much functionality on their site, and it's also a huge application. I kind of want to see what you would do when you approach a big application. How do you prioritize things? How do you look at things before you even log in? You can shout out some different functionality that are out there that you would look at specifically.
Yeah, so it's not a race. A lot of people ask me again, how much time do you spend on things? It's not a race. I might now spend till 4 a.m. simply creating accounts, seeing how things work, seeing what parameters are used and things like that, and going from there, really.
Okay.
So it's probably not anything interesting, but it's replying here with account existed true. So you might be able to, as a hacker, start testing whether other people's accounts work. But again, it's not really that impactful, so you wouldn't really care. But it would, again, give you a little bit of insight. So who's another? You've not signed up with NARMSEC on here, Ben. I was hoping
I'm signed up with so many emails that I don't know, to be honest.
It's no mistake. No, he's not on there. Somebody will be on there potentially, unless it simply actually isn't vulnerable. I don't know. Let's actually test. Let's find.
Let's try. What's Ron Chan's username? I bet you he's on here.
Who? Sorry.
Ron Chan. NGA.
Yeah, Ron Chan.
Or Peter Jaworski, maybe his email.
No. Interesting.
I think maybe try Jaworski. He's got.
I just did. It says account existed false. So again, it might not actually be vulnerable. Nothing might be interesting there. Okay. So we'll see what parameters were sent when we actually created our account. So first name, last name, password, user profile. We have origin URL. Wonder what that actually does. I'm simply going to send it again and see what actually happens because I'm signing up with the exact same account.
Yeah.
So that URL controls where it redirects to. However, let's say, for example, we could input whatever URL there and it actually reflected that there. It wouldn't mean that you want to send this request as such to the user. So what it would say to me as a hacker is I would try origin URL on the sign up page. Do you know what I mean? So I'd put XSS there and see what actually happened. And it's actually given me as well. So literally by just trying to visit the login page with that parameter to test it, I've also now discovered redirect path as well.
Yeah.
So I'll open Notepad. So I've got a few things that I would look for. We've got URL, redirect path, and origin URL. So redirect path is probably going to redirect me instantly after this. So I'm simply going to put NARMSEC and see if I can control this. I'm really usually I would literally just sit here and delete all of my requests, and that's again why I go through a lot of my I'm gonna actually replay that. That's why I go through my websites quite a lot, because I miss things, and it's just the way I hack. Everyone has their own way of hacking. But anyway, so I'm going to see what happens. We press agree and continue. So it actually did redirect to the URL that I inputted there. So I'm simply going to revisit it again, and it instantly redirects me. So it says to me, how is this being controlled? So it's a 302 redirect. So probably not going to be able to get any XSS. Okay, so it doesn't like if you put. What happens if I find a bug live on the stream, by the way, or anything?
We're about to find out soon enough.
I guess I just want to see how things actually.
So you have a mental checklist of characters you want to put in there.
Yeah, I mean the typical ones that I want to see if what they're filtering, whether they're filtering like, so for example, okay, so I did think that their filter was looking for a / and then simply A to Z characters, but that isn't the case because I'm trying just random ones, and some of them it doesn't like, but some of them it doesn't care about. Okay, so let's try. See, that's not going to work because it's uppercased it, and if I was to follow that, you can see it's actually going to class it as a directory. So that's probably going to be the same for that. That's annoying. It doesn't like null bytes, and it doesn't like anything else. So at this moment in time, because I'm just wanting, so it doesn't like it if it's just a single one. So if I was just like this, I'm just trying to get a feel. I mentioned this in my methodology. I'm just trying to get a feel for how the website works. I would add this to my notes to most definitely come back to, and whether I see this being used anywhere else, for example. Well, I mean, what would you try here? Is there anything I'm missing here? Actually, there's something else.
The next step for me would have been like doing the same things as you did, and then also trying to see if I could put an @ sign to redirect it to another site. But honestly, like just the special characters would be what I would look at.
Okay,
that one was a good one, right?
I was gonna say, so I didn't. One thing I didn't test is I was just testing for relative redirects, but usually you got to test to see if they'll allow you to redirect to their domain, which they do, and they also allow me to put a period at the end. However, no, that's the only problem. Is let's see if we can.
In this case, would be like a good place to make this a subdomain of your own domain, right? Like doing Airbnb.co.uk.mysite.com to see if it redirects to it.
Only if we could add our own. I mean, we can't add anything after this, though.
Right,
but we could add our own content.
Your next step would be to see if that works as a subdomain, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let me just open up my.
I think filter evasions and like just the puzzle of solving these kinds of things to see what you can trick the application to doing is very interesting, and there's so many different things to check for. Just watching you go down your list of things to check for is just really fun to look at.
It's all about breaking the parser as well as such. So, for example, if you start adding a trailing period there and things like that, I mean, how does it react to things? Because it doesn't let me use a hashtag then. It doesn't let me use it there, but doesn't let me use it after. No, it doesn't. So it doesn't like the hashtag value at all, even double encoding, for example. Null byte, it doesn't like at the end. No, so it doesn't seem... Okay. Yeah, I would... Okay, so I didn't actually test to see if they care about this, which they do. So it has to either be HTTP or HTTPS because, I mean, nothing else is going to be interesting anyway to me.
Right.
Oops. Yeah, I'm probably rushing through this really quickly for people, but to me, it is interesting that you can add a trailing period because let me just load up Bug Bounty Hunter and another tab to quickly grab a payload that I use. So let's actually see. So that character there to browsers is recognized as a period as well. So what I was hoping is it was going to allow me, and then because it's not seeing an A to Z character after this period, it would have allowed me to set my own A to Z, and in which case I would have been able to have a redirect to my own website. But in this case, sadly not.
Okay.
It also is saying to me that potentially somebody found something here. So again, let's have a little look on Google for HackerOne reports.
So just while you do that, just so you know,
nothing.
To understand a little bit more, so just to save time, and we're almost out of time. I want to kind of understand what you would do in case of Airbnb. They have tons of functionality. How do you prioritize what to look at? If you don't mind going back to the account really quick and kind of just looking at some of the stuff that they offer as at a first glance for you, what are some things that you would look at? You know, they have their profiles, they have business Airbnb, they have the hosting, they have, you know, you can be a guest. How do you go through everything? Like, do you set up a flow to go through everything? Do you prioritize any functionality, for example?
No, I mean, it's all explained in my methodology. I literally take the site at face value, how I literally have been doing now, and we'll just go through it step by step, because I don't know, for me, I'm able to get a complete understanding. So, I mean, if I was to carry on hacking now, I would start testing. One thing I'm be interested in is if you're updating your personal information, I expect this to be secure. First of all, what caught my eye there was a loading image where it obviously loaded my information from somewhere else. It pulled in my information from somewhere else. It didn't just reflect my information here as such. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
if I refresh, yes. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was gonna say, so you're gonna look at how it's making calls to load that information for you.
Yeah. It seemed to make a request, but it didn't actually. So I saw it loading as such. So let's have a look. I mean, I don't, unless at first I don't go for the functionality as such. I want to get my head around how Airbnb is put together. So let's say, for example, if I do just edit my account information and I can see what cross-site request forgery tokens are used, how is that thing actually put together? And let's say it actually does look secure. So it pretty much does. I mean, it's a put request. You've got a key, which is interesting. I'd see what's happened there. You've got cross-site request forgery token header and things like that. I mean, like I say, I expected it to be secure, so it is. But that's then when I would probably start changing my mindset. And I mean, you can become a host. So I would start seeing if non-hosts can access only host things. Have the developers made that application mistake rather than the coding error and not fixing something from XSS or cross-site request forgery? Have they not, when they developed a certain feature, did they not consider what could actually be done here, for example?
Okay, so when you when there are different permission levels for for Airbnb's case, there is a lot of user types, right? You have the good,
Is it me or is he just lagging?
Yeah, I think that we had some problems with Naham's.
I thought it was just me. I was like, wait, what?
From their end. What we'll do is, let me see if I can bring him in again. Naham's like, try one more time.
back. Sorry. I'm going to use my phone if you don't mind adding me, Omar.
Yeah, you're on.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I think the laptop you're using at the at our venue right now here, it's running out of battery and the charger isn't supporting it. We're having some issues with it, but I'm going to join from my phone. Sorry, Sean.
No worries at all, man.
What I was asking was, how do you approach different permission levels? Like, how do you know, because with Airbnb, there's a host, there's a guest, there is a business. Do you make different accounts and test against each other? Do you prioritize one over the other based on functionality? How does that look?
So no, I mean, I'd sign up for 2 accounts. I mean, for some reason, when I actually press try hosting, it actually let me do anything. I don't know why Airbnb doesn't work for me.
Yeah,
but
specifically, you have to like verify your ID and stuff to get access to it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird.
So, well, just from mentioning that, I would obviously you've got to go through the process to understand how it works. But I would then start to see if I can access ways to become a host without verifying my identity. But I would basically look around what features are available to these hosts. So I can assume that they take messages from these guests. They can manage bookings and things like that. That's without signing up and looking. So I would see basically how these work, what requests are made, what information is reflected, and then start considering, can normal users access these URLs? If I set certain cookie headers and things like this, can I access it? And basically, how is this protected? How is this verifying that I am actually a host, basically? And there's so much to hacking. You know how it is. That's why I enjoy the process, and it's not a race, it's not a rush, and it can take you months to actually understand. I mean, I went through TripAdvisor 5 times, and I was still missing bugs that Mongo was finding. So it is what it is.
To hear everyone's perspective on how they approach targets. Like, you know, like everything is huge, right? Like, how do you approach a giant?
Hey, Nams, like, we cannot hear you now, Ben.
I was about to say.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's better. Yeah.
Sorry. It's always cool to hear everyone's perspective and to understand how they approach different targets. Just because like an application like Airbnb is huge, right? When you were doing TripAdvisor, that's a huge application. So it's cool to hear how other people do these things and how they get different access and how do they check for different things, how do they prioritize things, how do they just go through the entire workflow of this particular application. I know we didn't have a whole lot of time to do this, but it's still good to see like the things that you test for. I think people get value in having, I was telling Heath, having the looking over your shoulder kind of thing is the best of a mentorship, right?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like I say, just enjoy the process. It's not a race, is it? I feel like a lot of people feel like it is, but it's not.
Yeah. So before I let you go, since I've kept you a little bit over time already, and I know it's getting late for you, do you have any advice? The theme so far today has been, if you could go back to Zshano 3-4 years ago and give yourself an advice on something you have learned that a mistake you would avoid, what would it be?
So 2 things. One, I would have probably spent a lot more time at doing bug bounties. I kind of took a chilled approach to it. I feel like I wish I put a lot more time and effort. So I feel like those who are young, I mean, if you've left college, university, doing whatever, put the time in. If you've got no commitments and responsibilities right now, definitely put the time in, and yeah, because it can change your life. And second advice that I wish I give myself is to not get emotionally attached to any of my reports and that, and to kind of just treat it at face value. You found a bug, ship the report, walk away, and yeah.
That's good advice, man. I think the attachment thing is very, very good to say. And also, one thing that Stokes said was like taking things personal and understanding, like you said, take everything as face value. It's important to remind yourself of that. And I think people hearing this would probably appreciate hearing that from someone like you that's been doing this for years.
Yeah, definitely. But also, with that said, don't kind of be afraid to stick up for yourself as well. I mean, I feel like I didn't stick up for myself in some situations where I look back and wish I did. But now, like I said, I take things at face value, and yeah, it's a lot better, a lot happier, I think.
Yeah, man, you're doing amazing work too. Kudos to you. For everyone not familiar with Zshano, give him a follow on Twitter. It's at Zshano. You also have your bugbountyhunter.com. If you want to get more involved with bug bounty hunting, check him out. Other than that, man, I just want to say thank you for being here so much. I really appreciate you always being willing to help us out. Me personally, always hanging out with us. I appreciate you so much, and thanks for being a part of the stream.
I appreciate you inviting me on, Ben, and always much love as well, mate. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. We'll talk soon.
Take care, everyone.
See you, dude. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break to figure out our technical difficulty we're having at our studio and Airbnb really quickly. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I know Jason Haddix is in the green room right now. Give me 5 minutes. Omar's going to take over for us, and we'll hopefully figure it out by then, and I'll be right back. You might be on mute, Omar, but I'll be right back.
Absolutely, and thank you everybody for joining again. As always, please continue the conversation in Discord. The Discord channel at the DEF CON official Discord server is in the bottom of the screen. We also gonna be announcing another giveaway in a few minutes. So we're gonna have 2 more giveaways. Actually, 1 more today and several other tomorrow. And as Ben mentioned, we're gonna go in a quick break, and we'll talk to you in about 5 minutes or so. Thanks.
knock, who's there? This guy. What's up, Red Teamers? What's up, DEF CON? It's your favorite fake, brilliant billionaire investor. My little birdie's cheap, 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 cheap. I like cheap things, that's why I'm rich. They let me know that Lunar Fire is under fire, but that is a Tres Comas company. And that's got so much smart shit in it. And so it's unhackable. Or is it? No, it isn't. Not even you boy and girl geniuses can do it. You would have to be the human equivalents of cars with doors that open like this or like this. Are you? Can you? Will you? Don't.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Barrett Darnell with the Red Team Village, and I'm here today with Ryan Dory and Matt Eidelberg from Optiv.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. How's it going?
Ryan and Matt, thank you so much for being here today, and I want to thank Optiv for being a sponsor for the Red Team Village CTF this year. Your support really helps, and it goes a long way at allowing us to provide a big event both in person and virtually. Can you tell me a little bit more about Optiv?
Yeah, absolutely. So to put it very simply, Optiv is a pure play cybersecurity partner. And what does that mean? We aim to do security all the time, right? We can help in ways of advisory, deployment, and even manage operations, right? So ultimately, our goal is very simply to help organizations realize a more effective security program and posture.
And for both of you specifically, what do you do at Optiv?
So I'm a senior director inside of threat management, which is a larger umbrella, but I specifically have the privilege of leading our attack and pen team. So my focus is on the direction of success of that team, and I achieve this largely by enabling the great folks around me, such as Mr. Eidelberg here.
And I'm a technical manager under Attack and Pen. My primary role is leading the adversarial simulation services. This is our branch that focuses primarily on red and purple team operations. My role in there is not only executing these types of engagements, but also focusing on helping to innovate the team and grow more operators to perform these types of engagements.
All right, and for that Attack and Pen practice, why do you like working there?
Yeah, so for me, first and foremost, it's the close family atmosphere that we have on the team. And what I mean by that is I've been on the team for almost 9 years now. I've been in Attack and Pen the entire time, and I'm not alone in that. There's several other individuals on the team that have been here for a similar amount of time, such as Matt himself. So what that's yielded is a really good dynamic of folks to work well together while we simultaneously, pursue our passion of offensive security.
And just to add on to that, I would say in a single word, the community. The team itself honestly strives constantly to push the boundaries, to teach each other new things, whether or not it's failures from previous engagements to help educate for future kind of tests, or even success stories. It's all about sharing and kind of bolstering each other through knowledge sharing.
Absolutely, and and a plug for that giving back to the community aspect. I was on your GitHub the other day, and I was looking at the Scarecrow, and I know I've got that on my list to do a deep dive on after DEF CON. Love the fact that a lot of big players in information security share that research, share that tooling that they create.
Yep, that's what we strive to do here.
And for your team, what types of people work there? What are their backgrounds?
So it's a good variety of backgrounds, right? So we have folks, from being a good part of us being veterans, to business-minded folks, to engineering folks, et cetera, right? But like I mentioned earlier, there's the ultimate commonality, right, of a shared objective of offensive and passion for offensive security testing. And then what we qualify that success really is helping leave our clients better than we found them at the end of the day. And of course, folks have a very specific or can have a specific subset of interest inside the team. That could be IoT to embedded to wireless to low-level Windows stuff to evasion, et cetera, right? So there's definitely some sub-pockets for people to really go a mile deep on.
Great. And with such a diverse group, what makes somebody a success in A&P?
So aside from technical acumen, which obviously is held, it's an important quality on this specific role, right, is the ability to show ownership and leadership and give back to the team. Really, owning a specific service or an offering, helping others, mentoring, et cetera. We hold that in incredibly high value. And then, as we mentioned earlier, with regard to like Source Zero and Scarecrow, right, is the public thought leadership to help the team immediately, and then also give back to the community as well.
Yep, and just to add on to that, I would say the eagerness to learn and improve your trade craft. Honestly, the ones we see that excel the most are the ones that not only focus on themselves, but also make sure that they help their fellow teammates or coworkers, whether or not they're struggling with something, or helping to help them also pursue and grow their talents. Those are the ones that I see often have the base success here.
That's great. Absolutely. I mean, this is a team sport, doing what we do.
Yep.
For the Red Team Village, one thing that we really love to do is offer a lot of environments for training. We do workshops. We participate in a lot of different cons. And one thing we want to do is bring as many people into this community as possible. And so I'd like to ask for both of you, what is your advice for people who are interested in cybersecurity as a profession?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I'll speak to the path that I took to get here, and I think it holds true to the question, right? But I think it's very important or imperative for folks to have a deep foundational understanding as to how things work, right? So what I mean by that is, how does Active Directory work? How does networking function? How can you manipulate these things to maybe work outside the bounds it was intended to, right? So that can apply to even development, web applications, etc. Oftentimes I get asked by people that are a bit younger, say in college or whatever, and they're like, hey, should I take this security class and become a pen tester? Well, I would really encourage folks to get a lot of those more foundational understandings to how things work before they move to the stage of trying to, move to the adversarial emulation types part.
Yep, and I would just add to not just focus when you're learning on red team tactics. It's incredibly valuable in the current landscape to focus on both blue and red team. Having that ability to speak both can really augment your skill set. And, this is very much a cat and mouse game-based industry. And just knowing both sides, their playbooks, can really help you understand the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. So when you're coming up against, say, a red team or a blue team, you know what they are great at and what their weaknesses are to really help plan out those attacks, or even your knowledge set to improve on.
That is phenomenal advice. This industry is a challenge because there's so much breadth and depth that you can take. Not to mention that it's evolving every single day. So it's impossible to keep up. So you've got to have that thirst for knowledge. And without that foundation, it is quite difficult. I mean, you might throw that exploit and get that shell back, but then the question is, what do you do next, right? And so, great advice. I want to thank both of you for being here today. Thank you again for the sponsorship. Looking forward to meeting you in person, and also with DEF CON right around the corner. Looking to engage with old friends and make some new ones. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to seeing some folks out of DEF CON.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh, and I forgot to plug. Optiv is actually throwing a party at right? And you've got an invitation out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So come check out some of the Source Zero folks. I believe it's Friday night and the 26th floor, if I remember right. Come by and say hi.
Excellent. Looking forward to that.
All right, we're back. And first, before I pass it back to Namsek, I want to do a quick review of the CTF Quals scoreboard. And AI generated, still in the record in the top lead, and Neutrina Cannon actually picked up from 4th place to 2nd. Now, Son of Anton was somewhere down below, and all of a sudden he's actually on the top 3. So amazing work there. Tons and tons of flags, as you can actually see. But the race is pretty close. So with that, I'm going to bring in Namsek. So I'll bring you in right now. And also Jason. Hey, Jason, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well.
Hello. Yeah, sorry about the difficulties we were having earlier. Is Dan joining us, by the way?
He's not. No, he's out of
Man,
pocket.
I tweeted about him being on here. Whoops.
I'm sorry, man. I hit you up on Twitter and I was like, false alarm or false start. My bad.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. If you're joining for Dan, no Dan here today. But
I mean, I can pretend to be Dan, but I'm not a very close facsimile. So.
Well, unfortunately, we're having some issues with our gear. So I'm on my phone right now. So it's actually on my iPhone. coming on, and then hopefully we can fix this in the next 10 minutes. I just got to give this laptop some time to figure things out. But thanks for joining me again, man. This is awesome to see you here. Thank you for taking the time on your Friday to join us this late.
Yeah.
For people that aren't familiar with you, can you tell me who you are, what you do, and how long you've been in the industry for?
Yeah, sure. My name is Jason Haddix. I've been in the industry for around 20 years. No, 15 years, I'm sorry. Seems like forever. I've been doing pen testing most of my career and then transitioned into security leadership. So I'm currently the head of security at a large gaming company. I basically, for the last 7 years, I've been doing bug bounty hunting on the platforms. I'm top 30 in Bugcrowd still, overall rank. I don't hunt much on HackerOne, just because my pedigree was Bugcrowd for a long time. So I don't do a ton on HackerOne, but I did some Synac way back in the day when they were super early. And I do talks about security and hacking and the bug bounty life and tools. And my big one is the Bug Hunters methodology that I did 6 years ago now at DEF CON 19 with you. On stage was the first one. It was called How to Shot Web back then. And it's an amalgamation of my research and my methodology, as well as tips and tricks, fresh tools, tool benchmarking, all the kind of stuff that I thought I would want to see in a talk about, offensive security kind of stuff related to bounty or web testing. And I specialized in web and mobile for a lot of my career, but when I started, I was a penetration tester. So network pen tens, internal, external, some red team stuff, even did some physical stuff for banks. So I've been all over the place.
Very cool. Well, speaking of tips and tricks, we were going to have a look at the bug bounty tips.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind sharing your screen, unfortunately, I can't share mine at the moment.
Okay.
I think Omar is going to have to. Our producer, Omar, in my ear, is going to bring us up in just a minute as soon as you share your screen.
Yeah.
Omar's doing God's work right now, man. He's been on this whole time with me.
So he's just quarterbacking the whole thing?
Dude, he is the producer. He is the man behind the camera right now, and he's hosting and co-hosting and making my life easier so I don't have to multitask. Big thank you to him. But as soon as you share your screen, you should be able to pop us back in. For people that don't know about the bug bounty tips hashtag, do you want to give it a quick background on what it is?
Yeah. So, bug bounty has been around for, at least on the new federated platforms, it's been around for 6 years now, 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
The InfoSec scene is very tied to Twitter. And so one of the first kind of hashtags that started to circulate around was this hashtag on Twitter called bug bounty tips, right? Where people are just tweeting out little bite-sized nuggets of tips and tricks about what they're doing. So we thought that we would go over some of the ones that, were the popular or new coming out of the community and kind of give our opinion and riff on those things as well.
Okay, so let's start with. I think we should start with because you can do top and you can also do the latest. Let's start with one, and let's see if we can just go through it and kind of like talk. I mean, we can just read them all and see where it goes. Or maybe we can agree with some, disagree with some. We'll see.
Yeah. Cool. So let's just go through. You said you wanted to go through top or latest first?
Let's do top first. Yeah, let's go to the top ones. I want to see what's on the top.
Well, our friend Stoke is on top, and Omar is also on top.
Omar's also on top.
Yeah, so a lot of the really red team heavy, bug bounty heavy people are using the hashtag, and it's expanded past like tips as well into like cool tools, right?
Yeah.
This one's Omar talking about a new tool that just hit GitHub, which is called War Cannon. It's a common crawl regex XP and Node.js. I actually haven't used this yet, so
okay. Joe, who was on the screen earlier.
Yeah, Joe is also here.
Let's see what this is. He said, "Oh yeah, he was just talking about those."
Yeah, he found 2 CVEs. He said.
Yeah, it was his first time, I think, getting a few CVEs.
Yeah.
Okay. I love how so far we know everybody on here. Let's this one. Just rewarded for a simple bug with critical impact. All right. What is it?
User can purchase after completing the payment process. The user was reading a success page. In the background, there was another request to server that confirms the payment was successful. After the request was sent, the digital product was given to the user. Yeah. So this is like the worst implementation of a multi-phase, purchasing.
Multi-step checkout.
Yeah, multi-step checkout, right? Where this is probably like someone that didn't buy a vetted e-commerce platform or didn't use a vetted e-commerce platform. In fact, PayPal, way back in the day, when it first came out, was subject to this vulnerability.
Wow, really?
Yeah, way back in the day. I remember seeing a tweet about it. And yeah, so like it's not, the validation of whether the user just purchased is actually requests sent from a redirect in the flow, but you could capture it and see it with Burp because it's instigated from your browser, and then you repeat the request, and you could purchase multiple products. Or you could just capture that request, change the product name or the product ID, and purchase another product for free. And so
I think it's still common in some of the new, not the e-commerce platforms that are obviously like Shopify and those bigger ones, but a lot of the custom like purchasing sites.
Yeah,
it's very common to see that last step. You just refresh it, and it gives you another one. It gives you another one. It's a really poor way of doing it. And kudos to them. 40 points. That's a P1 on BugCrowd, right?
P1 on BugCrowd.
Yeah, P1 unresolved.
I want to say that's $2,500. Not that I care about how much people get paid, but
no, but I mean it's a good paying bug. You find the right endpoint, you get a good. It's. I think this is one of those examples of like paying attention to small details.
Yeah.
And seeing like every call that's being made, every step that you take up to that point, and how it makes a difference.
Yeah, it's one of those examples too of like look at absolutely everything in Burp. Like I was watching, Zishano's tip, right? And one of the things that like I do a lot is I look at an application as a set of inputs, right? And he looks at it as like a holistic collection of requests. And it's so interesting to me because both are right, and both will find different things. Whereas like I could possibly miss a vulnerability like this if I'm just looking at a website, through the lens of like what input does it take, like like for injection or cross-site scripting or LFI or SSTI or whatever, like requests or validation, whatever. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how both can get you bones.
Yeah, moral of the story is, first of all, I'm back on my old rig, so we're good now. But
there we
moral
go.
of the story here is pay attention to small details, like what Zishano was showing with Burpsy, where you can see all the logs of every request you make.
Yeah.
Every time you click something, clear it out, look at everything that's being done in the background, and just pay attention and see what. And the endpoint name always gives you information on what it's doing, the parameters sometimes, and repeating some of those requests. My favorite one I've seen people do is like price manipulation, when the price is being posted into the request and you just change it out.
Yeah,
those are fun to see.
Yeah, price manipulation is old school too. Like these are old school bugs, but like, and they don't exist. Yeah, in a lot of new stuff, but they're still around.
So let's look at the next one. It looks like
so. This is Oofjaw. So a lot of people. Sorry, my burp's going crazy on the screen right now.
It's all good.
I tried to update it, and now it's like I can't get rid of it. Okay, cool. Yeah. So Oofjaw is he started off doing like these tweets using the bug bounty tips hashtag, and mostly what they are is kind of advanced tool chaining through bash-through, right? And he has
one-line bash lines, but one-liners,
yeah, one-liners basically, yeah. And so, so here he's using GAU and grep on any domain to pull out the JavaScript files with just a simple grep regex, right? And so this would be in place of a tool that goes out and is purpose built for that, right? Which there are some new ones that have come out really recently that do the job of grabbing JavaScript files. But this is an intermediate part of the methodology when you're on an app is you need to find all the JavaScript files on that app. You're going to see a lot of them in your traffic logs in Burp and stuff like that. And you can filter in Burp, but GAO is another way to gather URLs from other sources and look for JavaScript files as well.
I think one of the things that I would do with that grep specifically is I would go beyond JS. Like I would go ask if I know a site use PHP or uses PHP, I would throw PHP in there and see if some of those open points are still there.
Yeah,
it'd be cool to chain like grep for PHP, and then grab the status code, for example, with another tool to see if it comes back as 200, 400, and so on. And that'll be an interesting approach. It's cool seeing all these one-liners coming out of things you can do with Bash, just chaining things after another.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has hundreds of these, right? He has a GitHub repository of these tool chains, like one tool into another. A lot of Tom Num Num stuff that he chains into Bash Foo. It's very similar to kind of what Dan does in his automation. Is chaining these things together. I've seen you do it on stream too, right? When you want to be quick and dirty about something, it's like this just works, right?
Yeah, I mean it's just a bunch of pipes, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah.
The next thing you look at is like 10 lines of just command pipe to each other, and then you're debugging which one went wrong, which one has the wrong syntax in it.
Yeah.
Dude, AEM security, that's a good one. AEM is it's a fun. Do you come across AEMs a lot?
I did when I was so the program is now on HackerOne, but on Forward, when Forward was on BugCrowd, I used it as a training ground to train some of my students and people I was mentoring, and it was a VDP, but boy was Forward vulnerable, right? Like just like they were an open scope VDP, they got absolutely crushed, and they had a lot of AEM. So it was what I learned AEM on, right? Was like just like what it was. It stands for, if you don't know, it's Adobe Experience Manager. It's basically a blog platform or a website platform, like a content management system run by Adobe. And just like WordPress or anything else like that, it has a bunch of vulnerabilities in it and misconfigurations that you can find. And so, the first ones that you can find in AEM are like that JSON file that discloses the creds. Or the admin names if you don't lock it down. There was some default cross-site scripting in the beginning. I think a lot of those have been patched, but yeah, have you done much AEM stuff?
So my first time finding AEM, I have no idea what it was. This is like years ago.
Yeah.
Donut sides me a bypass. The bypass was to get the actual like user interface to load for AEM instead of going off with JSON and like all the different endpoints. So we're loading. We found the bypass. It was like $.css after the /crx/de/index.jsp $.css. It would load the actual page for you, but then the problem would be every time you would click on something, it would break, right? It wouldn't work anymore. So the next question was, okay, what do we do to be making up pretty much creating a match and repeat or replace and repeat rule and Burp Suite itself, and then getting that to work. And then once we got it to work, actually, we automated it so we could, have just a rule repeat itself.
Yeah.
We ended up finding some crazy credential leaks through the UI. We had like I'm pretty sure I pulled someone's PayPal account, like an executive account that they were using for their financial services for this company. I pulled FTP passwords. I had plain text username passwords. At one point, I had RCE because of I don't know what the backend AEM launched. It's like one of the Apache mods. When you get credentials to it, it's RCE up by default, pretty much by design. Just crazy stuff like that. And I really like the bypass of getting the UI open, because if you know how to use that UI, if you know how to use the search at the top, then like not having authentication is easy. And then when you authenticate with it, it's even crazier, the stuff that you can see. There's code in there you can access and a lot of different things.
Yeah. And I mean, there was a really great article. I can't remember who put it out, but it was a whole approach to AEM testing.
You mean the article or the presentation?
It was a presentation. Was that Mikhail Egorov, Zero Angel?
Yeah, I think so. There's two of them. There's another. I think one of the hackers out in India also did a presentation on this.
Yeah.
There is that AEM hacker tool that came out of their entire talk.
Yep.
There's some really good resources out there for it.
Yeah. So AEM hacker was a burp extension. Oh no, it was a Python, and then it was a Python script, and then got turned into a burp extension. And the burp extension is now, I think, a couple years old, but it has all those default URLs to look for. It also has all of the the user info JSON file, the content the content directory that's vulnerable. And then it also has a whole bunch of checks for if they've enabled like the anonymous like file upload to do XFC through file upload. So yeah, it's got a whole bunch of stuff.
It's a good one-stop tool. I still use that tool. I have it on my personal box.
Yeah.
Just running it if you see it AEM, doing the, what is it, content.json if it comes up, and then feeding out a tool.
Yeah. Enough
the AEM. I feel like we can talk forever with AEM. Omar is back at it again with the password from LDAP, retrieving passwords.
So this is an extraction tool for LDAP. I'm not going to cover a lot of NetPen stuff because it's not my specialty these days.
Yeah,
So
I think we'll just stick to web stuff that's specialized with bug bounty.
Yeah.
So
Clint, if none of you follow Clint, Clint's been on fire lately. Like Clint Gibber, he's a contact of mine. I wouldn't say we're like super great friends, but I look forward to spending some time with him, building a friendship. But Clint has this like he's basically has a newsletter that goes over all of like the AppSec focused tools, and they cross over to bug bounty tools and stuff like that.
Right.
And so if you follow Clint, he's putting out a lot of content on Twitter just about like new stuff. So this one is about Raider, which I heard of this tool. I haven't used it yet, but basically it's an authentication testing framework for web testers.
Okay. You've never used this?
I haven't used it yet. No, it's in my bookmarks. My default move is to see stuff like this and then put it in my Twitter bookmarks and then see and then come back to them like on the weekend and like check them out. So
I wonder what kind of like when it says like operations, I wonder if there's a list of like what it does exactly. I want to know what the features are on this thing. That would be cool. How does it work? Let's see.
The Raider treats the application finance machine.
Opening the configuration rate over power. Installation. What is this written in? Is it Python, Go? Ruby? Go, okay.
Oh wait, is it Go?
Wait, go back. I think it says what it is in the when we're doing installation. It's got to be something with webs. Let's see.
Oh, Python.
Okay.
Yeah.
Philosophy. Let's see. Okay. To abstract authentication concept using Python objects, authentication users to make it easy to add new features for users. I'll be interested to see what this does and how it really works.
Yeah. So I mean, this will be something I play around with, but it's actually written in Highlang, which I haven't had any exposure to at all. But yeah, I'd be interested in setting up and seeing how this works, right? Like most of my authentication testing happens inside of Burp, which is saying that it's, like that's good, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and it's really like manual to do too. It's a super manual process to learn, and it's like, I think it's so much to do there. It's good to have a framework around it, right?
Yeah, and this would almost be something you'd put into like a test harness in like DevSecOps, right? Like when I'm doing bug bounty, I'm probably focusing less on setting up a template for a specific site like this than just using Burp for it. But it looks like this provides more of a individual inspection per request for the authentication workflow, and that would be, maybe that offers some benefits, and something like this could help.
Yeah. So. What else is on here? Omar, we're gonna skip you. You are active on the bug bounty.
Yeah.
Hashtags. Let's see.
Starting in security and 1 year later.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, that can be true sometimes. So, yeah.
Clint. It's the same thing on Raider. TPL map is a good one.
Yeah. TPL map for template injection. So if you guys ever have template injection, TPL map is probably the best automated way to check it out.
Just throw a bunch of different templates in there and see what comes back out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, first it'll do identification. Like if you know you're up against a template site for some reason, like the parameter structure looks like it's templating, or you've put in brackets and like you get like a templating error back. TPL map has like a whole bunch of fingerprint checks that will tell you first what templating system you're up against, and then second, it will then find that and try to look for template injection for that specific framework.
It identifies what framework it's working on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're not just throwing all the shit against the wall, right? Oh wait, are we
I've used it a few times, but it reminds me of that. I think it's like I think Burp has a really good visualization of how to do all these checks.
Yeah.
But it's like checking every single one of those things is so boring and so manual. And I think having something like TPL map is very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this one I think is you might have touched on earlier today. I've been watching the stream on and off. I was actually live streaming your live stream for a little while.
I know. I was gonna come in and say hi, and I said you were live 4 minutes before I joined your stream. Yeah. I was gonna do like an inception of like
live stream to live stream to live stream. Yeah, that's the first time I've streamed in a year, I think. So it was fun. Yeah. Okay, so Yasser is talking here about you need to show the impact of your finding in your report if you want to make money, and there's at least in my history, and I'm sure in your history too, since you have access to some of the back end, or we worked in triage before, this is absolutely true, right? Like the more time you spend writing up your finding and proving your impact, which is probably the most important part about the finding, and you guys talked about it earlier, not like explaining it to someone who's not a security person or just a regular IT person, like writing to that level can make you more money than the technical finding itself, right? Like,
yeah, I think people underestimate the value in a good write-up and how much you explain. And I've seen a ton of companies pay extra as a bonus because you found such a good bug and then you explain it so well, where they knew what was wrong, how to fix it, what the impact was. And some of these vulns that come in are super, super complex, right? Like, I really sit there, I go, there's been so many times I sit there, I go, how do I explain this in a write-up?
Yeah.
Like, how do I, it's like 30 steps.
Yeah.
How do I explain this thing? And then sitting there and just saying, okay, just forget everything about the bug, recreate it, write everything down. I write a giant blob first of everything you have to do, and then I organize it. I was telling Stoke, I literally say, go to domain xyz.whatever.com.
Walk them through.
Log in. The second thing is log in or sign up, log in. Super like step by step. You have to make sure they know. Like you can't assume they know. Like, well, DAW is authenticated. They don't know that. What if it's an on-off bug, right?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the ones I had, which was personal to me, was one of my first bugs on the BugCrowd platform before I worked for them. So this was years ago.
Yeah.
They used Gravatar, which is an avatar bake-in for websites. So like you have this icon for Yasser here, right? Well, they probably manage all of the icons or that avatar themselves, right? But there are companies out there who handle that for you, and you bake in their software. And BugCrowd had used one, and had baked it in and tied it to people's BugCrowd account, even if you weren't showing a picture of yourself. And so I wrote this finding where I said, hey, I can tie back looking at someone's user profile back to their Gravatar, which they have enabled their picture on other places, and unmask who they are, even though they're trying to be a private researcher on the BugCrowd platform. And a lot of them, the first reaction was like, well, why does that matter? Like, and then I was like, well, how would Bitcorp, like, if I could tell everybody who he was, right?
Yeah.
How would
any hacker that wants to be private, man?
Yeah, any hacker that wants to be private, right? And I was like, I can do that to all, 20,000 people on the platform, right? And I could script that up pretty easily. And so that was a way where I argued my impact, and I was able to explain it really well, even after I didn't initially. And then I got a P2 for that at the time. So
that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Video. Oh, Rogue SMG. He's really cool. He makes some really good videos, but since it's not really a tip, we'll skip it for now.
Yeah.
That's my course. We can skip
your course. Nice. No,
let's
your course is
entirely. All right. So let's say I got a user with ID null on a web app that allowed me to serve my profile page and more to unauthenticated users. Sadly, no access is there anymore, so it wasn't exploitable, but it looks interesting. I don't know if this is a tip or not. I don't know how did you abuse that?
So this I actually wrote down while we were while I was listening to some talks today, right? Like I'll drag this over, right? So this is just me mapping out my thought process, right? And inside of application profiling, when I'm looking at an app, I'm looking at two kinds of integration: URL inputs, which are usually, areas that behind your login for a web application, it's like, do you want to integrate your Twitter or your whatever, right? And we'll take all the information through OAuth and pull your Twitter in, and pull your Google name in, and that'll be your profile for this site, right? And so if you set, even though Google, sanitizes all of that stuff, what they're providing to the site you're working on is usually unencoded, output. And so like if I set my Google Gmail name to like, script alert 1 or whatever, and then I set that to integrate with this site I'm working with, if they haven't filtered the raw input from Google, then I could have an opportunity for XSS or something like that via an input that I normally wouldn't have had access to. It's kind of like a little hidden input.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing the amounts of stuff like this. This is something that I've never thought, like finding a user ID with null. I would have loved something like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool to see if we can take that further. Let's see what else do we have? That looks like a generic just misconfig. There's not much.
Yeah.
Reflected XSS. Payload for both the sample. Okay, that's just a payload for XSS.
Yeah, I mean that's just a simple encoding. That's cool.
What's this one? That's a meme.
You got some memes, right? Some continual chase for the bounty, right?
Found in 5 minutes and got rewarded. Good for this guy.
XHR request. So do you have a lot of experience with XHR at all?
Mostly when it comes down to just doing stuff with PDF stuff. That's everything I've done, to be honest. Just pointing to something else in XHR. But I hate generic stuff like that, like information disclosure was accepted. Like what did you do with it?
Yeah, I mean,
look at
yeah.
I mean, this could be anything. It could be an IDOR, for example, right? It could be just a request that's being made in the back end, and you see it in the network tab instead of using Burp Suite. But this will never know.
I mean, this is one of the things though that like when people set up their Burp Suite, they tend to do a lot of scoping in Burp Suite because they're used to being pen testers, and they will scope just the main domain, right? And so this is one reason to keep your scope open on bug bounty hunting. It's because you could have in the background a request firing off from the browser to a separate domain sending private data, right? And the one I can remember in this was, some people care about it, some people don't, and some people don't do it on purpose. But I've hit several sites where it's like a bank or like a financial institution or someone dealing with really private medical data, and they send off an XHR request with some of my personal information to an ad and analytics company, right? And the scope of tracking me through ad and analytics shouldn't contain certain types of data. And so I've reported it and been like, yo, like you shouldn't send this stuff to this person. That's like a breach of privacy that's kind of against your core app. And you probably just baked in this ad and analytics framework and didn't even think about it. That's probably what your web developers did, and it runs on the whole site, right? And so I've submitted it to them and gotten paid at a low level. Usually it's like a P4 or something like that, but it's still information disclosure. So
the other thing is, like, you have to think about like limiting your scope is that sometimes we test on dev sites, right? It's a staging environment. Even with pen testing, you're hitting some dev sites that are given to you to test. A lot of times what I've realized is like, while you might be hacking on like evilcorp.com, the API could be on Amazon.
Yeah.
Right? So in order, some of this stuff is being loaded from Amazon. So I always just add Amazon as default to my scope from now on.
Yeah.
So I don't miss anything because I want to see what's being loaded from other resources too.
I very rarely set scope anymore, honestly, for bug bounty projects. I used to a lot with pen testing to get rid of the noise, but I very rarely do that now.
Yeah, I think a dedicated browser for bug bounty hunting, I think it's more essential than doing scoping.
Yeah. It's an abbreviation guide for red team stuff or for offensive stuff.
Good for them. All right, let's see what else. Happy coincidence, 2 accepted, blind SSRF.
This is your baby, right? SSRF.
Dude,
right? I've never been super successful with SSRF. I mean, I found like I think 3 in my whole career or something like that.
Dude, I live for the time where I see a ping coming from when I see that 30 or 50 range or 3 range IP coming.
Yeah,
it's when I am the happiest during my day of hacking. It's just I don't even care if it's a real SSRF, but the joy of seeing anything by my IP making that request is it just gets me excited, and it's like it becomes a puzzle. I was just talking to Joe and the Cyber Mentor about how like to them web app hacking is boring because with
I saw that. I thought that was so funny. Oh my god! I think the opposite.
I was like, I
think the exact opposite, right? Like I came from a network pen testing background, and doing that testing to me is so repetitive. Like it's like
You
scanning
see both sides of it, though.
Yeah,
like,
right.
it's
And
boring.
I find app testing way more dynamic. I mean, it is checklisty sometimes, but
Right.
like you're testing against different frameworks all the time. There's only so many times you can get domain admin, right? Before you're like, okay, I use the same thing, like LMS responder, like, okay, like I got the hashes, now I crack them. Like that's how I feel about NetPen sometimes.
But the thing like I told them was like, when you get an RCE, when you get like SSRF or an RCE, those are the things that's the same thing as an AD. Like it's not the same thing as an AD, but it's the same puzzle thing as an AD. Like, you know, if I think there's an RCE here trying to solve it. There was a time I got an RCE, dude, and it was like this super weird RCE where I could only send stuff over DNS, but I was limited with the character. No, it gets worse, dude. Luckily it was for a pen test, so like I didn't have to show so much impact for it. I just dumped into the internal team. I was like, hey, you guys deal with this RCE. I just found it for you guys. You do the rest. But it was not only limited to sending one line over, but the limitation was I couldn't use a lot of different characters. I couldn't use spaces. It was rough, dude. It was hard. But you see something like that, and I at that point for me, it's no longer about the RCE. It's personal. I need to figure this out. Same thing with SSRF. When that IP hits my end, it might not be SSRF, it might be a design, but I want to, you know, I'm going to go as far as I can. I'm going to try anything in my arsenal that I can to make sure I can escalate this to an RCE.
Yep. No, I know the passion. There's been many times it's like, you know, that cusp of like 1:30 a.m. and you're supposed to be already asleep, and then you're working on a bug, and it's like you're up until like 4 a.m. trying to get that bug. And you know, my wife comes downstairs and she's like, "Are you still awake?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I was hacking. Sorry."
I've gotten used to like saying no to myself, like go to sleep, dude. It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock when I have work. What I've gotten smart about is I drop the vuln in there when I know I can escalate it. And I tell them, please, like, give me another. I literally say it's 2 a.m. I have work tomorrow. I just want to report this to you, and I'll come back and fix it.
That's actually a great idea. Do people accept that if you haven't found like complete exploitability yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you tell, hey, I have an RCE, but it's like 3 a.m. I don't make sense anymore in my own life right now. Can I go to bed? They'll be patient with you.
Okay.
Or sometimes there was a time where this guy came back. I did this on like a Sunday. I went to sleep. I had the day off the next morning, and I woke up and I came back to a whole heap of information that they've provided to me.
Oh, nice.
How this application's workflow was, and I use it to do the rest of it. So it depends on the program, obviously, and how mature the program is or how much they're involved with the bug bounty program. But yeah, I've learned like it's not worth losing sleep. Sometimes it is because you get 15, 20K for it. But
yeah, right.
I've learned like I need my sleep, especially if I have work the next day.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you, for your SSRF stuff, are you using mostly like burps responder or whatever they call it?
I'm literally living in repeater.
Oh, you're living in repeater. Okay.
I don't know why I buy Burp Suite, to be honest. I just literally use it for proxy, repeater, and shooter.
Okay. All right.
My plugin game with Burp Suite is trash.
So out of band requests that are coming to you are coming to your web server, and you're tracking that.
I saw with a netcat, like an NC connection to confirm it.
Okay.
Then when I want to do some like JS, I want to pull HTML to JS to see if it like loads a JS. I do a HTML tag with JS on a Python web server. And then I just escalate from there. I also, like, you don't have to do NC. You can use Collaborator for the initial part of it to see if the connection comes in. But with the netcat thing, it's just easier to see if you can do FTP or other stuff.
Yeah.
And I just go from there. I got to like sit down and write my step-by-step things that I check for.
Dude, I would check that out for sure.
Yeah. All right, we have another like 10 minutes. Let's just see what else we can see on here. Sample IDOR.
Yeah. I mean, so this is just looking for the ID parameter, right?
Yeah.
So this is something I do a lot, right? I key in on parameters that are most vulnerable based on vulnerability type, right? This has been research I did at BugCrowd, and it has led me
the
to
Hunt
so
project,
many things. Yeah, my Hunt project. Yeah. And so, like, when I see anything with ID in it, I'm like, yeah, let's spend more time on that thing than other things. So
yeah. All right, let's see what else is on here. It takes time, patience, consistency, and somehow luck due to unfair advantages. Okay. Let's get that one. Any advice for XSS automate? Why do people want to automate XSS? Do you automate XSS?
I mean, okay, let's be super real here, right? So, like, when I start my testing process, I do have a profile for only scanning for XSS and burp, right? And I run that with all my other automation at the beginning. But like then I'm at the same time as I kick that off, I'm walking the site myself, and I pretty much already know in 2 seconds in that they're encoding these characters, they're using this framework, and I'm probably not going to find XSS. But if it's an enterprise-based application, dude, sometimes those apps have, you know, hundreds or thousands of parameters, right, inside the site. Like I remember working in, you know, something like SAP, or I worked in this big medical app one time on a pen test, a web pen test, and the amount of parameters was staggering, and they weren't even like repeating parameters. It was just like this super huge app. And so for that, you know, for at least peace of mind, I'll run XSS automation. But there's no better, you know, scanner for XSS right now than burp. Right, for a little while it was NetSparker. You could use NetSparker, and NetSparker had the DOM engine that was really, really good. But I think at this point, I think they're pretty on par, and burp does a good job, you know, fuzzing with, you know, everything, with all of the bypasses, with all of the, you know, tricks, you know, all the encodings and everything. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways of automating stuff. Like you can automate pulling parameters, seeing if it reflect text.
Yeah.
But it's just you're gonna miss. Like, how are you gonna automate stored XSS?
Yeah, no, you can't do stored XSS. Yeah, it's mostly you're looking for reflective.
I think the number one question I get is like, how do you automate for XSS? I'm like, dude, I don't automate my testing. I automate my asset information, like asset gathering stuff, asset discovery. But that's about it. I don't automate anything else.
Yeah,
I like doing. I mean, it's exhausting, but I like doing manual stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm all on board with some manual stuff, right? Like, there's a reason I haven't completely finished ever my own hunt script, right? Because it's just like some of that stuff I just prefer by doing by hand, right?
Right.
Like, I just get a better feel. So.
Of course. All right. What else
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, let's see what else we have on here.
OAuth misconfiguration.
Blog post.
Yeah, I haven't done a ton with OAuth. Have you?
No, I was just asking Zishana about some of this stuff. He does a lot of it. I know a lot of bug bounty hunters that are making a lot of money doing OAuth testing. I'm not good at it, honestly. It's one of the things that's been on my to-do list to do, look at more, but I've just never gone to it.
Yeah. So this one's on Bugcrowd.
I bet this is one of those like leakage of tokens through a redirect. Let's see.
Okay, so here's a callback. Here's the OAuth callback request, right? So there's no CSRF token.
Okay.
After insert dropped, create a simple CSRF page. So he found CSRF.
Okay.
And lots of GIFs.
You gotta love it.
So CSRF small or?
There is a post message with. I'm very confused by this thing.
Post message has been sent.
Lots of GIFs. I love it.
I mean, this is how people are like doing like Medium posts now, is just with like lots of GIFs. So.
I think I limit I limit my GIFs to like 1 to 3. Even with my talks now, I've tried to like stop it. Like it distracts people. I still don't understand how this works so far.
I'm trying to. It might be too technical for the stream, like doing it live.
I'll tell you, I'm also confused of like what they're doing with these. Okay, so this is
parameter language.
Okay. Oh, so they're doing it through post message, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Directly the pictures. Oh my god, they're changing a click jacking to this too.
It's a great iframe.
Is it an exploit chain at the end that shows how to do it? There we go. So yeah, so they're redirecting the next URL to example.com. There's the app ID. When I open the SDK, it is initialized. So I create a simple HTML page that loads a crafted URL, opens up.
Okay.
So I think they're just stealing cookies, right? That would, but I don't.
Well, this is like their CSRF proof of concept.
Yeah.
iframe that'll redirect you. I honestly.
That was a long mistake. We'll just skip it. We'll go back to Twitter.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's do a few more. We have 5 more minutes before I gotta wrap this up, and I gotta.
Yeah, no problem, man. So this is just PHP code injection. That's got to be some old site that's running.
Doesn't even allow you to just inject PHP on
Yeah,
there?
just raw PHP injection.
All right, let's see. Started on Synag, decided to program after a month. This is just people showing off their bounty amounts. It's not a tip. Let's keep going. What else?
So tip here is parsing parameter values and endpoints from JavaScript is absolutely probably where I find a majority of my bugs these days, right? Like JavaScript files disclosing parts of endpoints or parts of parameters that I then add into fuzzing, or I just visit and stuff falls out. Like the stuff people hide in JavaScript files that they think people will never see is just baffling to me.
Yeah. Jay's a gold mine, man. It's a gold. My favorite thing is like black box testing when you can't log in, but you hit the JavaScript and all the endpoints are dumped.
Yeah.
You don't have to authenticate to any of it.
This is like this is one to grep out like all the endpoints from a JavaScript file. If you don't know,
adding this would be cool to the one that Optiv was talking about.
Yeah, pull all the JavaScript files, then parse out all the endpoints. Yeah,
that's a good one to do.
Subfinder walkthrough.
LFI. Hold up. What is this one? No, that's just LFI at the bottom.
File name fuzz, giving it. It's just a curl.
So you're just so they're using FUF.
Yeah.
To match the response to see if the LFI worked.
Yeah, with a file with LFI.
Why are people complicating this? Why do you complicate it? Just do it in Burp Suite and look at the freaking content type or the content size.
I mean, you can even use Intruder, right? Like Intruder has a built-in LFI fuzzing list, right? So like just throw that thing at a parameter. Anything that you see that has a parameter name of like file, anything that says file in the parameter name, throw the LFI list there and see what comes back. And that's like the manual part of web testing, right? That like people want to abstract away from, but I'm totally down to do things like that.
I mean, if you're automating something like that, you better hope you have a good playlist, right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, luckily they're pretty good. So. Account takeover, don't know what that is.
I want the tip, I want tips, not people just posting screenshots, dude.
Yeah, I mean the tip has gotten kind of co-opted a little bit, but SSL pinning, that's more mobile.
XML RPC, nope, not even touching that one. Bounty Thursday.
Dude, look at those glasses.
I know, dude.
Oh, man, I love those.
He's got swagger like no other.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
Here we go. Here's one.
So many people write this one. We'll use that one. So this is a good one to use at the end.
This is in my this is actually in my IDOR talk.
I've seen people do some crazy stuff with this. Outside of just a URL, like for the path, I've seen people do some crazy stuff in like API. Sam's really good at this kind of shit. Dude.
Oh, really?
With my mind, I think that he's done with this.
Yeah.
Do you test this a lot?
Yeah, I do. So double forward slashes, double backslashes on any type of user ID, or on any type of path that's an authenticated directory. I have a list of characters I try to get past, like basic htaccess or basic web app,
what about traversing?
Protections. For traversing?
Or do you traverse in and out of to see if it works with traversing out of a directory and back into it?
Yeah, sometimes I will. Yeah, I mean, I've only seen that once, and it wasn't me. It was like one of these things, like a bug bounty tip, someone talking about it. But I always try it. It never has worked for me. But
I've seen it a few times, not just for IDORs, but just bypassing folders like that has been a really interesting one. Sam has some crazy ones that I've seen him pull off. Yeah, I don't understand how people.
Dude, Sam was supposed to come to my house for dinner on Friday before he got here because he road tripped from his home all the way to DEFCON.
He's downstairs. I hope he hears you right now. Click on Haddock, Sam.
No, he's just gonna have to come back another day. So.
You have to drive back, dude.
Dude, Julia made him steak and everything, man. We're all ready. No, I don't want to make him feel bad.
You make that steak, I'll take his spot. It's no worries. Okay. I'll take a steak dinner with you.
All right. We'll do more of this later, though. I think you have to go, right?
Yeah, I think I gotta go downstairs and grab our next set of guests. But I want to say thank you so much. But I gotta, if Omar could put us back on without the screen being shared, I wanted to ask you. The theme is that I've asked everybody for bug hunting. Is I asked him at the end, if you could go back to the Jason Haddix I was doing bug bounties 6-7 years ago and give yourself one advice the mistake to avoid, something to do better at, what would it be?
Probably two. I mean, like, there's not much about my career that I'm super sad about. So like, I really like how everything turned out. I'm super fortunate and privileged. So like, I want to recognize that first. In the beginning of my career, when I was a pen tester and I had gotten kind of some notoriety and done some cool stuff, I was kind of a jerk to other people. And I thought I was better than them because of my level of technical skill. And that quickly caught up with me. Very quickly caught up with me. And I had some people who I thought were friends kind of just be like, yo, dude, you're being an asshole. And so I had reoriented my whole approach to people differently. And if I would have had the opportunity, I would have told myself from the get-go, just like, don't do that.
That's good advice, man. It's you never know where you're going to end up in a few years. And I keep seeing this pattern of things. Either like, don't take things personal, be nicer to people. I think it's just it's something you learn eventually in your life as, you know.
It's so easy. It's so easy because you're doing this field that you kind of feel like a wizard, right? Or like a ninja. And we even propagate this in our kind of like media, like the ninja and the pirate, and like, you're doing something magical and something that other people can't do, and it can go to your head really easily. And so, people starting out, just be humble, like make friends, not enemies, like always try to over-explain, work on your communication, don't throw anybody under the bus. Those are all things. And then the other thing I would tell myself is I probably would have collaborated a lot more. I have a really big hard time collaborating. Even with you, you've asked me before to collaborate, and like I'll say yes, but then I'll get real scared that I'm not as good as someone else, which you talked about early on the stream, and be like, nah, I don't want to collaborate because they're gonna see like I'm not as good as like whatever my social media makes me to be, right? But the truth is we're all good. Like we all have something to add. You can see it in the teams, right? Like when the group teamed up for Apple, right? The power in having a team of people come together and hack is tremendous. And I think it's
very powerful.
Yeah, I think that's the next phase in hunting, right? Is teams, right? HackerOne needs to get on that team thing.
The collaboration itself, man, is just a big part of it. You learn so much. Like outside of like the aspect of bounties, it's just you see their approach and whatever else.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Omar's gonna take over the stream for everyone watching live. Omar's gonna take over. We're gonna say bye to Haddix real quick. Thank you so much for being here, Jason. I appreciate you guys for hopping on with me and being a guest. So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to take a quick few minute breaks. I think we're going to be back in like 4 minutes. Maybe you can, Omar, I think you have a giveaway to announce again. We can talk about that maybe and look at these leaderboard, and I'll be right back.
We do, absolutely. And we actually have
Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. So let me try this. I'm going to bring Savannah from the contest floor. Let's see if this actually works well. Hey, you guys can hear me? You have to close to the
We are live from the
contest area at DEFCON 29. Don't do that.
Red Team Village CTF, so you can see the screen up here. We got it set up over here. A few of the other people have created some of the machines right here. Some volunteers over there. We're just really excited to be here.
Participants? No, don't do the participants.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here. We'll go ahead and pass it back to Omar.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. So hopefully everybody was able to actually hear them. They are live at DEFCON in Las Vegas, in the contest floor. So we actually have people rotating, around the area. And, thanks again. It has been amazing today. So we have the third giveaway for today. And as a matter of fact, before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen here with the leaderboard. And AI generated, you guys are kicking butt. You're still in the lead. And Son of Anton was actually, from third place. Now he's in second. And then Neutrino Cannon is actually holding the place on third. But not far away, actually by just a few points. Hack Street Boys are there. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce the winner. And bear with me just 1 second. what I'm having here is a Python script that is actually going to pick, for me, the actual winner of the third AAWE or AWAE course, and that actually includes a 60-day lab access as well by Offensive Security. And thank you, Offensive Security, for sponsoring the Red Team Village as usual. And all right, so the winner is Xcorpio. So let me create a little banner here for you. So Xcorpio, you are the winner. So congratulations. So once again, this is for an AWAE course by Offensive Security, including a 60-day lab. So with that, let me actually go in a quick break, and we'll be back with NahamSec and a few other folks live from Vegas as well. So we'll be right back. All right, so once again, please check our scoreboard. That was the last giveaway of the day. Right now, I'm going to bring back NahamSec. So, hey guys, you're live again.
Hello, we're back.
You are back.
Very cool. I think we have everybody in the screen. I'm going to try and fix this. So there we go. Shell's on the screen. All right. Again, we're doing everything live. This is now pre-recorded. We're coming live from Vegas. I have Sam, ZLZ. Shell, I'm going to dox your real name. I'm going to keep that in mind. Before we can jump into it, I'm going to have you do your introduction first, and then we'll jump up to you, and then we'll talk about web hacking. And I know you guys have done some cool research together. I got lucky to work with you not too long ago and do some crazy stuff. We'll talk about that a little bit. But Sam, who are you?
Yeah, so my name is Sam Curry. I've been doing bug bounty hunting for 5 years now, on and off. But
yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been too long. 4 years? I don't know. But something like that, some arbitrary date. But yeah, started a company called Palisade. We do cryptocurrency web stuff, consulting. Yeah, I work with these guys a lot. So
yeah. What about you, Shell?
Shell, Justin. Work at Bishop Fox.
Represent.
Yeah, on the CAS team. Can use tech service testing. So yeah, a lot of my day to day is just doing a lot of recon, a lot of kind of tracking down, trying to get all the disparate assets and put them all together.
And for people that don't know about the CAS team at Bishop Fox, that's the continuous automation.
I think the
services?
tax
service
testing. Yeah.
Almost had it right. Yeah. Almost had it. I don't work at Bishop Fox. I just know it. I just know of the service because I've heard from Barrett last night, and then Robbie works with you, right? Yeah. I see him posting a lot of crazy stuff. How do you two know each other? How did this friendship happen?
It's been.
I think we met at the Facebook event.
Yeah, for Bug Crowd.
Yeah.
And you guys remember?
That was in Miami, I think, in 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we both got matching backpacks. But yeah.
So you just got met at a random event and became friends?
Yeah. I think it was funny because we went to B-side San Francisco and we didn't know each other, and there was a photo. And we were both in different corners of the photo.
Yeah.
And then
this last one?
No, it was 2018.
Yep, 2018.
Okay. And then you guys have been friends since?
Yeah. Lots of mutual friends. So
yeah.
Lots of time spent in Rust.
Yeah, too many video games. Yeah, video games.
You also do a lot of game hacking for
Yeah.
fun. How did you get into that?
It's fun. It's really fun. So I've been doing it since I was like maybe like 12 or 13, but we were just, I mean, you're sitting around all day with like nothing else to do. So it's like, this is a funny thing to do, but there's a lot of like online forums, and it kind of like is what led to web hacking. But yeah, there's this game called RuneScape, and you're just trying to make some money. Yeah.
Can I talk about how you made Rust really fun to watch with them?
Yeah, sure.
So I show up to they have a group that they hang out in. I pop in once in a while to say hi, and they always stream one of their games or whatever they're doing. Someone's streaming. I joined the chat, and if you play Rust, you can build stuff and put them down, and you build a building, you go raid, whatever it is. I show up to Sam just putting up thousands, if not 10,000, of just towers across the entire map. And people are calling admins on them. And legally they can't do anything because no one said you can't build random stuff around the game.
Yeah.
How many towers do you think you guys put down? I think it was you guys both, Donut. I think Brett was out there. How many do you think, how much was the damage?
If we had like a team of 5 people or 3 or 4 people maybe, but probably like a few thousand, like 5,000.
You could like walk in from the outside and like you could just see your frame rate dropping and dropping and dropping.
No, it was bad. We got banned. Yeah. The admin saw it was like, this isn't good. I mean, there's like if you know anything about Rust, there's like a whole section on the map which is like a grid.
Yeah.
It's maybe like 16 by 16, but we had watchtowers like covering at least like 2 or 3 of the grids. So the map is just like crashing. But,
so how did you get into the continuous attack surface management stuff and like recon?
It's just like kind of an extension of like I've always loved doing like a lot of the recon stuff. It's always right. Like there's so many different pathways like to find like disparate assets. Like one of the big things I've been working on recently is like doing like searching for select certs across like AWS, right? And you have the EC2 space and you like mass scan or TLS scan just across all of that, and you can pull out a lot of things that don't necessarily have like actual like subdomains pointing to them, but you can like through like the alt names or whatever.
TLS hunting is probably one of the most fun parts of doing recon manually and going through the data.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been. But I've always just kind of been into that, right? It's like I feel like most people like stumble into like security in some way or another. So it's just like kind of like falling up the stairs.
What was your how did you get like exposure to security and hacking?
I was like always into it as a kid. Like I had some friends who were like into security stuff, but I come from like a really small town, right? And so kind of just reached on the internet, like found forums, obviously like many years ago before the internet was kind of what it was, right? When there's still like PHP forum.
Oh God, rest in peace.
Yeah, and so just kind of stumbled into it and just kind of like worked my way from there. And so it's like as security's become like a more mature industry, and like bug bounties started being a thing, and started doing more of that.
Okay. Do you do a lot of bug hunting?
I do a lot with like Sam and those guys.
Well, how did you get into bug hunting? How did you hear about bug bounty hunting and stuff?
Yeah, this was like I think in 2016 or 2017, somebody in like a game hacking forum was like, "Hey, you can report vulnerabilities to Pornhub." So we're like, all right, so we had like a competition to see who could report the first vulnerability, and everybody gave up, but I was like, whatever. I found something, reported it, and they paid like $500. But at the time, I was working at like a fast food restaurant, and I was like,
oh shoot, okay.
Oh,
that was like a week's paycheck.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, well, I guess I'll put more time into it. And basically failed my last year of high school, is trying to do bug bounty stuff. But yeah,
so you were doing this in high school.
Yeah, at the end of high school last year. But I found a bug bounty forum. I think. Said my name. Somebody I reached out to via Twitter DM, and I was explaining a bug, and they invited me to a bug bounty forum. And then I met like Doggy G. I did a lot of work with
Tommy.
Yeah, and then a lot of other like really great people like Jack Cable, just doing like a lot of collaboration stuff. And yeah, now somehow I ended up here doing stream with you guys.
How did you go from like just finding bugs, and like how did that learning process work for you to learn? There's a different because you have to start from somewhere, right? Like, how did you learn all these things?
Yeah, so I mean, we did like it's really fun because like the game hacking community is like very like cloak and dagger in the sense that every website's ran by like a 16-year-old kid, So like if you can technically illegal or whatever, but it's like it's a community of people. Like there's like drama between people.
Right.
Everybody's trying to hack each other's website. So like I was always around those people who are like, man, Matt said something mean. Like let's target, try to take over their accounts or whatever.
Okay.
So those guys were always like doing like just like funny game stuff. But I started spending a lot of time on like the web security after someone found I think it was PHPBB. They like took over a forum. I'm like, how did they do that? Like
defacing your forum.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, hey guys, change your password. The database was leaked. I'm like, what does that mean? How does that work? But
so it's like getting your forum that you were a part of getting hacked is what you're like, oh, I want to know how to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What about you? How did you get that kind of exposure to it?
I used to do like web dev, right?
Okay.
And that was like kind of in high school. So I used to do like PHP, and I was just talking about this the other day, but it was, you wake up one day and you find c99.php where you didn't leave it, right?
Oh, rough.
And I was like, this is neat. How did this get here? And I learned about, remote file inclusion, right? Why you don't do like page equals like index.php.
Or the old school RFIs back in the day. Oof.
Yeah. So it was like, that was kind of my first step. And then like I learned a lot about hosting like PHP proxies and stuff to like get around like the content filters at school. Right. And
I hear that story about schools a lot. Everyone wanted to like bypass stuff at school. Okay.
Yeah. And I learned about you can cache requests right on your PHP proxy, like get other people's information.
Yeah. So yours was more of a developer turning into a hacker, and yours was just game drama.
Yeah. Game drama.
Also, I see Smeagol's in the chat. He said bug bounty farm when he pops in. I don't know if he's still in here, but if you are, Olivia, what's up, dude? Cool. So you guys did some recent research together. Tell me, what was it? How'd you guys come across it?
Yeah, so we worked on Apple for like 3 months. There's like a blog post about it or whatever, but it kind of started when I'm really, really close with Zayat. At the time we weren't like super close, but I saw there was like $100,000 reward from Apple for like an OAuth vulnerability. So I was like, it's really weird because like, previously the Apple program is like strictly device security. So I was like, that's really weird. So I decided like, let's just take a chance and like throw a bunch of time at Apple and we'll see if they're like receptive to, paying stuff. So I think I spammed Zayat enough where he was like, okay, fine. Like I'll look at stuff. And so he hops in, and if it was just the two of us, we're like, well, maybe we get more people. So we kind of just like got Irby Sam, Zayat, or Shishel, and everybody together, and we went at it for like 2 months before we even got paid. But then once we started getting paid, we just like went at it like full time, and then everything was kind of just like a Discord chat. So it all worked out.
What was the thing that you guys found? You guys found a particular CVE together?
It was the auth bypass in Pega Infinity.
Yeah.
And so like you could just reset the password of any like the default admin users that they don't like allow you to delete.
Yep.
And so they're on every install and use that, and then it's just from there it's just flat RCE.
Yep.
And that was just an Apple case. So you guys ODayed something just for Apple's sake.
Yeah, there's a couple ODays I think we found like vulnerabilities in like a couple particular softwares that were like kind of cool, but they all led to like RCE. But it was really fun. But it was interesting to kind of approach it in the sense of like, let's just find a bug on Apple and we don't really care if it's like a software or whatever. But with Pega specifically is kind of neat because like we really, I don't know, that's the owning the trial talk. That's fun. Yeah.
That was a good one. You guys talked at, what you guys present that? Was it Activity?
No,
yeah.
There's been too many cons. You've done a lot of cons lately.
Yeah.
So that was a research that you guys did together. Was based on the Apple stuff. It's fun seeing like how companies take a product and then try to customize it and then they mess it up even more.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny because like there was the first round of like the Apple research, and there was the big blog that Sam posted, and then there was
a huge blog.
Yeah,
it's a good book.
And then there was someone who took inspiration from that and to start hacking on Apple, and then they ODayed something that Apple was using.
Yeah.
And then we went and read that blog and got
that
the
was harsh and all them, right? Where they found some like they took an RC at some point.
Yeah. And so we were like, that sounds like it'd be fun, and that's what we did.
Coding something just to get a bounty from Apple.
Yeah, it's super funny because like we have the original blog post. We're like, yeah, we hacked Apple. And then Harsh and them were like, oh, we thought that was cool. They hacked Apple, so we hacked Apple too.
And then you guys went back to it.
Yeah, we're like, we thought that was really cool that they owed something, so we owed something too. So we're hoping the chain keeps going.
Yeah. It's their turn technically now, right?
Exactly.
Ping pong volley.
So with the collaboration between the two of you guys, between the group with the Apple thing that you did, what did you guys learn from that? What was collaboration so important in all that?
Oh, geez. I think like honestly, like there's a lot of times I feel like there's like two modes, right? You've got like you're looking for stuff to hack, or you're actually like hacking stuff, and like you're either in like one of the modes where you really just want to be like going at something or like finding something. And so like Shishel and Donut, like those are two guys who they love like wide recon stuff. Well, I hate it. You know, it's not my thing. So like they'll like find something, like start a thread where it's like this is interesting, and then it's like people can just like chime in and like really like go at it, and then like it helps just create like momentum, you know?
Yeah.
But
weren't you on a beach reporting stuff?
Yeah. So so like the way we had it set up is I was like the interface for talking to Apple because we had all the emails in like one email inbox. But I was on vacation in California and I was on my phone and I'm just reading and scrolling through and I see like the uname -a output of an Apple box. And they're like at ZLZ report, please.
I was copy pasting stuff.
Yeah. I'm copy pasting from the Discord, like trying to submit the report and then go swim. But
yeah, the funny thing is I see you guys as chats once in a while. You guys are really active. It's hard to keep up. I was gone for some personal stuff.
Yeah.
And like just checking in, I'm like trying to keep up with everything, and I just see Sam like, I'm at the beach. Do I need to go get my laptop? And then I'm like, no, the report's coming, and like someone drops a report. How messy was your inbox?
It was like I've never made a Gmail filter before that, but after that, I now have my little like red, green, blue tabs, and like.
You're organized.
Yeah. I love spreadsheets. So we made like a little spreadsheet.
That spreadsheet it's gold.
Yeah.
The memes you guys have.
Yeah.
What about you with like collaborating and getting like to work with a group setting like that? How was it beneficial to you?
Oh yeah, I love it because like after like a while, right? Like you just get a sense for like what looks vulnerable.
Yeah.
And so like I like just parsing through like all the large amounts of data, like trying to pull out like meaningful stuff. Then you're like, this looks vulnerable. And then there's nothing better than like passing it off. And then like 5 minutes later, he's like, oh yeah, I popped it. Like, right? Yeah. So you just like see something and you're like, okay, this looks interesting. And like before I can even start digging into it, right? Like I'm kind of like searching through my results and he's like, oh yeah, here it is. And I was like, okay.
What was your favorite thing about the whole 3 months of hacking Apple?
I think like I love seeing we popped something which had to do with like warehouse management and like it was really, really, really cool to like see that like, oh, if you click this button, like it ships like Apple parts from, like this state to this state. So it's like seeing kind of how like the company works, but like you feel like you're like learning about there was one thing we hacked, right? Where you basically could proxy to an internal host and like download internal files that are like work related. And like some of the files were like early, like we started from ID 1, right? Because you could enumerate the files.
Yeah.
And it was like emails from Steve Jobs and like really weird stuff. So we felt like we were like deep in the company.
Yeah, I think the funniest thing was, I think it was a running joke. I was just telling you guys I wanted to see that iPhone leaks.
Yeah.
I was really hoping we'd find
Yeah.
those, but seeing you guys do all that, seeing like the internal Apple stuff, even like the HR sites, and having access to that was fun. What about you? What was the highlight for you with the Apple stuff?
Oh, some of the stuff you see internally, like pivoting around, you're like, oh, that's like, right? Like you're trying to like see like where you are, what you can reach, right? And you're like, oh wow, like that's wild. Like having like sometimes even like some like quick recon wins result in like, right, like just catching like password reset emails and sandboxes.
Yeah.
And like all of a sudden you're like literally dropped into like a VPN profile.
That was a wild bug, the password reset thing. There's basically like Exili, someone else we worked with, basically saw they're like doing a lot of like URL scan stuff. They're like, hey, this invitation key hasn't been used yet. And it was for like a corporate Apple sign up. And so we go to consume it and we create the password for the account. And it's like, okay, please pair your 2FA. So it hadn't been set up at all, but it was like a corporate, either like a reseller or
it was a bank.
It was a bank. Yeah. So, and it's like, click here to install your Apple VPN profile, or click here to install like the Apple employee Mac OS application. So like this is really wild, but all from just a leaked URL.
Yeah. How big was what big of a so Apple is a huge infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the 17 dot.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they have just outside let's forget about the ASN, right? Just there's Apple.com, there's iCloud, there is all these different apps they own. You guys just focus on Apple mostly, right?
Yeah, so I think we really didn't know like what was in scope at first, but we pretty much focused on Apple and iCloud.
Yeah.
And there's like a lot of other things like FileMaker, I think is the name of it.
Beats.
Beats by Dre. Yeah, beatsbydre.com. We found some bugs there, like cross-site scripting and stuff, but we never really committed to it. And I've seen like a lot of on like the Apple server notifications for, giving credit to the researchers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of various stuff. So I think there's still a lot more that people can explore there.
It's crazy seeing like from you guys or you seeing that 100K bug and then doing all this research and people are going wild on Apple and just still finding stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can see like the like response times get slower as more people pile in after the blog post.
Yeah. Is there any like fun vulns that you really like was a highlight for you?
Yeah, so there's one where it was literally when you use the iPhone, it creates like a key that's the authorization bearer for a lot of the internal APIs or the APIs for like your user account.
Yeah.
But if you like generated it in a certain way, it was basically like a God token, right? And so we were testing it, and I like tried an IDOR, and I was like, oh my god, like it works. And I tried to reproduce it, and I couldn't figure it out because I hadn't figured out like how to create the key in the right way. So I had to like go back and figure it out. But once I figured out how I could do it, you could pretty much just like, it's called a DSID, is the Apple ID. And if you just incremented it, it would say full user info, attached credit card, last 4 digits, full addresses. Yeah. So it was like, I don't know, like you kind of just like pull back away from your chair and you're like, that's like a billion people or whatever. But
it's a lot of users. Yeah. It's Apple.
Super wild.
What about you? Did you have any like favorite bugs?
There was, of course, like the Pega one was like my hands down favorite. But like the other one that I really liked was there were a few where they weren't handling right. It was just like some IDORs to get things like you can do like before you signed in, just right. It would redirect you to a sign in page, but like you could pull the JavaScript files, which I know something you and Zayat like use tools for. But yeah, just doing like using that kind of stuff to find like endpoints, and you hit all the endpoints, and then all of a sudden one of the endpoints you randomly like threw burp just gave us access. And it's like, and it was to all these like manufacturing machines. This entire thing was like for like testing all these like different testing machines. Like they're like multi-million-dollar machines. It's admin panel that just controls where like how things are like sent between all of them. So
1 second. Sorry about that. Did you think like going through did you think you gotta get that many vulns on Apple? It's wild, dude. Like some of the stuff that we saw, like I saw you guys reporting especially, was like it raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, I mean we had like hundreds of vulns. I think like somewhere over 100 vulns. It's definitely like wild to think because like the Pega thing was for like Apple phone notifications. I think
it was it was for some like setting up your own store type of thing.
But I remember, I don't know, like it was weird getting close to like the infrastructure. We never really like. What I really wanted was
iPhone leaks.
Yeah, iPhone leaks. Those are top list, but I don't know. Just like I wanted to get kind of close. It's just like to the meat of being able to like do something where it's like if I send Ben a text message, something bad happens, right? And
I mean, the iCloud one was pretty risky. The XSS.
Yeah, that one was fun. The email XSS was like super interesting. It's like when you like
iCloud too, right?
Yeah, you our POC basically pulled the last 10 photos in your iCloud account and like put them in the email. Like, hey guys, like, yeah, but
absolutely insane.
All right, so we've talked about a lot of like actual like doing the hacking parts of it. What were some of the things you used to like learn hacking and get like how do you practice to become good at your level?
I think honestly, like I remember it's really hard because I feel like this advice are like kind of this conversation is always like so hard to try to figure out. But I think honestly, like when I first started, I only knew about like one or two, like a lot of other people, one or two vulnerability types, like cross-site scripting and like SQL injection. Like what really helped was like just looking for those two things, right?
Right.
And then like when you're like looking at like different, like through Burp Suite, right? Like you just can't help but pay attention, like all the stuff coming in, and you just want to mess with it, right? Like you see all the stuff, and you're like, how do I mess with this? I don't know. I would call like that was kind of vague, but like almost like goal-oriented hacking. At one of the live hacking events, they had the challenge of like, here's an account that we want you to access. Do that, and we'll pay you $50,000. This was the Yahoo, right?
Years gone.
Yeah. So, but what was really interesting about that was a couple researchers were like, okay, you know, how am I gonna do that where I take over the account? And it just the whole time I thought about that, and they eventually found like this really, really novel like, you know, account takeover, and it was just like super, super wild.
You're saying like setting up a goal to accomplish something.
Yeah. So
saying I want to like your case was account takeover. I want to get an account takeover on this company. Just really focusing on it.
Yeah, like it's really interesting because like a lot of the conversation I feel like is like, oh, you know, vulnerability types, but like I feel like the core of it is like, what does the company care about, right? Like, so if you have that conversation with yourself, it's like, well, how can I possibly do that? Like, and what are the ways? You can kind of like take a step back and like kind of like fall up the stairs, as Shell said, like understanding like how you can possibly do that, and it makes it a lot more like goal oriented and like you're actually getting somewhere, you know. But
I think knowing what you want to do and just working towards it is a very good way of like learning.
Yeah.
In your case, you do a lot of recon. I think a studio's having a little bit of issue. James, can you help us out with that really quick? We're doing things live again. Things are going to go wrong. Your case is a little bit different because like you're doing recon, but how do you learn new techniques for like your recon to be better or to do like to find more assets, find them faster, and that sort of thing?
Yeah. I always say like it's all about like anything in like security, right? It's all about like understanding the systems and like all the systems involved and how they interact and like relationships between that. And it's like some of the stuff like that I know that Donut's doing right now, right? Like the graph databases, and it's like it's a neat way like you can see how things interact, right? And anytime that there's something interacting with something else, right? Like, you know, subdomain pointing to an IP, and then like, you know, having, you know, that same subdomain name, like in a cert, right? Like you have like these kind of like complicated relationships, and then like a lot of services like GitHub, you can get emails from GitHub,
right?
And then emails from GitHub, you know, associated company names, and like, I don't know. I just really like trying to figure out all the different ways, like different companies use different services and how to get information out of those services, like beyond even just like the actual, you know, sort of like assets you can see, right? Like traditionally.
What about you when it comes down to like new techniques that you want to learn? How do you do that?
I'm kind of always on Twitter, right? So I'm seeing all the stuff that comes in with people, like learning those techniques. So one thing I've been doing recently is like request smuggling stuff. So I kind of just like no life watched all the Albanawax content, right? And pretty much just like I from a high level it's always weird, but like I'm pretty much just sitting in repeater all day and like Burp Suite repeater stuff, just kind of fuzzing around, like trying to understand these things. But I don't know, like learning new stuff is always it's like a weird challenge. But I'm honestly always just like on bug bounty programs. I don't do a lot of like sandbox training stuff. So like just like so one example, right? When we were doing a lot of directory traversal stuff, like if you were watching me hacking, it'd be really boring because I'm trying it every field, everywhere until I get like a tiny little bite, right? So we had a couple bugs recently on Tesla, and you know, for 1,000 requests, I'm like trying to do it.
What are you testing? Are you just literally putting in like different patterns and different places of the site, like parameters, URL path, and that kind of stuff?
Very slowly manually fuzzing.
Very slowly manually fuzzing. Like if an automation person were to watch me hack, they'd be really frustrated because they'd be like, "You've done the same thing, keyboard and mouse, like 100 different times." But to me, it's just more engaging.
You know, there's a tab on when you go to repeat. I don't do this myself. I'm with you, but there's a tab called Intruder.
Yep. I use it.
Just
I use it.
You know it exists.
But,
all right.
Yeah. But the thing with Tesla, right, is like they have a pretty crazy WAF for directory traversal stuff. But we learned you could do like if you encode the period, it turns to %2e, and then you re-encode it, and it, you know, double encodes it or whatever. It worked for a couple endpoints where you could pass it. So we started passing that everywhere. And then eventually we found a place where it was really interesting because it was parsing an integer and a path. And when it parses the integer, what's really interesting is that like if you send like 1, 2, 3, ABC, 4, 5, 6, and you run like parse ent in certain languages, it only pulls 1, 2, 3, right?
Okay.
So if you sent parse ent path, if parse ent path 1, 2, 3, ABC, 4, 5, 6 equals 1, 2, 3, thumbs up, it would go to 1, 2, 3, right?
Okay.
So what we figured out is you could do like 1, 2, 3, where 1, 2, 3 is like your ID,
right?
And then .. / 1, 2, 4, where 1, 2, 4 is the victim ID.
Mm-hmm.
And we were trying that in a lot of places, but it worked. It passed their check, and it was like proxied to an internal request. So like after 20 hours of just manually fuzzing this, we
20 hours.
Yeah, it worked. It worked. So we sent the report in.
I mean, there's a point there too, right?
Yeah.
If that was automated, you wouldn't have known.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, especially with WAFs with that stuff, like it was wild because like Tesla specifically, again, like their status codes don't make sense. Like it'll say like 404 not found when in reality it's like a 403 authorization error, or like 302. It was really weird. But automation is really hard with those like complicated environments.
The edge cases seem to be the most interesting ones, and you can't automate them.
Yeah, 100%.
And there's something to be said there about like being familiar with the program and being familiar with like systems and like how everything interacts, because like Apple and Tesla, for example, are just wildly different.
Yeah.
And like just approaching in wildly different ways. But like knowing, like I said, like the directory traversal thing, like knowing that it's there and knowing what else like sort of that indicates.
Yeah.
And like how like this, how their systems are set up through like a bunch of like reverse proxies.
Yeah.
Like, and where the bugs will be in that.
Yeah.
Specifically.
One really, really interesting thing, if you're going to go and like hack Tesla, one really interesting thing is if you see an ID, it's like, let's say there's /profiles /123 /photo. A lot of times you can give it the and symbol, and it'll, let's say you change like 123 to 123 and, it'll like work. But if you change it to 123 ? Or %3f, depending on what you're doing, it'll fail, because what they're doing is they're taking that ID parameter, passing it to an internal host,
as adding the and.
Yeah, exactly. So
they spend a lot of time fuzzing these.
Yeah, I love them.
Listening, I'm like,
I love them.
I see the connection of what you're saying, but I'm just like, how much time do you have?
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking fuzzings.
Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy it.
You can just watch him go through and like look at all his request log and go to every single thing with a parameter and like tinker with it.
How many repeater tabs do you have? Or do you always one tab?
There was I was at a college hacking event one time, and I was showing something on like a laptop.
Okay.
And he saw my burp repeater tab, and he's like, there's no way each request what they're doing, because it was like 250, 300 tabs. And I was like, no, I'm manually fuzzing all of these. Like, I'm trying my best. So
we have a special guest in our stream right now. Donut is also in the chat. You guys said his name. He's
hello,
here.
Donut. Hello.
But no, it says something really powerful about the whole manual fuzzing thing, because you're not you're one of the people that I know is really good at the traversing stuff and how you fuzz URLs, because you understand the logic of like what you see in the address bar is being passed somewhere else, or proxy, or internal service, whatever, right? And if you're good at these things, you can find some really good bugs.
Yeah,
and a lot of people, it's going beyond finding an IDOR with just changing an integer now at this point.
Yeah,
because you can really find some weird shit.
I mean, yeah, there was literally. I'll talk about this more. I think we may do a talk about it. But there was a bug recently. Hopefully, yeah. Okay. There's literally a vulnerability, which was a post request, which it was sending a post request to an endpoint. And normally you're like, wow, this is like very limited, but you could traverse and then you could guess a directory called users. And then we guessed that there's, an ID parameter, and then we guessed that there's /update. And
what did you guys update?
Yeah. So, and then you notice you could pass in the email parameter, and then it was, full account takeover. But
so you spend a lot of time. How did you get good at this traversal stuff? Just countless hours of sitting there.
There's a lot of really, really good content on it. I think it was Zero Sun, maybe. There's a talk at like Zero Sun, I think it's the name of it, or Midnight's.
Okay.
I forget the name, but Franz Rosen does a lot of. He's had like maybe multiple talks on this. There's a lot of content online for attacking reverse proxies, and then lastly, just like how these things, I feel like it's really not explored as much as it should be. I mean, I had someone DM me recently, and they're like, hey, I found a way where I can leak people's credit card numbers via like the same thing for the Starbucks thing, where it's, you know, // and then they're exploring an entire microservice API
internally because they did a traversal.
Yeah.
I mean, they were lucky enough to hit a root directory and just dumped everything for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's super interesting because it's like all the external hosts are like super hard, and people think, you know, but internal hosts, you have like a developer who's like, you know, nobody's going to see this. I'm going to spin up a /test, which is literally a shell or something, but it's just weird.
That's crazy. I gotta spend some more time on this. I've seen you talk about this a lot. I've hopped into the streams a few times. I know exactly what you're talking about when you say like I'm sitting there for hours, just didn't realize like you are seriously just countless hours trying to figure out a way to just bypass this thing, get something to be dumped out of it.
Yeah. What was that cookie one with the directory reversal?
I'm trying to think. I remember it wasn't by chance the chess.com stuff, because that's different.
No, the chess.com. It was one of the crypto things.
So we worked with I can't say like the specifically the name of the customer, but we worked with a company, and it was really interesting because there was the cookie itself was being passed to they had a host that was meant for session handling and APIs. So if you did authorization bearer, 64 character string, they were literally taking that and passing it to an internal API, which controlled your like user account.
Yeah.
It's, who you are. But there was like a lot of interesting behavior where like basically you traverse to the root and you can like, override the API call. But what's really interesting is that if you pass in to a like redirect parameter, it would like redirect it, and it would pass the server would pass, when it redirected to your host, it would pass in like a server controlled authorization bearer.
Okay.
But that authorization bearer is like their God token, right? So we were exploring the API like normally, like the external API, and we're hitting endpoints, and it's like, oh, you're not authorized, you can't hit this. And we're like, well, it's really weird because we are authorized. And then we pass in like the God token, and it's like, oh, you can update anybody's email now. So it's just like, oh, full account takeover.
All right. There goes to show, like, just we were talking about Hadex, like manual approaches. I asked, unrelated, but I was just like, why do people ask me, or there was a bug bounty tweet thing, like, how to automate XSS? Like, why do you want to automate stuff like that? You're gonna miss so much stuff if you automate it.
Yeah, I love automation. I think automation is absolutely great for the general task of bug hunting. I love recon. Like, it's such a fun thing to do, but honestly, like, I can never commit to learning and doing it because I'm with Shell and Donut, who are absolutely like experts, right? So it's like, if these people know how to do it, and like it's honestly kind of cheesy in a way, kind of cheeking off these guys, but I mean it's
a group thing though, right? You rely on them to find you the asset, and then they feed it to you, and you break it, and you find that account takeover.
There's so many insane like things you can never think of, like with Donut's project specifically, like the speeds he's hitting for like DNS enumeration and stuff. It's just like, okay, like, if I were to do this, I would write a bash script or a Python script that's going to do like 100 requests a second. So no thanks.
Well, we're almost out of time. I got to hand this back to Omar and say, but I've been ending every stream with the same question. I ask everybody, for bug hunters at least, or even in your career, if you could go back to talk to Sam from 4 or 5 years ago and give yourself an advice, same thing with you, Shal, what would you tell yourself? What mistake to avoid, or what thing to be better at? But technical, non-technical.
So like one trap I always found myself in was like, it's really funny. There's a guy who's younger than me. He's maybe like 16 or 17, and he spends his whole day like having a really good time, like messing with stuff, or like sometimes he's messing with stuff he's maybe not supposed to be messing with.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, he's having a blast doing it, and he'll message me. He's like, man, I'm really trying to read this book, and I can't force myself to read the book. I'm afraid I'm not learning. But it's like, no. Like, you're having fun doing hacking stuff. Like, you don't have to force yourself to like consume like content or like take a course, or, like do whatever. Like, as long as you're enjoying like what you're doing, exploring that, I feel like that is the most important part. And I think there was like maybe like 6 months at a time where I would just get super, super, super depressed that I'm not making progress and like setting goals or whatever. But like, I should just like kind of relax a little bit and enjoy it. But that's what I'd say. I don't know.
It's a good advice, man. It's like, you have to have fun with it. The passion has to be there for you want to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to do 20 hours of fuzzing something, the passion has to be there, dude.
Hey, that's true.
What about you, Sean?
I would say like my biggest thing was just like going and doing it, right? Like meeting people, like, right? So like it's hacking by yourself, like when you don't have people to talk about stuff with, or like, you know, it's not nearly as fun. Like the fun comes from like having friends who are also doing the thing, you know, who you can like hack with, and like, you know, find your group of people. And also, yeah, just doing the thing, right? You can sit there and like, I love reading stuff. I love reading and like watching talks and like for an unlimited amount of time. But like, there's a period of time where I was like not actually like hacking anything, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that just you can only learn by going out there, seeing how something responds, and like playing around with it. Like because while there's a lot of things you can reuse and whatnot, like nothing that you read for the most part, you're going to just be able to like reuse, just like flat out.
Practical versus hands-on.
Yeah,
I get it. It's different. I think people get stuck in the theoretical reading and digesting all this information and then forgetting to actually go into hands-on stuff, right?
Can I add to that a little bit? Like I was having a conversation with someone, and it's their first DEF CON, and they're like, I'm going to go to this talk, but I'm going to have absolutely no idea what's going on. But it's like, that's the point. Like there's no prerequisite.
It's going to register when you see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm sure when you see something for like, you've seen these talks, you didn't know how to do it, but then you started registering, seeing all these things happen on a website, and then wanted to set up. Right?
1,000,000%. Yeah.
That's the thing with really good advice between the two of you guys. I think it's just taking things, learning them, and then being willing to put in the time to actually get experience on a program or actually doing whatever it is you want to do. It doesn't have to be bug bounties. It's just wanting to put in the time to do it.
Yeah, and also like being okay with being bad at something, right? Like you're not going to be great. Like I think like the first bug I submitted was like rate limiting. Right? Like,
you've done it though. It's a progression of like being bad at something and then progressively getting better at it.
Yeah, and so it's just like right, like because the other thing is like bug hunting is like a very different thing, right? Than just like you can find like a lot of stuff, but like finding stuff that's reportable and finding stuff, right? Like learning how to do write reports and what companies care about. It's like a big thing too.
Yeah, learning the biggest thing for me to learn was understanding that bug bounty is about impact.
Yeah,
not so much of like theoretically I can do this thing. No one cares.
Yeah.
Can you freaking do it or not?
100%.
Well, I think that's all we had for today's stream. Thank you guys both so much for coming out here and sitting down with me for a little bit and giving me some of your Friday night or Friday afternoon. Omar, we're going to pass it back to you.
Awesome.
And, let you guys do some wrap up. Tomorrow we'll be back again in the morning with the Red Team Village stream. I think Barrett and everybody on the Red Team Village are going to be live. I'm going to pop in and say hello once in a while, be on the back end and help you guys. Other than this, I've been here since 9 on this stream. I'm going to take it. With Omar. Omar's been running this entire thing this whole time, but I want to say thank you so much for having me. Thank you guys for joining me. Thanks to all the guests, Addix, Stokes, Zishano, this Cyber Mentor, Joe, John Hammond, everybody watching, everyone in the chat that's tuned in. Thank you for having me here, and I'll give it back to you, Omar.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys again. And once again, Naham's like you're a lifesaver.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So one quick thing, we're going to go in a quick break, and then we're going to be announcing the 3 winners of the contest or the AWA courses. And we have a special guest that is going to be announcing those winners in a second. So we're going to go in a quick break, and then I'll pass it back to that special guest. All right, we are back, and just a recap on the scoreboard right now. In the CTF quals, first place still AI generated. However, just in the last few minutes, EPT is actually now in second place, and Son of Anton is in third place. Nutriden Cannon just moved down to fourth place. No pressure, but as we stand right now, AI generated is actually leading the scoreboard. Now, with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it to a couple of friends live from Vegas, and they're going to congratulate the 3 winners of the AWAE course here today. So with that, I'll pass it back to them.
Hi everyone, my name is Savannah from Red Team Village. We also have Siren from Offensive Security.
Hello.
I'm just going to give a quick shout out to some of the AWAE winners.
Absolutely. So shout out to all the AWAE winners. We love to have you. Thank you so much for taking our courses and getting the vouchers, whatever it may be. Congratulations. We always encourage you to come back. And we have many more certifications in offensive security. We just launched 365, so that's year-round for many, many things. Get a 20% discount. So by all means, swing by the website, check it out, and congratulations to each and every one of you who actually got it. Thumbs up, man.
All right, bye everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, guys, and I really appreciate your help in there. I know that it's being amazing, in Vegas right now in the contest floor. And once again, thank you to Ben or Nahamsek for leading a lot of the conversations here today. Today has been amazing. Now, tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time, 9:45 Pacific time. So all this is in Vegas time. So all this is Pacific. And we're going to start with the qualifiers part 2. And then we're going to have several interviews, especially Matt is going to join us at 10:30 with different Red Team interviews. And, we're going to go over many, many different conversations tomorrow related to CTF, related to bug bounties, related to, red teaming as well. We're going to have a panel at 3 p.m. with Bruce Schneider, which I'm actually going to be participating on, and in collaboration with the AI Village as well. So with that, thank you again for all your time today and for participating. And once again, thank you to our sponsors. Without you, this was not going to be possible. And with that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have fun.